In a world ruled by cultivation, power, and hierarchy, Xu Ming is reborn, not as a hero or a prodigy, but as the infant son of a low-status concubine in the powerful Xu family. Born into a life of quiet oppression, Xu Ming discovers something extraordinary, a unique system that grants him strength through the simplest of actions: drinking milk, kicking his legs, even doing baby push-ups. Every movement boosts his physique. Every action increases his power. While still an infant, he awakens rare talents like fivefold nutrient absorption and sanctified physique, accelerating his growth far beyond normal. But behind the curtains of the grand Xu household lies danger. His mother, forced to act as a wet nurse for the main wife's child, is constantly bullied and mistreated. Worse still, powerful enemies scheme in the shadows, eliminating any child who shows potential, especially one born to a concubine. Despite his young age, Xu Ming is determined. He trains in secret, endures injustice, and vows to grow stronger, not for revenge, but to protect his gentle mother and rise above the shackles of his birth. But in a world where status means everything, can a baby, armed only with hidden talents and unyielding will, survive long enough to become a cultivator? Join us as we uncover the journey of Xu Ming.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Minger, you're finally awake. You nearly scared your mother to death. My dear Minger, if anything had happened to you, I wouldn't want to live either. As Xu Ming's eyes fluttered open, he was met with the blurry image of a young woman cradling him tightly, tears falling freely down her cheeks. His mind was hazy. Wasn't I hit by a truck? Where am I? Did I reincarnate? He tried to speak, to ask who she was, but all that came out was a weak ah. Attempting to move, he found his limbs uncoordinated, his fingers and legs flailing awkwardly. That's when it hit him. He wasn't just reborn, he was a baby. Come, you must be hungry. The woman gently brought her chest to his mouth. Driven by hunger and instinct, Xu Ming latched on, suckling with newborn eagerness. She winced slightly, but endured it with a soft smile. Xu Ming blinked, then adjusted his strength, becoming more gentle. Midway through, a system notification echoed in his mind. Talent unlocked. Fivefold nutrient absorption, 0/6000. Will activate upon reaching 6,000 nutrient points. You took a sip of milk. Nutrients +1. You took a sip of milk. Nutrients +1. Before he could finish, a voice came from outside. Fifth madam, the young miss is hungry. The first madam has summoned you. The woman, his mother, apparently, hesitated, then bit her lip. I understand. I'll be there shortly. Let me change first. Please hurry, fifth madam. Chunyan is waiting outside, the maid added quietly. Xu Ming's mother whispered, Eat, my child. Eat as much as you can. Sensing her reluctance and worry, Xu Ming drank faster, afraid it might be his last meal for the day. Fifth madam, are you ready? If young Master Minger drinks too much, and there's nothing left. I'm coming, she replied curtly. She reluctantly pulled him from her chest, gently placed him on the bed, and hurriedly dressed. At the door, she turned to the maid beside him. Chunyan, look after him. He hasn't been well. Understand, fifth madam, Chunyan nodded. As the door closed, Chunyan approached and stared at the infant for a moment. She sighed and softly pinched his cheek. Young master, don't blame your mother. She's doing her best. You're such pitiful people. That first madam, so heartless. Listening to her quiet rant, Xu Ming began piecing things together. His name hadn't changed, still Xu Ming. But this world was entirely different. He was born into a powerful household, yet his mother was only a concubine, barely higher in status than a servant. Oh, Xu Ming whimpered softly. Then he kicked his leg, frustrated. You kicked your leg. Strength +1. New talent unlocked. Sanctified physique 0/1000. Awakens at 1000 strength. Wait, that works too. Xu Ming was stunned. He thought his cheat only included nutrient absorption, but apparently he could unlock other talents by simply moving. Without hesitation, he began kicking again, hard and fast. Strength +1. Strength +1. Strength +1. Nearby, Chunyin stared in alarm as the baby turned red from exertion. Is the young master possessed? Quickly, Xu Ming froze and pretended to sleep. When she turned away, he resumed his training beneath the blanket. Half an hour later, his mother returned. Chunyin debated whether to mention the strange kicking, but decided against it. Minger, I'm sorry, his mother whispered with guilt as she cradled him. You must be starving. She kissed his forehead gently. Wait a moment. I'll drink more water so I can feed you properly. She gulped water desperately, tried to produce more milk. Despite her effort, it was thin and watery, but Xu Ming drank with a grateful heart to put her at ease. She smiled at him tenderly, unaware of the determination forming in her son's young mind. For days passed, Xu Ming trained secretly, drinking milk, kicking his legs, growing stronger every day. Only his mother and Chunyin visited him. Whenever Chunyin came to summon his mother for the first madam's child, she'd mumble her frustrations aloud, thinking he couldn't understand. But he understood everything. He learned that he was born into the Xu family, descendants of a duke who had fought alongside the founding emperor. The household was vast and prestigious, but also filled with politics and cruelty. His mother, Xia, had been brought in for her beauty, and soon after giving birth, she was forced to serve as a wet nurse for the first madam's daughter, who'd been born just moments before Xu Ming. It wasn't just coincidence. His mother was being humiliated, used. Every night, after feeding that other child, she would gulp down water and return to nurse Xu Ming, hoping to have enough milk for her own son. Xu Ming, watching her rest beside him, felt his heart ache. Kick, kick, kick. Beneath the covers, he continued his training in silence. One day, I'll grow strong enough to change everything for her. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Fifth madam, the first madam and Lady Qin have arrived with their daughters. Xu Ming froze mid-kick. Upon hearing that both the first madam of the Xu household and the esteemed Madam Qin had arrived, Xia stiffened in alarm. She hurried to the door, opened it, and respectfully bowed. This humble concubine greets First Madam and Madam Qin. Wang Feng, the first madam, offered only a curt nod. In contrast, Madam Qin smiled warmly. Her presence radiated grace and calm. There's no need for such formality, fifth madam. She stepped forward with her infant daughter in her arms. I've just completed my confinement and thought to bring Qing Wan for a little stroll. While passing through the rear courtyard, I heard that you also reside here. It struck me as fate, 3 mothers giving birth on the same day. I thought it only right to visit you and your young son. I hope we're not intruding. You honor me, Madam Qin, Xia replied quickly. It's a great blessing for Minger and me to receive your visit. Please, both of you come in. Then we shall, Madam Qin said kindly. Turning to her attendants, she added, wait outside. We'll have a private conversation. The maids bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door behind them. Please have a seat, Xia said, pouring tea for her distinguished guests. She didn't dare sit herself. Instead, she carefully picked up her son and stood beside them. Come now, Xia. Sit with us, Madam Qin said with a smile. I wouldn't dare, Xia replied softly, head lowered. You're part of the Xu family, and I'm from the Qin family. Our ties go way back. Don't make me feel like a stranger, Madam Qin chided playfully. Still, Xia hesitated, until Wang Feng spoke flatly. Since Madam Qin has asked you, you may sit. With that, Xia finally sat beside them, gently adjusting Xu Ming in her arms so he could observe the women. Madam Qin wore a simple, elegant white gown that hugged her willow-like figure gracefully. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with life, her features dignified yet charming. Even Xu Ming, who'd grown numb to beauty in his previous life, was briefly entranced. In her arms was her daughter, a porcelain-skinned infant with those same peach blossom eyes already beginning to show. She stared curiously at Xu Ming, tiny hands reaching out as she gurgled with joy. Then Xu Ming turned to look at Wang Feng. Though not unattractive, her sharp chin and perpetually sour expression gave her an air of bitterness, like someone always nursing a grudge. The child in her arms, Xu Xuanhua, slept peacefully. Xu Ming felt no resentment toward the baby girl who shared his mother's milk. She didn't know better. But Wang Feng? He wanted nothing more than to give her a well-aimed kick with his tiny foot. "My, what a handsome boy," Madame Qin said with a gentle chuckle, pinching Xu Ming's cheek. "With that spirit, he'll surely grow to be a great man, capable of advising kings or defending borders." Wang Feng cut in with a dry smile. "Sister Qin flatters him. But you know the laws of the Wu Kingdom. Sons of concubines can't sit for the imperial exam. And sending him to the battlefield? The path of a general is not one every child can tread. I doubt Sister Chun could bear to part with her son." Though wrapped in civility, her words dripped with disdain. Chun Xia bowed her head and replied meekly, "Thank you," from Madame Qin's praise. "But the first madam speaks truly. Minger, as a concubine's son, isn't qualified for official examinations. I only wish for him to grow up healthy and safe. That alone would be a blessing." She looked at the two infants. "Miss Qingwan and Miss Xuanhua will surely grow into stunning beauties. Perhaps they'll be chosen by prestigious sects, becoming celestial maidens able to soar across the skies." Xu Ming's eyes widened slightly. "Prestigious sects? Cultivating immortality? So, this really is a high fantasy world." Madame Qin gave a soft sigh. "In truth, safety is all that matters. Neither the Su nor Qin families have produced a scholar in generations. Our noble titles remain, but little else. Sometimes, I do wish Qingwan had been born a boy. Then she might have had the chance to serve the nation and silence the rumors that our families have gone soft." "Sister Qin, you forget," Wang Feng said with a faint smirk. "Second uncle is cultivating at Xuanyu Sword sect. When he descends the mountain, he'll surely be placed in the Ministry of War." Madame Qin nodded, though her smile faltered. Xu Ming noticed the subtle discomfort in her eyes. Just then, Xu Xuanhua began to cry. Chun Xia gently took her and began nursing her, giving the conversation a natural pause. Shortly after, the two first madams took their leave. By some fortune, Chun Xia's milk had flowed well that day. After feeding Xu Xuanhua, she was still able to nurse Xu Ming until he was full. That night, as she cradled Xu Ming and drifted into sleep, he lay in her arms, wide awake and determined. This is a world of cultivation. I must work harder than ever. Tonight, 200 kicks. Strength +1. Strength +1. Strength +1. Xu Ming kicked with such fervor that the bed creaked beneath him. Half asleep, Chun Suya stirred. She opened her eyes to see her baby lifting both legs repeatedly under the blanket. She blinked, unsure she was dreaming. The blanket fluttered like a flag. But when she looked again, Xu Ming lay motionless, breathing evenly. "Am I just too tired?" she whispered to herself, rubbing her eyes. "You have completed 1,000 kicks, successfully awakening physical sanctification." Physical sanctification. From now on, every exercise you perform will infinitely enhance your physical strength. As this line of text appeared in his mind, Xu Ming felt a warm current surging through his body. He decided to test it out and found that not only could he roll over, but he could even attempt to stand. Xu Ming went further, performing 2 sit-ups. Sit-ups +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, vitality +2. Sit-ups +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, vitality +2. Ecstatic, Xu Ming thought to himself, "I'm only a 1-month-old baby. Most babies at this age can't even roll over, but I'm already doing push-ups." Lying on his stomach, Xu Ming did a push-up. Push-up +1, arm muscle strength +1, vitality +2. After completing 50 push-ups and 50 sit-ups, Xu Ming felt his energy reach its limit. His whole body ached, and his stomach growled loudly. Wah, wah, Xu Ming cried out, signaling his hunger. Chun Suya, hearing the cries, hurriedly got up and saw her baby opening his mouth and sucking at the air. Realizing he was hungry, she quickly picked him up to nurse. After just a few sips, a new string of words appeared in Xu Ming's mind. Nutrition has reached 6,000 points. You have successfully awakened five-fold nutrient absorption. Five-fold nutrient absorption. All food you consume will have 5 times the nutritional value. Xu Ming was momentarily stunned by this new development, but continued nursing. Earlier, he had worried about whether his mother's milk supply could keep up with his growing appetite. But now, that concern had disappeared entirely. Burp! Feeling full, Xu Ming let out a satisfied burp. Once his body digested the milk, he planned to resume his discipline training. 2 months later, during these 2 months, Xu Ming spent every spare moment secretly training. By the age of 3 months, he could already crawl. Normally, babies this age could only roll over. Chun Xia was stunned to see her baby crawling around. Is my child developing too quickly? She wondered. But seeing Xu Ming's rosy, healthy complexion and his evident delight, she could only conclude, every baby has a different constitution. Taking advantage of his mother's inattention, Xu Ming lifted a small rock weighing about 5 pounds from the yard. Although Xu Ming had no idea how his physical strength measured up in this world, he felt reassured knowing he was still young and had plenty of time to grow. By the 4th month, Xu Ming finally met his so-called father. The man treated him with indifference, only offering a few casual words before leaving. But in the martial kingdom, where a man could have 1 legal wife, 2 concubines, and numerous mistresses, such treatment wasn't surprising. Children born to concubines barely ranked above servants. As the son of a concubine, Xu Ming's status was naturally low. Not that Xu Ming cared. Each night, once his mother fell asleep, Xu Ming would tirelessly do sit-ups and push-ups. As his vitality and physical strength steadily increased, Xu Ming began to feel like a character in a stacked progression game. By the time Xu Ming turned 5 months old, his body had already undergone incredible changes. On this day, Madame Zhao Qing, the first wife of the Qin family, visited the Xu household with her daughter. As the mistress of the Xu household, Wang Feng naturally accompanied them. Zhao Qing had heard that Chun Xia was exceptionally skilled at embroidery, so she came this time to learn from her in order to make a small belly band for her daughter. Chun Xia dared not refuse, and Wang Feng maintained a polite smile as she observed, keeping up the poise befitting the mistress of the Xu household. As for Xu Ming, he was seated on the bed with the Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Qingwan, and his half-sister, Xu Xuan. Xu Ming crawled back and forth beside the 2 girls, drawing curious stares from their bright, wide eyes. The livelier of the 2, Qin Qingwan, reached out her chubby little hand, trying to grab Xu Ming. Sometimes, Xu Ming let her catch him, and other times he dodged. When the adults weren't paying attention, Xu Ming even showed off by doing a one-handed push-up in front of Qin Qingwan and Xu Xuanhua. Qin Qingwan burst into laughter, giggling uncontrollably. In contrast, Xu Xuanhua, watching Xu Ming crawl around, decided to try crawling herself. Each time she failed, she didn't cry or fuss, but kept trying persistently, showing her strong will. Although both Qin Qingwan and Xu Xuanhua were only 5 months old, Xu Ming felt he could already discern their personalities. Qin Qingwan would likely grow up to be a gentle and lively young lady, cheerful and outgoing. Xu Xuanhua, on the other hand, would probably be fiercely determined with a strong sense of pride. When Qin Qingwan saw Xu Xuanhua trying to crawl, she didn't want to be left behind. She wriggled her small body, attempting to crawl as well. However, after just a few movements, Qin Qingwan accidentally slipped toward the edge of the bed. Startled, Xu Ming quickly crawled over and caught her with one hand, pulling her back onto the bed. At the moment she was about to fall, Qin Qingwan had been ready to burst into tears. But after being caught by Xu Ming, she opened her mouth wide, momentarily unsure whether to cry or not. Qin Qingwan stared at Su Ming in a daze, her eyes sparkling. From the gaze of this 5-month-old baby, Su Ming could actually sense a hint of admiration. Ah, ah, ah. Realizing what had just happened, Qin Qingwan let out a few cheerful shouts before throwing her little arms around Su Ming and rubbing her tiny head against him affectionately. It seems Qingwan really likes Ming, Zhao Qing said warmly, watching the two children embrace, a gentle smile on her face. It is Minger's honor to be liked by the young lady, Chen Xia replied softly, bowing her head slightly. Children are pure at heart, but as they grow, their differences will naturally widen, Wang Feng remarked calmly. Her words carried a subtle implication. A concubine's son and the eldest daughter of the Qin family might be close in childhood, but their statuses would be worlds apart as they grew older. Zhao Qing, however, gently held Chen Suya's hand and smiled. Our Su and Qin families are closely tied, not just in childhood. When they grow up, they should continue to support each other. Ming will surely grow into a fine man who can protect his sisters. Chen Suya responded with a polite smile, not daring to say much. Just as the atmosphere turned a bit awkward, Wang Feng suddenly let out a startled cry and quickly stood up. Chen Suya and Zhao Qing turned to look, only to see Su Ming sitting on the bed, a mischievous arc of pea shooting directly onto Wang Feng. You little rascal! How dare you pee on me? Wang Feng shot to her feet, her cheeks blazing red, pointing at Su Ming, who was proudly sitting on the bed, his little elephant trunk raised high. Qin Qingwan, sitting beside Su Ming, froze for a moment and then started wailing wah wah wah, while clutching tightly onto Su Ming. The more she cried, the louder she got. Su Ming, realizing the situation, immediately joined in with a deafening cry of his own. Wah, 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 as if competing for attention. On the side, Su Xianhua, seeing both Qin Qingwan and Su Ming crying, felt a wave of emotion welling up within her. Though her lips quivered, the stubborn girl refused to let her tears fall. You're crying? Wang Feng strode over, raising her hand to smack the brat's bottom. Wah, wah, wah. Terrified by her mother's furious demeanor, Su Xianhua finally broke down, crying out loud. Madame Qin quickly stepped forward to console the three children. As Su Ming was being soothed, he caught a faint whiff of gardenia from Madame Qin's presence. Chen Xia, seeing Wang Feng about to strike her son, turned pale. She hurriedly positioned herself in front of Su Ming, bowing low and clasping her hands together. Ming is young and doesn't understand. I beg the first madam to forgive him and not take offense at his actions. Wang Feng's raised hand froze midair. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Zhao Qing, who was busy calming the children. She realized that hitting the child would be inappropriate, but not hitting him left her seething with resentment. If she didn't punish him, she would have no outlet for her anger after being peed on. But if she did, she would come across as petty for picking on a 5-month-old child, especially with Madame Qin present. What would people say about her dignity? As the children gradually stopped crying, Zhao Qing, noticing Wang Feng's fluctuating expression, stepped forward, her gaze tinged with an almost playful regret. Fifth madam, is this the first time Ming has peed on someone? Chen Xia, puzzled, looked up to see Zhao Qing's charming, almond-shaped eyes. It is, Chen Xia answered, catching on to Zhao Qing's lead. This is indeed Ming's first time peeing on an adult. Please don't be angry, Sister Wang, Zhao Qing said with a warm smile. In fact, this shows you're blessed with great fortune. Fortunate. Wang Feng's chest rose and fell dramatically, but as Zhao Qing was the esteemed first madam of the Qin family, she couldn't lash out. Sister Qing, how exactly does this make me fortunate? You may not know this, Sister Wang, but in my hometown, there's an old belief. If you're the first person to be accidentally peed on by a baby boy, it signifies overflowing fortune and a great blessing. Zhao Qing took Wang Feng's hand gently as she spoke. Last time, my Qingwan accidentally peed on my personal maid, Xiao Qing, and my husband sulked for days because he thought he deserved that blessing instead. Wang Feng, listening to Zhao Qing's explanation and looking into her seemingly earnest almond eyes, glanced back at Xu Ming on the bed. Gradually, her expression softened. I never knew such a belief existed in your hometown. It seems I truly am fortunate, she said, her tone easing. Indeed you are. Zhao Qing nodded, her smile unwavering. If Sister Wang wants to enhance this fortune, you can bathe in purple dragon flower water. It'll bless both your husband and children. I have some in my place. You're welcome to use it. That sounds perfect. Let's go, Wang Feng replied, finally finding a way to diffuse her anger and save face. Zhao Qing gave a polite bow toward Chinsuya. Fifth madam, we'll take our leave for now. I'll visit again another day to learn from you. Madam Qin is too kind, Chinsuya said quickly, returning the bow. After Zhao Qing and Wang Feng left with their daughters, Chinsuya let out a long sigh of relief. She rushed to the bed, scooping Xu Ming into her arms. Minger, it's okay. It's okay. Mommy will protect you. Don't be scared. Oh, Xu Ming babbled, nestling into his mother's embrace. Xu Ming let out a little cry, resting his head on his mother's shoulder. Chinsuya looked at her son, her heart stirring as if she understood his unspoken thoughts. Are you saying that you'll protect mother in the future? Oh, Xu Ming cried out again, his tone firm and resolute. My good Ming, Chinsuya said, gently tapping his nose. She smiled, but soon her tears began to blur her vision. Then Mingner must grow up healthy and strong to become a real man, okay? Time passed quickly, and another 3 months went by. Mingner, slow down. Don't fall. In the spring courtyard of the Su household, 8-month-old Xu Ming was waddling along the pebble path on his short legs, running about with boundless energy. Running 1 meter. Leg strength +1. Stamina +1. Running 1 meter. Leg strength +1. Stamina +1. Each step Xu Ming took seemed to make him stronger. Typically, a well-developing baby could start walking around the age of 1. Xu Ming, being far ahead of the curve, was already jogging at 8 months. Surely that wasn't too extraordinary, was it? After several months of training, Xu Ming could now lift up to 15 pounds with his tiny arms, and faint outlines of abdominal muscles had started to form. As for his running speed, well, without a stopwatch, it was hard to measure. But Xu Ming estimated he could finish 100 meters in about 50 seconds, give or take. He had also started eating solid foods, which was a blessing given his intense physical activity. Even if his half-sister Xu Xiuan didn't compete with him for milk, his mother's supply still couldn't keep up with his growing appetite. Third young master, isn't this courtyard beautiful? I heard the matriarch plans to merge this courtyard with the Qin family's next door to make a grand garden in the future. Forget the garden. Within 2 months, both Miss Su and Miss Qin will celebrate their first birthdays. Preparations will begin tomorrow, and it'll be a grand event, with officials from all over attending. As Xu Ming ran about in the courtyard, he overheard cheerful chatter from a group of maids in the distance. Amid their conversation, a 3-year-old boy walked in Xu Ming's direction, surrounded by a gaggle of maids fawning over him. Seeing the boy approach, Chinsuya quickly picked up Xu Ming and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. This humble concubine greets the third young master. Sister Qiuju, who's she? The 3-year-old boy asked clumsily, speaking from the maid's arms. This is 5th concubine, and the child in her arms is your younger brother, replied Qiuju with a smile. Younger brother? Like Sister Xiuan? The chubby boy asked curiously. Yes and no. Another maid chimed in with a subtle smile. It's the same in some ways, but also a bit different. Oh, the 3-year-old seemed to grasp it vaguely. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as though he'd remembered something. Pointing at Xu Ming, he clapped his hands and shouted with excitement. I know now. Mother said it before. The children born to concubines are bastards, like the servants and maids. The voice of the third young master of the Su household echoed around the group. The faces of several maids showed traces of awkwardness. Although it was true that the 5th madam was a concubine and Xu Ming was a son of lesser status, and while it was also true that in the Great Wu Kingdom, the status of a concubine son was only slightly higher than that of a servant, it was still unpleasant to hear these things said aloud. Sensing the tension, Chunyin quickly nudged Qiuju lightly. Understanding her cue, Qiuju gently spoke to the 3-year-old third young master Su Pongda in her arms. Young master, the osmanthus flowers in full spring garden have bloomed. They're so fragrant. Shall we go take a look? Yes, let's go, let's go. Su Pongda clapped his hands, his nose running as he beamed. After bidding the fifth madam, Chun Xia, a polite farewell, Qiuju and the other maids swiftly carried the young master away. Fifth madam, he's just a child. Please don't take his words to heart. Chunyin stayed behind, apologizing to Chinsuya. It's fine. Chinsuya shook her head lightly. He's so young. How could he have any malice? Chunyin sighed, her tone carrying a hint of frustration. The third young master may not have bad intentions, but the first madam is another story. You're well aware, madam, that the eldest young master was born to the second madam, Lady Qian, in our great Wu kingdom. While there's a distinction between the status of a primary wife and a concubine, for the past 100 years, any child born to either has been considered legitimate and eligible for inheritance. If the first madam had managed to bear a second son, it would have been fine, but the second young master was born to Lady Lin. 2 years ago, she finally bore the third young master, but as you know, his health isn't good and he can't cultivate. As for pursuing the martial path, even a servant like me knows how grueling that road is. How could the first madam not understand? And even if he manages to take up the martial path, what's the use? The eldest young master has exceptional talent in the art of inscriptions and was chosen by the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Seal sect at just 4 years old. After the fourth young lady's full moon banquet, he'll leave to study there. The second young master has a pure yang constitution and was personally taken as a disciple by the sect master of the Flame Sun sect. How can the third young master compare? The first madam originally intended to have another son, but it turned out to be a girl instead. And yet, it's you, fifth madam, who bore the young master Ming. It's infuriating. You've done nothing wrong, and yet the first madam has made you her target, venting her anger on you. She's nothing but a bully. Miss Chunyin. Chunxia quickly pulled at her sleeve. You mustn't say such things. Speaking ill of one's master behind their back, this could. I know, Chunyin said with a smile. I'm not foolish. These words are only for you, fifth madam. Besides, the old matriarch has called me to her service. Starting tomorrow, I'll be attending to her. That's wonderful. Miss Chunyin, you must serve her well. The old matriarch was now the highest authority in the Su household since the master had left long ago. Not everyone had the privilege to serve her, and Chunsuya was genuinely happy for Chunyin. Of course, it's my great fortune to be able to serve the old matriarch. That said, while the first madam is detestable, she still has her limits. As Chunyin spoke, she glanced around before leaning in close to Chinsuya and lowering her voice. Fifth madam, there's something you may not know. 2 months ago, the seventh madam gave birth to a boy. Madam's son had a child too? Qin Suyao exclaimed with delight. I've been staying in the inner courtyard taking care of Minger, so I truly didn't know. I must visit her. You can't. Chunyin sighed. The seventh madam has already gone mad. What? Qin Suya stared at Chunyin in shock. It's like this, Chunyin whispered, after another cautious look around. The seventh madam's son was born with a gleam of spiritual light between his brows, a promising talent for cultivation. But who would have thought? Only 7 days later, the boy. She didn't finish her sentence, only letting out a heavy sigh. But Chinxia already understood what she meant. Chunyin continued. If there wasn't some hidden hand behind this, then perhaps it was simply a matter of the child's unfortunate fate. But if a certain madam intentionally harmed the seventh madam's child, Chinsuya's face instantly turned pale. Chunyin, mind your words. Don't speak of such things. How could that even be possible? Chunyin nodded. I understand. In any case, the Su household chose to avoid airing its dirty laundry and didn't spread the matter outside. Even a private investigation yielded no results. Those gossiping servants who spread baseless rumors were all dealt with according to the household rules. The seventh madam, truly pitiable now. Chun Suya instinctively tightened her hold on the child in her arms. Chunyin, whatever you've told me today, I'll pretend I didn't hear. I trust you, madam. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said anything at all. Chunyin curtsied respectfully. I'll take my leave now. Take care, Chunyin. After Chunyin left, Chinxia held her son tightly, exhaling deeply. My dear child, I don't hope for you to achieve great success, or to ascend to the court, or to soar through the heavens like an immortal. I only want you to be safe and sound. She kissed Xu Ming on the forehead. Awu. Xu Ming waved his tiny hands happily in response to his mother. However, his mood was far from lighthearted. Goodness, he thought. I'd originally planned to keep a low profile and, after a couple of years, reveal my astonishing talents. Maybe then, as a concubine's son, I'd earn some recognition and help my mother gain more standing in the household. But now, if I display any talent, I might be snuffed out before I even have a chance to grow. If the seventh madam's child was really targeted, and he didn't even have a claim to inheritance as a concubine's son, that's truly ruthless. For now, I'd better lay low and wait to assess the situation further. Xu Ming wriggled a bit in his mother's arms, signaling that he wanted to get down. You want to walk me now? Chinxia asked. Xu Ming nodded. Chinxia set him down and watched as he wobbled along on his short little legs, his tiny bottom sticking out as he toddled ahead. Is my child a bit too energetic? She wondered. Just as Xu Ming took advantage of his mother's distraction to lift his legs high a few times, a young maid approached. Excuse me, is this the fifth madam? Chinxia looked up and curtsied politely. Yes, that's me. And you are? The maid returned the courtesy. I am a maid in the service of Madam Qin. My mistress would like to invite you to visit the Qin household as her guest. Would the fifth madam happen to be available? Our madam wishes to invite you to visit the Qin residence. Kai Dai, the personal maid of the eldest lady of the Qin family, said respectfully, curtsying before Chinxia. Since it is an invitation from Madam Qin, how could I decline? My son and I will come right away, Chinxia responded. Then please, fifth madam and young Master Ming, follow me, Kai Dai said with a slight smile. Thank you for leading the way. Holding her son, Xu Ming, Chinxia followed Kai Dai out of the Xu residence. From the safety of his mother's embrace, Xu Ming observed the passing scenery. This was his first time leaving the inner courtyard. It was undeniable. Being the residence of a duke, the Xu estate was enormous. It took a full quarter of an hour just to walk from the rear courtyard to the front. Rock gardens and ornamental stones were artfully arranged, pavilions dotted the paths, and long corridors connected various buildings. The murals along the corridors were lifelike, clearly the work of a master artist. Xu Ming even spotted a large lake filled with vibrant koi fish of all colors. Their plump and lively forms a testament to their good care and ample feeding. The Xu estate was like a grand park. Its size was beyond Xu Ming's ability to estimate. After leaving the Xu residence, it was only a short walk to the Qin residence. The layout of the Qin residence was remarkably similar to that of the Xu residence. When Xu Ming stepped into the Qin estate, he even felt as though he had returned to his own home. This was understandable. Back in the day, Duke Qin and Duke Xu were sworn brothers, having faced life and death together. Their bond was closer than that of blood siblings. Naturally, their estates were designed to resemble each other. The architecture of both estates left Xu Ming with a strong impression. Two words came to mind: wealth and grandeur. However, upon arriving at the courtyard where Madame Qin resided, Xu Ming noticed a stark difference. The decorations in Madame Qin's courtyard were modest and unassuming. Instead of rare and exotic blooms, the courtyard was filled with simple, common wildflowers. The courtyard itself was small, just slightly larger than the one Xu Ming and his mother lived in, an arrangement that seemed unbefitting of Madame Qin's status. Greetings, Madame Qin, Chinxia said, bowing upon entering the room under Kai Dai's guidance. The interior was even simpler, just a table, a bed, and an ordinary dressing table. The paintings on the walls were not works of famous artists, but bore Madame Qin's own signature. Yeah, not yet a year old, Qin Xinguan clapped her hands excitedly when she saw Xu Ming. In Madame Qin's arms, her chubby little face, with its rosy cheeks and bright, round eyes, was irresistibly endearing, stirring a maternal instinct to cuddle her. "There's no need for formalities, fifth madam," Zhao Qing said with a warm smile as she stood to return the greeting. She then placed the little girl in her arms down. "Go on, play with your brother Ming." "Oh, Qin Xinhuan landed on her feet and waddled toward Qinsuya like a little duckling. Qinsuya set Xu Ming down as well. As Qin Xinhuan toddled forward, her unsteady steps betrayed her. With a plop, she landed on her bottom. Just as she puckered her lips, ready to cry, Xu Ming walked over to her and, with deliberate timing, plopped down beside her in the same manner. "Aha!" Seeing Xu Ming fall, too, Qin Xinhuan's impending tears turned into peals of silvery laughter. Zhao Qing, not wanting Qinsuya to feel uneasy, dismissed the servants and invited her to discuss embroidery techniques. Meanwhile, Qin Xinhuan and Xu Ming continued playing together on the floor. Over the past few months, Xu Ming had met Qin Xinhuan roughly once a month, watching this little girl grow bit by bit. Standing up, Xu Ming helped Qin Xinhuan to her feet, patiently guiding her as she took small steps. However, Qin Xinhuan was still young. After a few steps, she would inevitably plop back down onto the ground. After several attempts, no matter how much Xu Ming coaxed her, she simply refused to get up, stubbornly sitting on the ground. A hint of frustration crossed her tiny face. "Why is it that we're both 8 months old, yet you're so much more skilled than me?" Just as Qin Xinhuan scrunched up her nose, ready to cry again, Xu Ming glanced at his mother and Madame Qin, who were talking with their backs to him. He then helped Qin Xinhuan to her feet once more. While Qin Xinhuan stared at him in confusion, Xu Ming lay down on the ground and patted his tiny hands on his back. Blinking her big, watery eyes, Qin Xinhuan seemed to understand his gesture and plopped herself down onto his back. Xu Ming started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Strength +2, stamina +1. Back flexibility +1, arm strength +1. Strength +2, stamina +1. Back flexibility +1, arm strength +1. As strings of data flashed through his mind, Xu Ming sped up his push-ups, feeling a surge of excitement. What began as a whim turned out to be surprisingly effective. Carrying Qin Xinhuan while doing push-ups gave even better results. Feeling the gentle rise and fall beneath her, Qin Xinhuan clapped her tiny hands with glee, her silver bell laughter filling the air. Madame Qin, noticing how unusually happy her daughter sounded, turned around to check on her. Xu Ming quickly dropped flat onto the ground, making it look like Qin Xinhuan was pinning him down. "Xinhuan, how could you sit on your brother Ming like that? Get down at once," Madame Qin scolded gently as she walked over, picking her daughter up and placing her back on the ground. Hearing her mother's stern tone, Qin Xinhuan's lips quivered, and she burst into tears, her wails full of grievance. "But he told me to sit on him." Seeing this, Xu Ming hurried over to her side, using his sleeve to wipe her tears while coaxing in his childish voice, "Don't cry, don't cry." "Poo-coo." Qin Xinhuan sniffled, blinking her teary eyes and mimicking his words. Hearing her daughter trying to form words, Madame Qin's eyes lit up with joy. "Don't cry," Xu Ming corrected her. "Boo-pu," Qin Xinhuan repeated. "Don't cry," Xu Ming said again. "Boo-ku." "Don't cry. Don't cry." Xu Ming nodded approvingly. "Don't cry, don't cry." Qin Xinhuan's tears vanished as she repeated her newfound phrase. Overjoyed, she hugged Xu Ming and planted a wet kiss on his cheek. Watching the two children's adorable interaction, Zhao Qing and Qinsuya felt their hearts melt. "Qinjie, please accept this," Zhao Qing said, pressing a jade token into Qinsuya's hand. T/N, Jie equals sister. "Madam, I couldn't possibly," Qinsuya began, trying to refuse. "Please don't decline, fifth sister. It's merely an access token. In the future, you and Ming-er are always welcome to visit me here," Zhao Qing insisted, gently pushing Qinsuya's hand back. As she looked at the two children, especially at Xu Ming. A flicker of regret passed through Zhao Qing's previously cheerful expression. Such a bright and gifted child. Why does he have to bear the awkward status of a concubine's son? 2 months had passed. On this day, the weather was perfect, clear skies and a gentle breeze. Xu Ming stood in the courtyard with his hands on his hips, gazing up at the sky. Starting today, I'm officially 1 year old. In this past year, Xu Ming's life couldn't be described as carefree, but it had certainly been uneventful. His so-called cheap father had only come to visit him and his mother 3 times in the entire year. Every time, he'd stay for just a little while before leaving. According to the people in the estate, it was because his mother had fallen out of favor. But Xu Ming didn't care. He and his mother lived a very comfortable life. In a noble family, while life might not be extravagant, it was at least free of worry over basic necessities. Taking advantage of the moment while his mother was using the restroom, Xu Ming quickly got to work. He did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 high knees in the courtyard. Feeling his body grow stronger day by day, Xu Ming couldn't help but deeply empathize with the dog-head bros online who talked about their own progress. Testing his strength, Xu Ming tried lifting a large rock in the courtyard. He estimated that the stone weighed about 30 pounds. After placing it back down, he gasped for air. Just turn 1, and I can already lift a 30-pound rock. At the very least, I should be the top dog among kids my age on this street, shared by the Xu and Qin households. Dusting off his hands, Xu Ming lay down on the grassy ground and began doing Russian twists. Strength +1, core flexibility +1, core strength +1. With each twist, Xu Ming felt as though he'd just used a doghead's axe to finish off a minion in a video game. 5th Madam, the celebration is about to start. You should. Just as Xu Ming was enthusiastically twisting away, Chunyin entered the courtyard. The first thing she saw was a 1-year-old lying on the ground, his abdomen curling and twisting so fast it seemed to leave after images. Chunyin rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have been mistaken. When she looked again, Xu Ming was lying peacefully on the ground, sound asleep. Must have been my imagination, Chunyin muttered to herself before quickly stepping forward to pick Xu Ming up, brushing the dirt off his back. Young Master Minger, you can't lie on the grass like this. It's dirty. A short while later, Chun Suya came out. After Chunyin mentioned the birthday celebration, she hurried off to inform the other madams. Chun Suya carried Xu Ming to the front courtyard. The expansive courtyard was bustling with activity. Since the birthday celebration was for both the young lady of the Qin family and the young lady of the Xu family, relatives and friends from both households had gathered together. Xu Ming saw many unfamiliar faces. Everyone who entered the estate would first pay respects to the elderly woman seated at the very front. Xu Ming guessed that this old lady must be the highest-ranking member of both the Xu and Qin families, the sole wife of the late Duke Xu. In the old lady's lap sat Qin Qingwan and Xu Xuanhua, both giggling happily, making her smile even wider. 4 elegantly dressed women stood nearby, serving her attentively. Among them were Lady Wang, the first wife of the Xu family, and Lady Zhao, the first wife of the Qin family. The other 2, Xu Ming guessed, were probably his father's concubines. Each held a baby boy in their arms. When Qin Qingwan, sitting in the old lady's lap, spotted Xu Ming, her eyes lit up. She waved her arms and legs excitedly, calling out in a tender, childish voice. Ming Gugu, Ming Gugu, Ming Gij, Ming Gij. T/N, Gij equals brother. Following Qin Qingwan's gaze, everyone turned to look at Xu Ming and Chun Suya. Chun Suya carried Xu Ming forward, gently placing him down before bowing to the elderly matriarch. This humble servant pays her respects to the old ancestor, the first madam, Lady Qin, Lady Qian, and Lady Lin. She tugged lightly at Xu Ming's hand. Minger, greet the old ancestor and the madams. With no choice but to comply, Xu Ming politely said, Minger pays respects to the old ancestor and the madams. After all, appearances had to be maintained. Ha ha! Minger is only 1 year old. Yet he speaks so clearly. The old ancestor laughed. Lady Qin glanced around, smiling as she walked forward to gently pick up Xu Ming. Isn't that right, old ancestor? I'm especially fond of Ming, and so is Qingwan. Isn't that so, Qingwan? Qingwan nodded vigorously, her childish voice declaring, I love Ming Gidge the most. The most. Good, good, good. The old ancestor's smile grew even brighter. It's best for a family to live in harmony. Now, take your seats. Today, His Majesty sent over yulong meat from Shiliang. You're in for a treat. Yes, old ancestor. Xia withdrew with Xu Ming and sat at the table designated for the Xu family's relatives. Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rites presents a pair of jade ruby scepters, wishing the young ladies of the Qin and Xu families a lifetime of good fortune. General Li Zhongqi presents 2 snow tiger sculptures to bless the young ladies with protection and prosperity. Mr. AI of the Hamlin Academy presents 2 fire phoenix brushes, wishing the young ladies intelligence and virtue, and the Qin and Xu families a legacy of scholarly achievements. As the gifts were announced one by one, everyone gradually took their seats. Before the feast began, Xu Ming's father, Xu Zheng, held Xu Xuan in his arms, while Qin Rahai, the head of the Qin family, carried Qin Qingwan. They walked under an arch adorned with a green onion, symbolizing intelligence and health for the children. Next, the old ancestor rolled a peeled, boiled egg over the baby's clothes while chanting, Roll away misfortune, roll away disaster, signifying a wish for good luck and health. The old ancestor then dressed the babies in new clothes and jewelry, symbolizing a fresh start filled with prosperity. Finally, the elders presented Xu Xiwenhua and Qin Xingwan with red envelopes, wishing them healthy growth. Both the Xu and Qin families sealed 2 bottles of wine, to be opened when the children came of age and got married. Of course, none of this included Xu Ming. After a year of observing his surroundings, Xu Ming had come to understand that in the kingdom of Dao, the status of an illegitimate child was abysmally low. Once the birthday banquet ended, Xia led Xu Ming to pay respects to the old ancestor before leaving. On their way out, Xia requested some leftover food from the banquet. The old ancestor, in high spirits, agreed readily and even ordered the kitchen to divide the remaining delicacies into small portions for the ladies of the back courtyard. However, Xu Ming found it puzzling. His mother hadn't eaten much at the banquet. Did she truly like these dishes? Back in the quieter rear courtyard, which felt more peaceful compared to the lively feast, Xu Ming found himself much more at ease. Xia placed Xu Ming on the bed before stepping out of the room. Xu Ming didn't think much of it and seized the opportunity to start doing push-ups and sit-ups on the bed. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, the door opened, and he quickly flopped down onto the bed, pretending to sleep. Ming, Mommy has a surprise for you. Xia picked him up and carried him out of the courtyard. Xu Ming saw Chunyin panting heavily as she brought in 2 unopened jars of wine. On the small stone table in the courtyard, the dishes Xia had requested from the old ancestor were neatly arranged. Xia sat down, placing Xu Ming on her lap. Ming, I can't give you anything better. I could only request these dishes. And Chunyin even managed to get 2 jars of wine, one for when you come of age and one for your wedding. She kissed her child's forehead. Ming, happy first birthday. Chunyin, too, happily sat down. Young Master Ming, happy birthday. Watching his mother and sister Chunyin host a birthday celebration just for him, Xu Ming was deeply moved. He tried hard not to cry, but perhaps due to the uncontrollable emotions of a baby, this grown man in spirit couldn't hold back and started bawling. Wah wah. Naturally, Xia and Chunyin didn't think their 1-year-old child was crying out of gratitude. They assumed he might be uncomfortable and did their best to soothe him. Xu Ming made up his mind then and there. He had to train hard and make his mother's life better. While their current life was indeed free from material worries, and the first Madame Wang Feng hadn't interacted with his mother since his half-sister was weaned, making life relatively peaceful, Xu Ming still wanted to make a name for himself so that his mother could hold her head high. From that day on, every night while his mother was asleep, Xu Ming would secretly climb out of bed and double down on his training. Push-ups, sit-ups, running laps around the room. He did it all. The moment his mother woke up, he'd immediately flop down onto the floor and pretend to be sleeping. Sometimes, Chun-Xia was puzzled as to why her son often ended up sleeping by the door. Could he be sleepwalking at such a young age? To test this theory, she tied a string to Xu Ming's arm when she slept. But even this didn't stop him. Xu Ming simply switched to doing planks on the bed. Half a year passed, and by the time Xu Ming turned a year and a half, he could already lift objects weighing 60 pounds. However, Xu Ming still chose not to reveal his abilities. Despite being able to lift 60 pounds, he knew that any decently strong adult could easily overpower him. And this was a world of martial arts and cultivation, after all. He decided to continue developing his strength in secret until he had the means to protect himself. Through observation, Xu Ming also learned that although illegitimate sons were barred from participating in the civil examinations of the Dog Kingdom, they were allowed to compete in the martial examinations at the age of 14. If he could earn recognition through the martial path, no one would dare look down on him again. Another 6 months passed. At the age of 2, Xu Ming could lift 100 pounds and even felt like he might be developing abs. The idea of a 2-year-old having visible abs was so absurd that Xu Ming decided to ease up on his sit-ups for a while. On his second birthday, the Xu and Ning households once again hosted a joint celebration. While it wasn't as grand as his first birthday, it was still a lively event, though once again it had little to do with Xu Ming. Still, his mother and Chunyin made sure to celebrate with him. His mother gifted him a set of handmade clothes, 2 identical sets of which were also given to Su Xiwenhua and Qin Qingwan. Sister Chunyin attempted to give Xu Ming a gold bracelet, but his mother politely declined, deeming it too extravagant. The first madam of the Qin family sent a maid with a scroll of calligraphy and painting to celebrate Xu Ming's birthday. She apologized for being unable to come in person due to hosting guests. The scroll was the work of a renowned artist, and although Chun-Xia tried to refuse it repeatedly, she eventually had to accept. Xu Ming thought highly of Lady Qin. A year ago, on the night of his first birthday, she had also sent a maid with a precious calligraphy brush. The next day, Chunyin felt guilty for not giving Xu Ming anything and decided to gift him a gosling. Xu Ming couldn't quite understand her thought process. Perhaps it was inspired by the painting Lady Qin had sent, which featured a goose. The gosling grew up alongside Xu Ming, but unlike Xu Ming, it grew much faster. By the time Xu Ming was 2.5, the goose had grown taller and larger than him in just 6 months. One day, out of nowhere, the goose began chasing Xu Ming and biting him. The problem? Despite being able to lift 100 pounds with ease, Xu Ming found himself completely outmatched by the goose. What's more infuriating was that every time the goose defeated Xu Ming, it would climb onto his back, spread its wings wide, and let out a triumphant cry toward the sky, as if announcing its victory. What kind of goose had Sister Chunyin even gifted him? You fought with the Tianxian goose. Agility plus 20, strength plus 20, combat experience with birds plus 20. The white goose strutted off with its head held high, huffing smugly. Xu Ming stared blankly as these words popped up in his mind. Tianxian goose? What the heck is that? One day, when Chunyin came to visit, Xu Ming toddled over to her, tugging at her skirt with his chubby little hands, and asked in his babyish voice, Sister Chunyin, what kind of goose did you give me? What kind of goose? Chunyin blinked, then scooped him up into her arms, letting him rest on her ample bosom. It's just a random goose I bought at the market. What? Oh, nothing. It just seems to get better looking as it grows, and more arrogant, Xu Ming replied, shaking his head. Hee hee. As long as you like it, little Master Minger. You're growing more handsome every day, too. Chunyin giggled, kissing his cheek and pinching his soft little face. Xu Ming was now certain this Tianxian goose was no ordinary bird. Somehow, it must have ended up mixed in with a flock of regular goslings. Chunyin, with her absurdly good luck, had unknowingly bought it, like a protagonist stumbling upon a priceless treasure at a street market. Regardless of how extraordinary this goose was, Xu Ming set a small goal for himself. Within 6 months, he would defeat this goose. After all, if he kept getting ridden like a horse by this bird, where would his dignity be? You fought with the Tianxian goose. Agility plus 20, strength plus 20, combat experience with birds plus 20. You fought with the Tianxian goose. Agility plus 20, strength plus 20, combat experience with birds plus 20. You fought with the Tianxian goose. Agility plus 20, strength plus 20, combat experience with birds plus 20. Every day after that, whenever his mother wasn't looking, Xu Ming would challenge the Tianxian goose to a fight. Sometimes he even fought it multiple times a day. Though Xu Ming lost every single time, each battle brought him significant attribute gains. He could feel the gap between him and the goose narrowing day by day. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while the Tianxian goose managed to win again, it was left panting and drenched in sweat. For the first time, it seemed to sense that this human child was growing stronger. How is that possible? The goose realized it couldn't keep slacking off. If it kept underestimating this tiny human and got defeated one day, wouldn't it have to become his subordinate? From that day forward, every time Xu Ming was doing push-ups or lifting weights, the Tianxian goose could be seen running laps around the courtyard, starting its own disciplined training regimen. Time flies, and once again it's winter. The sky is filled with large, fluttering snowflakes, blanketing the entire courtyard in white. The entire scene looks like a pure, snow-covered wonderland. 2 years and 10 months old, Xu Ming, wrapped in a tiger head cotton jacket and matching tiger head boots, stood at the doorway with his hands on his hips. His face was rosy and glowing with health. Now, Xu Ming's strength had grown to the point where he could lift objects weighing 200 pounds. As for speed, he had roughly tested himself. In the Xu manner, he picked a corridor as straight as possible, about 100 meters long. With his short legs, he managed to run it in just under 15 seconds. In terms of endurance, Xu Ming once ran about 5,000 meters until he was finally out of breath, all while his mother wasn't paying attention. Overall, at 2 years and 9 months old, Xu Ming felt that his physical abilities had far surpassed those of an average adult male. However, in this world of high martial arts cultivation, Xu Ming felt that his current strength was hardly impressive. For one, he still couldn't even beat that Tianxian goose in the courtyard. Amidst the snow, the Tianxian goose was strutting around the courtyard, its long neck held high and its wings spread wide, as if patrolling its domain. Noticing Xu Ming, the goose raised its neck even higher and puffed out its chest with its wings, seemingly declaring, "Little one, isn't your big sister mighty?" Seeing the goose's arrogant posture, Xu Ming tensed up, his fists clenched hard. Taking advantage of his mother being away, Xu Ming charged out and once again grappled with the Tianxian goose. Clo, clo, clo. Half an incense stick's time later, Xu Ming was defeated yet again. The Tianxian goose stood triumphantly on Xu Ming's back, spreading its wings in a display of victory. It even patted Xu Ming's small head with its wing, as if saying, "Little one, do you submit to your big sister now?" Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. Just as Xu Ming prepared to engage in another death match with the goose, his mother's voice called out from outside the courtyard. The goose instantly leaped off Xu Ming and waddled away, flapping its wings. It was well aware of who the true master of this household was. The difference between one meal and meals for life, it understood perfectly. If it didn't know better, it might just end up becoming someone's meal. A moment later, Xu Ming saw his mother entering the courtyard, accompanied by Madame Qin, who was holding Qin Qingwan. Unexpectedly, Lady Wang Feng, the Xu family's first wife, also arrived, carrying Xu Xiong'o in her arms. "Minger, why are you lying in the snow? You'll catch a cold. Get up quickly." Chen Xia hurried over when she saw her son lying in the snow. She lifted him up and patted the snow off his clothes. She hadn't expected that in the short time she was out, her son had already woken up and even ended up in the snow. Her Minger was wonderful in every way, but he was just a bit too lively. The moment she took her eyes off him, he'd disappear. "Ming Gij," Qin Qingwan, upon spotting Xu Ming, wriggled free from her mother's arms and toddled over on her short little legs, beaming with joy. Nearly 3 years old now, Qin Xinguan was adorable. With her rosy cheeks and a pair of peach blossom eyes she had clearly inherited from her mother. Provided her looks didn't stray too far as she grew, she was bound to become a stunning beauty, perhaps even surpassing her mother. Meanwhile, Su Xiwenhua, nestled in her mother's arms, watched Qin Xinguan toddle over to Xu Ming before coming to a stop in front of him. Her big eyes blinked at him curiously. Then, with a soft humph, Su Xiwenhua turned her head away. No one really knew why Qingwan liked Xu Ming so much. Lady Wang, Sister Chun, let's leave the 3 children to play here. It'll be fine. How about we go to the kitchen and make winter plum cakes? Madame Qin suggested. Chen Suya glanced at the 3 children. Of course. Ladies, please follow me. Her courtyard was relatively small, without any ponds or other hazards, so it was quite safe. Wang Feng also nodded, giving her daughter a quick reminder. Be good, stay in the courtyard, and don't wander off. She then set her daughter down, and the 3 ladies headed toward the small kitchen in the courtyard. Hearing Madame Qin mention winter plum cakes, Xu Ming roughly understood what was going on. Previously, when Sister Chunyan visited and chatted with his mother, they mentioned that someone important in the family was returning from the frontier. This person apparently had a fondness for winter plum cakes, and since his mother was quite skilled at making desserts, it seemed the cakes were being prepared especially for him. Ming-Gij, let's have a snowball fight. Qingwan grabbed Xu Ming's hand, her eyes brimming with excitement. All right, let's have a snowball fight, Xu Ming agreed with a nod. Yay, Qingwan cheered, bouncing happily. Snowball fight, snowball fight. She toddled off on her little legs, crouched down, and formed a small snowball with her hands. Evo, she called out as she flung it towards Xu Ming. The snowball arced through the air, but didn't hit Xu Ming. Xu Ming also picked up a snowball, carefully controlling his strength, and tossed it back. He deliberately aimed slightly off, letting the snowball graze past Qingwan's shoulder. Ming-Gij can't hit me. Can't hit me. Qingwan laughed gleefully as she continued to diligently make snowballs, throwing them at Xu Ming with all her might. The 2 of them went back and forth, but neither managed to land a direct hit. Finally, Qingwan threw a particularly well-aimed snowball. Xu Ming thought about it for a moment and decided not to dodge. The snowball hit him squarely in the chest. I hit him. I hit Ming-Gij. Qingwan jumped up and down with joy. Xu Ming retaliated by tossing a snowball that hit Qingwan on the shoulder. The 2 continued their playful battle, like 2 clumsy rookies fumbling through a duel. Xu Ming noticed that Qingwan's throws were getting closer and closer. In the end, Qingwan stopped throwing snowballs altogether and instead tackled Xu Ming, knocking him down into the snow. She giggled as she nuzzled against him. Qingwan seemed to want to kiss Xu Ming on the cheek again, but she suddenly remembered her mother's words. Qingwan and Ming-Gij are grown up now. Boys and girls shouldn't casually kiss each other. Her bright eyes dimmed with a hint of disappointment. But soon enough, a sparkle of mischief returned to her gaze. Ming-Gij, can you kiss me? Qingwan asked expectantly. Why? Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Qingwan blinked her wide eyes. Because Mama won't let me kiss Ming-Gij anymore, but if Ming-Gij kisses me, it's like I kissed you, right? Looking at Qin Xingwan's innocent and adorable expression, Xu Ming froze for a moment before smiling and gently ruffling her little head. Oomph. Qin Xingwan pouted her lips in slight dissatisfaction since Xu Ming didn't kiss her as she had hoped. But her displeasure was short-lived, as with most children. She soon realized that having her head patted by Xu Ming actually felt quite nice. Like a little kitten, she narrowed her eyes contentedly and nuzzled against Xu Ming's palm. Noticing Su Xiwenhua standing off to the side, staring blankly at her, Qin Xingwan suddenly felt that she had been too focused on playing with Xu Ming, neglecting Su Xiwenhua and leaving her out. Qin Xingwan shuffled over to Su Xiwenhua, her little feet making soft tap-tap sounds as she walked. Xiwenhua Jia, let's play snowball fight together. T/N, Jia equals sister. Su Xiwenhua turned her head away with a small huff. I'm not that childish. Qin Xingwan blinked her big, bright eyes. But it's really fun. Come play with us, Xiwenhua Jia. You'll love snowball fights. Su Xiwenhua refused again. Snowball fights are for little kids. Tilting her head cutely, Qin Xingwan replied, "But we are little kids." Su Xiwenhua's cheeks turned slightly red. "I'm not a little kid. I'm already a grown-up." Qin Xingwan bit her finger thoughtfully. "But Mama said, when a child says they're already grown up, that just proves they're still a child. Only little kids say they're grown-ups." I am a grown-up." Su Xiwenhua clenched her tiny fists, her expression showing a hint of frustration. Hearing Su Xiwenhua raise her voice, Qin Xingwan froze on the spot, her little face scrunching up. Tears welled up in her big, glistening peach blossom eyes. "Wah, Xiwenhua Jia, I'm sorry. Xingwan didn't mean anything bad. Please don't be mad at me. Wah, I wasn't being mean to you. Don't cry. Only little kids cry over nothing." Su Xiwenhua panicked as large tears rolled down Qin Xingwan's cheeks. She was completely flustered, unsure of what to do. Qin Xingwan stood there with her head tilted back, crying louder and louder. "But Xingwan is a little kid, Wah. All right. I'll play snowball fight with you, okay? Will that stop you from crying?" Su Xiwenhua finally gave in, utterly defeated. Qin Xingwan's tears stopped abruptly. Her sparkly eyes still glistened with leftover tears as she sniffled and asked, "Really? Really? Yay!" Qin Xingwan jumped up joyfully, grabbing Su Xiwenhua's hand and dragging her over to Su Ming. "Mingage, the three of us can play snowball fight together now." "Okay," Su Ming nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. Besides, Su Ming found his half-sister quite amusing. She had a distinct tsundere personality, always putting up a proud and tough front. Yet deep down, she was kind and gentle. "But there are three of us. How we play snowball fight?" Qin Xingwan bit her finger, her little head falling into a small bout of confusion. "How about the two of you team up against me?" Su Ming suggested. "Oomph. This lady never gangs up on someone. How about you both take me on instead?" Su Xiwenhua crossed her arms, lifting her proud little chin. "I can handle both of you on my own." Just then, a loud honk 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 came from the other side of the courtyard. The Tianxian goose came waddling over. "Xiaobai, do you want to join the snowball fight too?" Qin Xingwan asked. Xiaobai was the name Qin Xingwan had given the goose. Su Ming had never objected, so the name stuck. The Tianxian goose nodded and nuzzled its head against Qin Xingwan affectionately. Su Ming twitched slightly at the sight. This arrogant goose, which showed him absolutely no respect as its master, behaved with utmost gentleness toward Qin Xingwan, even letting her ride on its back at times. "All right, Xiaobai, you team up with Mingage, and I'll team up with Xiwenhua," Qin Xingwan declared, assigning teams. "Honk honk!" The Tianxian goose nodded enthusiastically. "All right, it's decided. Let's start," Qin Xingwan said, pulling Su Xiwenhua and Su Ming away to create some distance. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as Qin Xingwan announced the start of the snowball fight, the mischievous goose shoved its wings into the snow, then flung them upward with great force. Snow erupted into the air, scattering in every direction. It wasn't just Qin Xingwan and Su Xiwenhua who were covered in snow. Even its own teammate, Su Ming, was caught in the flurry. "Damn it, you treacherous goose. You did that on purpose," Su Ming shouted as he immediately defected, grabbing a snowball and hurling it at the goose. "Xiwenhua Jia, let's team up and take down Xiaobai," Qin Xingwan called out, launching a snowball at the Tianxian goose herself. At first, Su Xiwenhua seemed a little hesitant. She casually tossed a snowball in the goose's direction, her expression reserved. But when the snowball hit its target and exploded in a puff of snow, her eyes lit up with excitement. She picked up another snowball and threw it again, more eagerly this time. Before long, Su Xiwenhua was completely immersed in the game. The Tianxian goose hopped around furiously, dodging snowballs while simultaneously using its wings to scoop up snow and hurl it at Su Ming. Su Ming soon realized that the goose was only targeting him. Then, out of nowhere, the goose made a bold move. Using its wings, it scooped up a large pile of snow and dumped it all over Su Ming. "Ha ha ha!" Mingage turned into a snowman. Qin Xingwan clapped her hands, laughing gleefully at Su Ming's snowy appearance. Even Su Xiwenhua couldn't help but chuckle softly. Eh, Xu, you're laughing. Qin Xingwan suddenly noticed, pointing at her with excitement. I am not, Xu denied, her cheeks flushing red. You are, Qin Xingwan giggled, grabbing Xu small hand. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm not. Xu face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. The children's innocent laughter and chatter echoed lightly through the small courtyard. From the kitchen, Madame Qin and Chun Xiao watched the three children playing and couldn't help but smile warmly. Elder sister Wang should smile more, just like Xu, Madame Qin said with a gentle grin as she glanced at Wang Feng. After all, elder sister is so beautiful. Wang Feng shook her head faintly. You jest, sister. My life isn't as fortunate as yours. Madame Qin paused briefly, realizing her comment might have touched a sore spot. She quickly changed the subject. That goose seems to have quite a bit of intelligence. Madame Qin smiled softly, as if she hadn't heard the previous comment. All things in this world have spirits. The capital of the Wu Kingdom is a place where the nation's fortune gathers, and the abundance of spiritual energy here can awaken some creatures to gain a measure of intelligence. It's only natural. You're right, Wang Feng agreed, glancing at the stove where the winter plum cake was steaming. Her eyes flickered slightly, as though lost in thought. Meanwhile, Madame Qin turned to Chun Suyun, gently taking her hand. Sister Chun, my second brother is arriving tomorrow. He sent a letter today, saying he'll be bringing a sect elder with him to assess the children's innate talent. What do you think? On the bustling Qinglong Street in the imperial capital of Wu Kingdom, pedestrians instinctively made way, their gazes fixed in one direction. Mother, look at those horses, a young boy in his mother's arms exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Those aren't horses. They're called blood-chilling beasts, mounts reserved for nobles, the woman said softly. Nobles? Mother, just how wealthy are they? The boy asked. The woman thought for a moment, then shook her head. Wealth beyond our reach in this lifetime. On Qinglong Street, the two blood-chilling beasts snorted loudly. Their blood-red fur seemed as though it had been stained with fresh blood. A single horn protruded from their foreheads. Their hooves bore fiery patterns, and their tails burned with flames that swayed, exuding intense heat. The beasts pulled an enormous carriage. Its golden fabric was embroidered with white tigers, one after another. The coachman, his face marked by a long scar, held the reins firmly. Inside the carriage sat a man and a woman, separated by a considerable distance. The man furrowed his brows, as though burdened with heavy thoughts. The woman wore a light-colored gauze dress, edged with silver thread. A sash of water-lily green silk accentuated her slender waist, while elegant orchids embroidered at her cuffs highlighted her delicate, jade-like fingers. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. At her waist hung a fine jade ornament. Her arms, fair and supple, appeared almost boneless, complementing her graceful movements. Her figure was full and alluring, exuding a captivating beauty. A light veil concealed her face, obscuring her full features. Yet from the half-visible visage alone, it was clear her beauty could topple kingdoms. The woman sat with her eyes closed, silent. The man glanced at her, his expression devoid of any untoward thoughts, replaced by reverence. Master National Preceptor, perhaps we could delay our entry to the palace and visit my humble residence first. It would be an honor to host you. The woman slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of enchanting phoenix eyes. They exuded an imperial grace, but also carried an inexplicable allure that drew people in. Wenshan, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have intended to visit your residence. Zhao Wenshan asked, puzzled. He had only extended the invitation out of politeness, hoping perhaps to recommend someone from his household who might catch the preceptor's attention. To his surprise, the preceptor already had such intentions. The woman, whose Taoist title was Wang Xian, spoke without concealment. While meditating earlier, I sensed a powerful vortex of fate beneath the capital. Upon astral projection, I traced it to the vicinity of the Xu and Qin mansions. I understand these two houses are closely linked. Could you introduce me? I wish to investigate. Zhao Wenshan's heart leapt with joy. Naturally. My sister recently wrote to inform me that the matriarch of the Xu family is hosting disciples at their residence. It would be an honor for the disciples to accompany you, Master Preceptor. If someone from the Xu or Qin families catches your eye, it would be a blessing for both houses. Wang Xin shook her head. The Dukes of Qin and Xu followed the founding emperor of Wu Kingdom in his conquests. It's only natural for their descendants to produce talented individuals. Ah, Master Preceptor, you flatter them too much, Zhao Wenshan sighed. Indeed, the two dukes once achieved great feats. But over the past 2 centuries, both the Qin and Xu families have lost themselves in the wealth and splendor of the capital, sinking into decadence. Their glory from that era is all but gone. As he spoke, Zhao Wenshan clenched his fist and struck his thigh heavily. Now, with the northern wastes watching us like tigers eyeing their prey, the western desert cults stirring, and the southern thousand demon kingdoms rising, our nation's challenges grow ever more dire. Even within our great Wu Kingdom's borders, the various sects are arrogant and overbearing. They outwardly pledge allegiance, but hardly regard Wu Kingdom in their eyes. This time, I must speak earnestly with my brother-in-law and the matriarch. If the younger generation of the Xu and Qin families continue down this path, how will they protect themselves when chaos inevitably descends? Listening to Zhao Wenshan's words, Wang Xin said nothing. She merely closed her eyes again. Before long, the blood-chilling beast stopped at the gates of the Xu household. As Zhao Wenshan alighted from the carriage, a loud voice rang out. Master, Zhao has returned. Hurry, light the firecrackers. Go inform the matriarch, the masters, and the ladies. The Xu family steward's commands were swiftly followed, and soon the sound of firecrackers echoed across both the Xu and Qin households. Amid the festive noise, the blood-chilling beast stood motionless, even yawning lazily in boredom. Ha ha, Wenshan, you're finally back. Qin Rahai, the master of the Qin household, warmly approached to welcome his brother-in-law. Wenshan, it's been at least 10 years since we last met. You've grown even more dashing and robust. Su Zheng, master of the Xu household, also stepped forward with enthusiasm. Brother-in-law, Brother Su. Zhao Wenshan bowed respectfully. Despite his mixed feelings about the Xu and Qin families, he still observed the necessary courtesies as a member of their extended family. Why so formal? Qin Rahai quickly helped Zhao Wenshan to his feet. The Dukes of Qin and Xu are still in court and couldn't personally receive you. You're not upset, are you? Zhao Wenshan shook his head. How could I ever be upset with my 2 uncles? By the way, brother-in-law, Brother Su, we have an esteemed guest with us. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Wenshan hastily added, an esteemed guest. Just as Qin Rahai and Su Zheng were expressing their confusion, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and Wang Xin stepped down. The sight of the veiled woman, ethereal and graceful, with a presence as serene as an orchid and an air as otherworldly as a celestial being, left both men momentarily stunned. This humble Taoist, Wang Xian, greets Master Qin and Master Su. Wang Xian descended and bowed politely to the two. Both Qin Rahai and Su Zheng held minor ceremonial roles within the Ministry of Rites, so Wang Xian addressed them by their titles. Elder Wang Xian is the foremost elder of the Tianxian sect's 10 elders, Zhao Wenshan introduced, standing to the side. She has come to Wu Kingdom's capital at His Majesty's invitation to assume the role of national preceptor. Upon hearing Wang Xuan's polite greeting and Zhao Wenshan's introduction, Qin Rahai and Su Zheng finally recovered from their daze. Hastily, they withdrew their gazes and respectfully saluted Wang Xian. This subordinate greets the national preceptor. Wang Xian gently shook her head. Masters, there is no need for such formality. My visit today may trouble you, and I apologize for the inconvenience. You are too gracious, national preceptor. It would be an honor for us to assist you in any way, Su Zheng quickly replied. Wang Xian nodded slightly. When I entered the capital, I performed an introspective meditation and observed a spiritual phenomenon above the Su and Qin households. I saw auspicious dragon, a sign of prodigious talent. May I request to meet the children under 10 years old in your households? If there is a suitable connection, I would like to take them as disciples and guide them in their cultivation. What did you just say? Su Zheng stared at Wang Xian in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. Wang Xian repeated herself, this time more directly. I suspect that within the Su and Qin households, a naturally gifted holy constitution suitable for cultivation may have appeared. I request to see the children under the age of 10 in both families. If permitted, I wish to bring them into Tianxian's sect. Of course. Absolutely. Qin Rahai, the first to recover, responded with great joy. For a child from our families to receive the national preceptor's favor. This is the greatest blessing for the Su and Qin households. Su Zheng, now trembling with excitement, stuttered as he spoke. Had it been any lesser sect, Su Zheng and Qin Rahai might not have reacted so dramatically. But this was Tianxian's sect, one of the 4 sacred lands and 5 great sects, known throughout the world. The Tianxian sect held an exalted position, unaffiliated with any dynasty. Its influence could sway the rise and fall of entire kingdoms. The sect admitted very few disciples, and its selection process was exceedingly rigorous. To even enter Tianxian's sect as a mere disciple was to command the respect of mid-tier sects, where such individuals would be treated as core heirs. And now, to be chosen personally by Tianxian's sect's chief elder to cultivate by her side, just the thought of it left Su Zheng and Qin Ruhai gasping in astonishment. Currently, the Su and Qin households relied on their ancestral connections to secure minor positions for their descendants. Yet whispers about their nepotism often echoed in court. If one of their children became a disciple of the national preceptor, who would dare speak ill of them then? On the side, Zhao Wenshan observed the joy on his brother-in-law's and Su Zheng's faces, fully aware of their thoughts. His brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, if one of their children were chosen by the national preceptor, the Su and Qin families would benefit greatly. But being a disciple of the national preceptor was no license to act recklessly. The younger generation of the Su and Qin households was already spoiled and arrogant. Should their behavior escalate further, the emperor might turn a blind eye once or twice out of deference to Tianxian's sect. But if they went too far, did they truly believe being a disciple of the national preceptor was an unassailable shield? In such a case, even Tianxian's sect might sever ties, cutting off their karma with the families to protect the sect's reputation. The Su and Qin households would then suffer devastating consequences. This matter would need to be thoroughly discussed with the matriarch. The family ethos of the Su and Qin households must be corrected. Please, national preceptor, come inside. Su Zheng and Qin Ruhai quickly invited Wang Xian into the Su residence. In the guest hall, the matriarch was already waiting for Zhao Wenshan's return. However, to her surprise, Zhao Wenshan, her grandson, and the Qin family's young master all followed behind a woman, deliberately maintaining a respectful half-step distance. With her discerning eyes, the matriarch immediately recognized that this woman was no ordinary figure. What mortal woman could possess such an ethereal presence? This must be a cultivator, an immortal. This humble Taoist, Wang Xian, greets the matriarch. Wang Xian said respectfully, bowing to the elderly woman. Oh my, what an otherworldly immortal you must be. The matriarch quickly descended from her seat, supported by Chunyan, her maid. Immortal, please take a seat. What brings you here? Has one of our boys offended you? The matriarch surmised that this woman's status must be extraordinary to command such deference from her grandson and the Qin family's young master. She feared that one of their children might have inadvertently provoked her while in the capital. Wang Xian shook her head gently. This humble Taoist is from Tianxian sect. At the invitation of Wugua, I am here to assume the position of national preceptor. Upon entering the capital, I observed a convergence of auspicious fortune above the Xu and Qin households, an omen of a holy constitution. I humbly request to see the children under 10 in both families. The Tianxin sect. The matriarch's heart trembled, for she was well aware of the sect's legendary reputation. Suppressing her excitement, she gave her instructions with calm authority. Chunyin, go and inform the children of both households. Have all those under the age of 10 gather in the courtyard. Yes, matriarch, Chunyin replied, bowing deeply before hurrying off. Xiaoqing courtyard. In the kitchen, Chun Xia, Madame Qin, and Wang Feng were busily preparing plum blossom cakes. Out in the courtyard, Qin Qingwan was riding on the back of the Tianxin goose. The goose dashed around, flapping its wings and honking noisily while Qin Qingwan laughed gleefully, her laughter ringing out like tinkling bells. Xu Ming ran after them, trying to keep up, while Xu Xua stood off to the side in the snow, silently gazing at the sky. It was hard to tell what thoughts were swirling in her young mind. Xu Ming glanced at his elder sister and couldn't help but feel she carried a peculiar sadness. Perhaps growing tired from her ride, Qin Qingwan slid off the goose with a soft thud, toddled over to Xu Ming, and tugged on his hand. She then led him over to Xu Xiwenhua. Ming-Gij Xiwenhua, let's build a snowman together. I don't want to. Before Xu Xiwenhua could finish her refusal, Qin Qingwan's lips began to quiver, her expression shifting into a clear threat. If Xiwenhua doesn't join me, I'll cry right here. Fine, fine. Just this once, Xu Xiwenhua said with a huff, hopping off her bench with a mix of annoyance and indulgence. The three children, all around 3 years old, seemed impervious to the cold as they began rolling snow into balls. The Tianxin goose waddled along behind them, flapping its wings and occasionally honking as if supervising their work. Before long, they had stacked 2 large snowballs. Xu Ming ran to the kitchen, returning with a carrot for the snowman's nose and 2 sticks for its arms. The snowman was finished in no time. Not to be left out, the goose kicked the snowman from behind, leaving a clear imprint of its webbed foot as if marking its contribution. Seeing the goose's action, Qin Qingwan's round eyes sparkled with mischief. She quickly grabbed Xu Ming and Xu Xiwenhua's hands, pressing them against the snowman's surface. Finally, she placed her own tiny handprint between theirs. This snowman is a symbol of our friendship. No matter what happens, whether we're kids or grown-ups, we'll always stick together. Who said I'll stick with you forever? Xu Xiwenhua's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly pulled her hand away. Xu Ming simply smiled faintly, thinking to himself that the young Miss Qin was truly a little angel. Xiwenhua is so cute when she's shy. Qin Qingwan clapped her hands, giggling in delight. But soon after, she bit her finger thoughtfully and turned to Xu Ming. By the way, Ming-Gij, why don't you look like Xiwenhua? Xiwenhua looks like Uncle Xu, but you don't. Xu Xiwenhua turned to her younger half-brother, her brow furrowing slightly. Now that Qin Qingwan mentioned it, he really didn't resemble her or their father. Just as the 2 girls were puzzling over this, Chunyin entered the courtyard. Young master, young missus, it's time to stop playing. The matriarch has summoned you to the main hall for something urgent. Hearing Chunyin's voice, Chun Xia, Lady Qin, and Wang Feng came out of the kitchen. They knew it must be Lady Qin's second brother who had returned, and with him came a senior elder from a cultivation sect. Miss Chunyin, please wait a moment, Chun Xia said as she returned to the kitchen. She carefully packed the plum blossom cakes and brought them out, handing them to Lady Qin and Wang Feng. I want to accompany you too, but I'm sure Brother Zhao will love the plum blossom cakes you've made, Chun Xia said with a smile. Sister Chun, why don't you come with us? That elder could also take a look at Minger's spiritual roots, Lady Qin said, holding Chun Xia's hand gently. For a child born of a concubine to change their fate, gain respect, and rise in status, entering the path of cultivation was the best way. Even if the chances were slim, what if? Thank you for your kindness, Lady Qin, but this would trouble Brother Zhao too much, Chun Xia hesitated. Although she hoped the elder could examine her child, If Ming had the aptitude for cultivation, he wouldn't need to stay in the Xu family forever. But the chances were too small, and the favor would be too great. After all, she and Lady Qin weren't related by blood. How could she trouble her brother? Fifth, madam, the matriarch has decreed that all children under the age of 10 in both households must come, Chunyan added. So young Master Ming must attend as well. Everyone, Wang Feng asked in confusion. Yes, madam. Earlier, Chunyan then recounted everything that had transpired in the hall. After listening, Chen Suya and the others exchanged glances. The Grand Elder of Tianxian sect had arrived. If one could become the personal disciple of Tianxian sect's Grand Elder, it would bring glory to the family. Ladies, please hurry. The matriarch is growing impatient, Chunyan urged with a hint of anxiety. Since it was the matriarch's order, Chen Suya had no choice but to follow. Before long, the three women, carrying their children, arrived at the main hall. Even the Tianxian goose had run to the hall's entrance, its wings flapping against the doorframe as it poked its head inside to join the commotion. Aside from Xu Ming, Xu Xuanhua, and Qin Xinhuan, 7 other children were also standing before the hall, including the chubby boy 2 years older than Xu Xuanhua. 2 children, however, caught Xu Ming's attention. One was a 6-year-old boy standing next to Lady Qian, who showed great talent in talismans. The other was Lady Lin's son, Xu Shan, also 6 years old, born with a pure yang physique and already taken as a disciple by the sect master of the Flame Sun sect. Lady Qian and Lady Lin both wore grim expressions. They knew their children couldn't possibly possess the innate sacred body. If they had, it would have been discovered long ago, not now. Their gazes turned to Wang Feng's son, the chubby boy, Su Panda. If Su Panda had the innate sacred body, the hereditary title of Duke of the Xu family would undoubtedly be his. Even if Su Panda later joined Tianxian sect, the dukedom would eventually pass to his descendants and never fall into their hands. Standing by her son, Wang Feng clenched her fists tightly. Her gaze was filled with hope as she looked at him. She desperately wished for the innate sacred body to belong to her son. Thank you, ladies and young masters, for coming. A clear and melodious voice, like the sound of a bubbling spring, echoed through the hall. Xu Ming turned toward the source of the voice and saw a voluptuous and graceful woman entering with the matriarch of the Xu family. The moment everyone in the hall laid eyes on her, they were stunned. No other reason than this. They had never seen such a breathtakingly beautiful woman before. Even though half her face was veiled, her beauty was undeniable. But just those eyes alone were enough to captivate one's soul. Coupled with the woman's ethereal and dreamlike aura, the crowd couldn't help but feel as though they were gazing upon an immortal. Wang Xuan's gaze swept over the children, finally settling on Xu Ming, lingering on him for 2 extra seconds. Looking into Xu Ming's eyes, Wang Xian couldn't help but feel that this little boy seemed more spirited than the others. Could it be him? Wang Xian walked up to Xu Ming. Everyone's eyes turned to Xu Ming, their hearts pounding in their chests. Chen Suya, in particular, was in a daze, her mind completely blank. Could it be that my Ming is the innate sacred body? The crowd watched as Wang Xuan's delicate, fair hand gently rested on Xu Ming's forehead. A moment later, Wang Xian shook her head, her eyes showing a trace of regret. What a pity. Despite his lively demeanor, his spiritual veins are severed. There is no hope for him to tread the path of cultivation in this life. Upon hearing Wang Xuan's remark, the Xu family's ladies all breathed a sigh of relief. With one more child ruled out, the chances of their own child being the innate sacred body increased. Lady Qin looked at Xu Ming with sympathy in her eyes. No hope for cultivation in this life meant that unless Xu Ming pursued martial arts, his future was bleak. The problem was that with so many siblings, as a child born of a concubine, how much support and resources could Xu Ming possibly receive? And even if he did pursue martial arts, it was ultimately an inferior path compared to cultivation. Unlike the others, Chen Xiao wasn't thinking so far ahead. In the mortal world, only 1 in 100 could cultivate, let alone those born with an innate sacred body. She only hoped Ming could grow up safely and live a peaceful life. Xu Ming felt a slight disappointment upon hearing that he couldn't cultivate, but it was just a passing feeling. If he couldn't cultivate, so be it. He would continue on the path of physical sanctification. After all, he had his qi, the greatest resource he could ask for. Wang Xin moved on to examine the other children. When it was Wang Feng's son, Su Panda's turn, Wang Feng's heart was in her throat. But when Wang Xin shook her head again, her heart sank into despair. At last, only Su Xuanhua and Qin Qingwan remained. Wang Xin began by examining Qin Qingwan's spiritual roots. The moment Wang Xuan's jade-like hand touched Qin Qingwan's forehead, a beam of light shot up from the little girl's body, piercing through the heavens. The pillar of light merged into the clouds, and above the Su family estate, the cries of dragons and phoenixes echoed. Apart from the young, confused children, everyone present understood what this meant. The Su family's matriarch and elders were overjoyed, their faces filled with excitement as they looked at Qin Qingwan. The two concubine-born ladies of the Su family finally felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. For them, having the eldest daughter of the Qin family as the innate sacred body was the best possible outcome. Wang Feng's eyes briefly flickered with disappointment, but in the end, she let out a soft sigh. It seems it was never meant to be. Beneath her veil, Wang Xuan's delicate lips curved into a faint smile. Crouching down, Wang Xin looked at the adorable 3-year-old girl before her and asked, "Little one, would you like to become my disciple?" Disciple? Qin Qingwan tilted her head, looking adorably at the beautiful older sister in front of her. "Big sister, what's a disciple?" Wang Xin thought for a moment and replied, "A disciple is someone who will live and cultivate with me. You'll join Tianxin's sect and walk the path of the Tao." Qin Qingwan asked, "Live with big sister? Does that mean I'll have to leave my mother?" Wang Xin nodded. "Yes, you'll leave your mother. Your life will become very long, far longer than ordinary people. You'll witness vast changes in the world, and you'll come to see the fleeting nature of mortal life. What seems like a lifetime to others will feel like only a brief moment to you." Qin Qingwan thought carefully and then shook her head. "Big sister, I don't understand what you're saying. But I'm sorry, I don't want to leave my mother, my brother Ming, or my sister Shura. So I can't be your disciple." "Qingwan, what are you saying?" The family matriarch's face turned pale with shock, and she hurriedly stood up. "Qingwan, quickly agree to the master preceptor's offer. Do you have any idea how many people dream of such an opportunity?" Her father, Qin Rahai, said urgently. Seeing her grandmother and father scolding her, Qin Qingwan's lips quivered, and large tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall. Wang Xin raised her hand, gesturing for them to stop, and placed her palm gently on the little girl's head. "Qingwan, you're still very young, so you may not yet understand the significance of cultivation or how special you truly are. Even though the Su and Qin families are under the imperial city's protection, your innate sacred body will draw attention as you grow older. The innate sacred body is especially suited for dual cultivation and can even help someone break through to the immortal realm and ascend. This kind of allure will drive countless people to take risks. Not only you, but also your family could be placed in great danger because of it. If you join Tianxin's sect, we'll ensure your safety and that of your family. When you've grown, you'll be able to protect them yourself." Hearing the older sister's explanation, Qin Qingwan tightly pressed her lips together. Her small fists clenched as she hesitated. She didn't want her loved ones to be hurt because of her, but at the same time, she didn't want to leave her mother and family. "Big sister, do I have to leave with you now?" After a long pause, Qin Qingwan raised her head to ask. Wang Xin shook her head. "If you want to leave with me now, you can. Or you can wait until you're 9 years old. But if you agree today, from this moment on, you'll be considered a member of Tianxin's sect. The sect will protect you and your family from harm." "Then, can I wait until I'm 9 years old before going with you?" Qin Qingwan pleaded. "Of course," Wang Xin agreed with a nod, then lightly touched Qin Qingwan's forehead with her finger. When Wang Xin withdrew her finger, a translucent, white tassel-like floral mark appeared on Qin Xingwan's forehead. For the next 6 years, I'll remain in the capital, and you must not leave it. If you're ever in danger, I'll sense it and come to your aid immediately. When the time comes, I'll personally come to take you away, and then you can formally become my disciple. Thank you, big sister, Qin Xingwan said, touching her forehead. Although she couldn't see it, she could feel a pretty little flower adorning her brow. Big sister, when it's time for me to leave with you, can Brother Ming, Sister Xu, and my mother come with me too? Qin Xingwan asked expectantly, holding Xu Ming's hand in one of hers and Xu Xunua's in the other. Wang Xin shook her head. That won't be possible. Only you can enter Tianxian sect. Oh. Qin Xingwan lowered her head in disappointment. Wang Xin patted her head gently in consolation and then walked over to Xu Xunua. Though she had already found the innate sacred body, there was no harm in checking Xu Xunua's spiritual roots as well. Wang Xin placed her hand on Xu Xunua's head. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at the young girl. I didn't expect it. To encounter someone with an innate sword bone here. Innate sword bone. A flash of joy appeared in Wang Feng's eyes. Although women couldn't inherit noble titles, she still had a son. With his sister's influence, it might not be impossible for his son to inherit the title. Wang Xin glanced at Wang Feng. Just that one look made Wang Feng shiver uncontrollably, as if her entire being had been completely seen through. Retracting her gaze, Wang Xin explained, our Tianxian sect cultivates the Tao, not the sword. While some disciples practice the sword, it is only treated as a tool, not their life's essence. I cannot take her into the Tianxian sect. However, I will notify a friend from the Wanjian sect to come and take a look. But the innate sword bone is too sharp and incompatible with a nation's fortune. The Su family, as nobles of the Wu kingdom, bears the weight of the national destiny. If Miss Su chooses to study the sword, she must leave the Su family and sever all ties with them. Hearing these words, Wang Feng's face turned pale again. The members of the Su household also wore complicated expressions. If what Wang Xin said was true, what difference did it make whether Xu Xunua had the sword bone or not? Once she left the family and was removed from the Su family registry, it would be as if she no longer existed to them. Thank you, National Preceptor, Wang Feng said at last, resigned, casting a somewhat guilty glance at her son. It seemed certain now that her children would not inherit the hereditary marquisate of the Su household. Wang Xin took out a book from her robes and handed it to Qin Xingwan. Xingwan, this book is called the Tianxian Heart Method. Read it if you wish. Read as much as you can, as many times as you like. There's no need to force yourself. Thank you, elder sister, Qin Xingwan said as she took the book. But elder sister, may I show it to others? Wang Xin nodded. Of course. Whoever you want to share it with, feel free. Standing up, Wang Xin exchanged a few final pleasantries with the Su family matriarch before taking her leave. As she was about to depart, Wang Xin glanced at the Tianxian goose at the doorway. The goose shuddered and quickly ran off. As the crowd dispersed, Xu Ming returned to his small courtyard. In the kitchen, Chun Xiao was preparing some pastries for him. Xu Ming decided to go for a run in the courtyard. While he was running, the Tianxian goose suddenly approached him. Xu Ming thought it wanted to fight him, but instead, the goose walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder with its wing, and let out a few honk-honk sounds. You're saying you know I can't cultivate and want to comfort me by saying it's okay? Xu Ming looked at the goose. Somehow, he felt like he could understand what it was trying to convey. The Tianxian goose nodded, then patted its own chest with its wing and let out another series of honks. You're saying you'll have my back from now on? Xu Ming asked. The goose nodded again. Xu Ming's eyebrow twitched. Well, thank you very much, then. The goose lifted its long neck proudly and nodded again. Honk, honk, honk. You're my little bro. It's only right. Wenshan, you've spent nearly 10 years at the borderlands. It's been hard on you. After seeing off Wang Xin, the matriarch hosted a welcome banquet, though only the heads of the two households and their primary and secondary wives were allowed at the table. To defend the nation's borders, hardship is nothing worth mentioning, Zhao Wenshan said with a cupped fist salute. Huh, I heard that under General Chen's command, you led 1,000 riders to shatter the Northern Wasteland's army of 10,000. Who in the court hasn't praised your accomplishments? Su Zheng said with a smile. Zhao Wenshan shook his head. All credit belongs to General Chen. I was merely following orders. You're too modest, Wenshan, Qin Rahai said as he raised a toast to Zhao Wenshan. And now that you've returned to the capital, it just so happens that the position of Deputy Minister of War is vacant. Brother-in-law, Zhao Wenshan interrupted. The Emperor makes appointments. How can we presume to speculate? I will await the Emperor's orders. Of course. Let's drink, then, Qin Rahai said quickly, realizing he had overstepped. He raised his cup again to smooth over the awkwardness. Today is truly a joyous occasion, the matriarch said cheerfully. When Shan has returned, Qingwan has an innate sacred body, and our Xu Ming.I've possesses the innate sword bone. Truly, heaven smiles upon our Su and Qin households. Zhao Wenshan's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment, he stood and bowed to the matriarch. Matriarch, there is something I wish to say. I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Noticing his serious demeanor, Su Zheng and the others exchanged glances. The matriarch nodded. Wenshan, speak freely. We're all family here. There's nothing that cannot be said. Then I'll be frank, Zhao Wenshan said, rising to his feet. Back then, Su Guogong and Qin Guogong followed the late emperor in conquering the realm and establishing the Wu martial kingdom. Our nation was founded on martial strength, with every household's men skilled in the blade. T/N, Guogong equals Duke. But over the past 2 centuries, the children of the Su and Qin households have grown too accustomed to wealth and luxury. They've lost the blood and grit of their ancestors. Even at the borderlands, I hear tales of the disgraceful conduct of our family's children in the capital. The Empress Dowager, out of old affection, continues to favor our families. But what will happen if one day the Empress Dowager ascends to the heavens? What future will there be for the Su and Qin households then? The matriarch's brows knitted together. Wenshan, what are you trying to say? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wenshan replied. The Wu kingdom now faces enemies on all sides and threats from within. His Majesty seeks reform, and the nation is in dire need of capable individuals. Our children of the Su and Qin households should be studying literature and practicing martial arts, contributing to the nation in its time of need, not wasting their days indulging in debauchery and excess. A heavy silence fell over the table, and the matriarch's expression darkened. Zhao Wenshan had come dangerously close to outright declaring that the Su and Qin households had lost their virtue. Wenshan, you've taken this too far, Su Zheng said with a laugh, pulling Zhao Wenshan to sit back down. Our households have private academies that educate our children, but passing the imperial exams isn't something that happens just because we wish it. As for martial training, you know as well as anyone that not everyone is suited for it. Besides, Su Guogong and Qin Guogong fought their entire lives to secure this wealth and status. Wasn't it all so their descendants could enjoy a life of ease? Elder brother Su. Wenshan, Su Zheng interrupted again, pulling Zhao Wenshan closer and cutting him off. Qingwan is already the personal disciple of the national preceptor. With her standing, our 2 households are more secure than ever. You're worrying too much. Now drink. Drink. As Su Zheng raised his voice, calling to the dancers in the courtyard, keep playing. Keep dancing. Zhao Wenshan looked around the table at the laughing faces and the extravagantly dressed dancers. His heart grew heavy as he drained his cup in one long gulp. That afternoon, while his mother napped in her room, Xu Ming continued sparring with the Tianxian goose in the courtyard. Every punch and kick from Xu Ming stirred up a flurry of wind and snow. But after half a stick of incense, Xu Ming was still pinned to the ground by the Tianxian goose. You fought the Tianxian goose. Agility plus 20, strength plus 20, combat experience against birds plus 20. Get up, get up. I need to go for a run, Xu Ming said, shooing the goose off and brushing snow off his clothes as he stood. The Tianxian goose stood with its wings on its hips, head held high. Honk, honk, honk. So, do you admit defeat? Admit it for now, but not next time, Xu Ming muttered. He still didn't understand how he could comprehend the goose's honking, but it felt oddly natural. I'm off for a run. Let me know when my mother wakes up. Honk, got it, the goose replied, then waddled back to its nest to rest. Xu Ming started running toward the courtyard gate. Whenever his mother napped, Xu Ming would usually run about 500 meters from Xiaochun Courtyard's entrance, then run back, repeating the laps. When his mother woke up, the goose would notify him, and he'd return in time to avoid getting scolded. As he was running, Xu Ming suddenly noticed Xu Xian sitting by the lake. She was tossing snowballs at the lake's surface, her red-tipped nose sniffing as big tears rolled down her cheeks. Xu Ming decided to quietly turn back, but Xu Xian glanced over and caught sight of him. Their eyes met awkwardly. Startled, Xu Xian quickly stood, wiping her tears hastily, her little mouth pouting stubbornly. I wasn't crying. I didn't say you were, Xu Ming replied dryly. Xu Xian. Xu Ming walked over. Weren't you supposed to be at the family banquet with your mother? Xu Xian turned her head away. The banquet's over. I was just taking a walk. Well, you walked pretty far, Xu Ming thought to himself. Want to come sit at Xiaochun Courtyard? Xu Ming offered. No, Xu Xian huffed. All right then. Xu Ming didn't push her and turned to leave, planning to resume his run. Xu Ming, Xu Xian called out just as he was about to go. What is it? He asked. Aren't you upset? She asked. Upset about what? Your lack of aptitude, Xu Xian said, pouting. That you can't cultivate. What's there to be upset about? Life isn't just about cultivation. If anything, it's you. That elder sister said you're an incredible innate swordbone. So why are you crying? Xu Ming asked curiously. I wasn't crying, Xu Xian muttered, fiddling with her fingers. All right, you weren't crying, Xu Ming said, humoring her. Xu Xian lowered her head, biting her lip. What's the point of being an innate swordbone? It doesn't help my brother get the duke title, and now I'm being forced to leave the family. You're not being kicked out of the family. You're just being removed from the Xu household registry, so you won't be affected by the Wu kingdom's national fortune. Xu Ming paused, rubbing his chin. Although, yeah, it's basically the same thing. Ew. Xu Xian's eyes brimmed with tears again, threatening to fall. All right, calm down. You're going to be a great sword immortal in the future. And what does your brother not inheriting the title have to do with you? That's on him for being useless, Xu Ming said, trying to comfort her. Of course it matters. Xu Xian wiped her eyes. If I were stronger, my brother could get the title, and mother would like me. Now neither my brother nor mother likes me. Nobody likes me. Who says nobody likes you? Xu Ming began, counting on his fingers. Look, Madame Qin likes you. Qingwan likes you, my mother likes you, and even the big white goose likes you. Xu Xian blinked at him, her wide eyes unblinking. What? Xu Ming asked, confused. She stayed silent, staring at him. Xu Ming's brow twitched. Fine, I like you too. Oomph. Xu Xian turned her head, wiping away her tears. Who wants you to like me? Ming Gij, Qingwan is here to play with you. Ming Gij. Early in the morning, Chen Suya was sitting in the courtyard, holding Xu Ming in her arms as they basked in the sun, when a crisp, bell-like voice rang out. Chen Suya set Xu Ming down and bowed to Lady Qin, who followed closely behind Qin Qingwan. This humble one greets Lady Qin. Chen Jia, we've known each other for 3 years now. Why so formal? Lady Qin stepped forward to help Chen Suya up. I've been busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to visit you in Ming-Er. Please forgive me. Lady Qin, what are you saying? Everyone in the 2 houses is thrilled that Miss Qin has been accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect. Chen Suya smiled warmly. After all, Qin Qingwan and Xu Xian, one being an innate sacred physique and the other an innate sword bone, had already drawn the attention of the Wu Kingdom's court. Both young girls had been summoned to meet the emperor and later visited the ancestral tomb to offer prayers. They'd only returned yesterday. Ming Gij, let's read together. Qin Qingwan cheerfully pulled out a book from her arms and handed it to Xu Ming. Chen Suya glanced at the cover, her expression shifting at the words Tianxian heart method. Miss Qin, this isn't appropriate. Before she could finish, Lady Qin gently pressed her hand down. What's inappropriate? The master preceptor herself said Qin Wan can share it with whomever she wishes. Shinjia, you don't need to worry. Let the children play in the courtyard. By the way, I've been wanting to make a pair of embroidered shoes for Qin Wan and could use your guidance. Chen Xia still felt it wasn't entirely proper, but Lady Qin had already taken her arm and ushered her into the house. Ming, let's read. Xiaobai can read with us too. Qin Xinwan excitedly pulled Xu Ming to a bench and made him sit. The Tianxian goose waddled out of its nest and, with a loud honk honk honk, jumped up behind them. All right, Xu Ming nodded, not refusing. He knew this sweet little girl was well-intentioned, wanting to help him cultivate by sharing the book. Qin Xinwan opened the Tianxian heart method and began reading. As Xu Ming looked at the words on the page, he rubbed his eyes. How to put it? He recognized the characters individually, but once they formed sentences, they became completely unintelligible. Worse, when he moved to the second character, he forgot the first. Can you understand this, Qinwan? Xu Ming asked. Of course. Qin Xinwan nodded enthusiastically. This one is mountain, this one is water, and this one is... Qin Xinwan effortlessly recited the Tianxian heart method aloud. But Xu Ming clearly remembered that Xinwan didn't even know how to read. To test his theory, Xu Ming wrote the characters mountain and water in the snow and pointed at them. What are these? Qin Xinwan stared at the characters and then shook her head. Qinwan doesn't know. She could read the characters in the book, but couldn't recognize the same ones written on the ground. Xu Ming couldn't tell if this book was extraordinary or if it was simply special to Qin Xinwan. After reading a single line from the Tianxian heart method, several lines of text suddenly appeared in Xu Ming's mind. You have read 10 characters from the Tianxian heart method. Dao comprehension +1. Reading the complete Tianxian heart method will unlock the achievement Mini Eternal Spirit Root. Mini Eternal Spirit Root. A cultivable spirit root that grows in quality as you cultivate. With each session, the root will develop further. Note, just because it's small doesn't mean it's not cute. Xu Ming's eyebrow twitched. What the heck is a mini eternal spirit root? Despite his inner complaints, Xu Ming realized this eternal spirit root might be similar to his physical sanctification. Both were growth-type talents. If physical sanctification was like a tank stacking HP, then eternal spirit root was like a mage stacking AP. Ming, is something wrong? Qin Xinwan asked when she noticed Xu Ming lost in thought. It's nothing. Let's keep reading. Xu Ming smiled. Qin Xinwan nodded and continued reading aloud from the Tianxian heart method. The Tianxian heart method wasn't very long, and after about half an hour, the two of them had finished reading it. Xu Ming felt as if something had suddenly sprouted within his body. A warm current surged through him, making him shiver involuntarily. When he closed his eyes and focused his thoughts, Xu Ming could clearly see a small sapling growing within his dantian. Is this a spirit root? From that day forward, Qin Xinwan came to the Xu family residence every day, bringing the Tianxian heart method with her to read with Xu Ming. As for Xu Xuan, she couldn't join them because just looking at the Tianxian heart method made her feel dizzy and nauseous. Even Xu Ming could only read it for half an hour a day before feeling the same symptoms. But Qin Xinwan, on the other hand, remained completely unaffected. It was clear that people's constitutions could vary greatly. A year passed, and Xu Ming turned 4. After some probing, he learned that the Xu family estate had a 400-gene stone pillar, which he could barely lift. As for his eternal spirit root, it remained a small sapling, though it had grown an inch taller compared to when it first appeared. One day, the sect master of the Wanjian sect came personally to the Xu family to take in a disciple. Xu Ming.I've formally joined the Wanjian sect. She had initially wanted to delay her departure, just as Qin Xinwan had done with the Tianxian sect, but the sect master would not allow it. The training for sword cultivators was different from that of Dao cultivators. Sword cultivation required rigorous practice starting at the age of 4 or 5. With no other choice, Xu Ming had to leave with the sect master. That day, Qin Xinguan cried loudly, clinging tightly to Xu Ming and refusing to let go. Xu Ming, too, couldn't hold back her tears and started bawling as well, her cries echoing like the honking of a goose. "Su Jiejie, you must come back often to visit," Qin Xinguan said between sobs, sniffling as she spoke. "I will." Xu Ming nodded and pulled out a red string adorned with a small jade piece engraved with the characters Qinguan. It was as though she had long anticipated this farewell. "This is for you. I have a gift for you too, Su Jiejie." Qin Xinguan handed over a pendant with a carving of a snake. "This is a dragon I carved. It's for you. Thank you." Xu Ming put the pendant around her neck. The Tianxian goose, after some hesitation, painfully plucked a feather from its backside and gave it to Xu Ming. In return, Xu Ming gifted the goose a red string inscribed with the character goose. The two girls and the goose then turned their gaze towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming blinked, then stepped forward and presented his farewell gift. "This stone bracelet is something I picked and polished by the lake. It's so ugly." Xu Ming pouted in disdain, but quickly snatched the bracelet and put it on her right hand. "This is for you." Xu Ming handed Xu Ming a red string bracelet engraved with the character Ming. "If anyone bullies you in the future, come to the Wanjian sect and find me." "All right," Xu Ming chuckled. "But what if I can't make it to the Wanjian sect?" Xu Ming thought for a moment. "Then every night before you sleep, recite my name once." Xu Ming was puzzled. "Why?" Chunyan Jija said that if someone recites another person's name every day and suddenly stops one day, the other person will feel restless. Xu Ming looked at Xu Ming with utmost seriousness. "When that time comes, I will come find you." Another cycle of seasons passed. Unknowingly, Xu Ming was already 5 years old. Xu Ming didn't know how much strength he had now, since there wasn't a suitable point of reference in the Xu household. He had tried to move the 1,000-pound stone lion at the Xu Manor's entrance, but couldn't budge it. In his dantian, the little sapling had grown another 2 centimeters taller compared to a year ago. As for the level of his spiritual root, Xu Ming had no idea either. However, he felt his aptitude was still poor. But that didn't bother him much. He figured he had time to grow since he was only 5 years old. After Xu Ming left, Xu Ming never saw the Xu Manor's first madam, Wang Feng, again. But Xu Ming heard from Chun Yin that during a family banquet, the concubine, Lady Qian, had sat in the seat meant for the first madam. When Wang Feng arrived, Lady Qian let out a surprised, "Oh my, how careless of me to have taken sister's seat," as she stood up. Though a minor incident, it was clear to anyone with insight that the two concubines, emboldened by their children's status, were beginning to challenge the first wife's authority. As for whether they feared Xu Ming returning after mastering her skills, they were entirely unbothered. Xu Ming had already been removed from the family registry and had no ties with the Xu Manor, dedicating herself solely to the way of the sword. Even if she did return, what could she possibly do? Would she really draw her sword just because someone accidentally sat in her mother's seat? Still, Lady Qian and Lady Lin could only resort to these petty tricks to annoy Wang Feng. They wouldn't dare take things too far. Honestly, Xu Ming found the system in Wu country rather bizarre. The children of concubines had the same status as those of the main wife, while the children of mistresses were only slightly above servants. Xu Ming had heard that this wasn't the case when Wu country was first established. It had only been this way for the past 150 years, ever since the late emperor implemented this etiquette system, which had continued to this day. As for what happened 150 years ago and why the late emperor established such a system, Xu Ming had no clue, and he didn't care to find out. Every day, Xu Ming focused on improving himself through both physical and spiritual cultivation. Qin Xinguan came daily to read half an hour of the Tianxian heart method with him, and Xu Ming spent the rest of his time training whenever he was free. When his mother was around, Xu Ming would walk and jump about. When she wasn't, he would do push-ups, sit-ups, and lift rocks around the courtyard. Xu suspected her son might have a hyperactivity disorder and even called for a doctor. The doctor concluded that Xu Ming had abundant energy with nowhere to vent it and prescribed a herbal tea to drink daily. It didn't help at all. Xu figured her child was healthy and never got sick, so she decided to let him be. If he liked being active, so be it. Ming, let's go to school. One day, Qin Xingwan ran into the room excitedly and stopped abruptly in front of Xu Ming, looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes. School! Xu Ming, who was doing push-ups, stood up and clapped the dust off his hands, plucking a small leaf from Qin Xingwan's hair. Although she was only 5, her jawline was already starting to show, and her almond-shaped eyes were growing more and more like her mother's, albeit clearer and purer. She was undoubtedly a beauty in the making, one destined to be stunning no matter what. Yes. Qin Xingwan nodded vigorously. Yesterday, Mother told me that I'm old enough to start school, and it just so happens that His Majesty has established a new academy for the children of nobles in the capital. I heard the teacher there is supposed to be really amazing. Oh, this matter. Xu Ming had also overheard his mother and some of the concubines discussing this matter. It seemed that a scholar from the renowned White Deer Academy had returned. White Deer Academy was a highly prestigious institution. Over the 200 years since the founding of Wu country, only 5 individuals had ever been admitted, all of whom later became high-ranking officials. This scholar was the 6th. Emperor Wu jokingly asked him what position he wanted. The scholar simply replied, a school, some children, and the role of a teacher. To everyone's surprise, the emperor actually agreed and established the Xixing Academy. The emperor then allocated a total of 45 spots for the children of court officials aged 5 to 7 to attend school. As for teaching the children of nobles and high-ranking officials, the scholar neither commented nor questioned it. It seemed he truly saw himself as just a teacher and didn't care who his students were. Ming, let's go to school together. I'm sure it'll be so much fun. Qin Xingwan tugged Xu Ming's hand eagerly. For the little girl, going to school was a novel and exciting experience. If she could try it out with Ming, it would be even more fun. Xu Ming smiled and shook his head. I probably can't go. Among the court officials, there were many children. The 45 spots weren't nearly enough, and quite a few officials had been pulling strings to secure a spot for their children, many without success. As a mere concubine-born child, Xu Ming didn't have the qualifications to attend. You can. I told my mother, and she said she's already spoken with the preceptor. Ming can definitely go. Qin Xingwan held Xu Ming's hand tightly and said, Ming, come to school with me, please. Looking at Qin Xingwan's expectant little face and those almond-shaped eyes that seemed to say, if you refuse, I'll cry right here and now, Xu Ming didn't know how to respond. If my mother says I should go, then I'll go, Xu Ming finally said, tossing the decision to his mother. Whether or not he ended up attending Xixing Academy, he wouldn't forget the effort Lady Qin and Xingwan had made for him. Yay! Qin Xingwan cheered, jumping up in delight. I'll go tell mother now. Not long after, Qin Xingwan dragged her mother to Xiaochun courtyard to discuss the matter of letting Xu Ming attend Xixing Academy with her. After much back and forth between Lady Qin and Qin finally gave in, and it was decided that Xu Ming would accompany Qin Xingwan to school 3 days later. Hearing that Ming would go to school with her, Qin Xingwan was overjoyed. She grabbed Xu Ming's hand and began spinning in circles around the courtyard, laughing happily. Even the Tianxian goose joined in the playful chaos. Watching the 2 children and the goose frolicking so cheerfully in the courtyard, Lady Qin's face softened into a gentle smile. But slowly, her expression grew troubled, and her brows furrowed with worry. Madam, I observed the stars last night, and noted that a fortuitous opportunity will soon arise in the Tianxian sect's territory. It could greatly benefit Xingwan's cultivation. We might not be able to wait until she turns 9. I'll likely need to take her away next year, the national preceptor had told her recently. Thinking of the preceptor's words, Lady Qin's gaze softened with sorrow as she looked at her daughter. It wasn't just herself, How heartbroken would Qin be when the time came for her to part with Xu Ming? Time for school. Ming.I've time for school. Early in the morning, just as dawn broke, Xu Ming had just finished breakfast when he saw Qin bouncing in like a little white rabbit. She had an empty little bookcase strapped to her back, and Lady Qin's personal maid, Kai Dai, followed closely behind. "All right, let's go," Xu Ming said as he hopped off his chair, also carrying a small bookcase on his back. After saying their goodbyes to Xu Ming's mother, Qin grabbed Xu Ming's hand and happily skipped along as they made their way to Zhixing Academy. The academy wasn't far, just one street away from the Xu and Qin manors. When they arrived, Qin saw several children about her age, and Xu Ming spotted his half-brother, Xu was still a chubby little boy, his young age already belied by a stout figure. What puzzled Xu Ming was that Xu had come alone, with no maids or servants accompanying him. He carried a small bookcase on his back, looking rather lonely. Xu Ming and Qin entered the classroom. Inside, the desks were arranged in pairs, much like the classrooms on Blue Star. "Ming-I've, here." Qin pulled Xu Ming to sit in the last row, her bright eyes sparkling as she surveyed everyone in front of her. Xu entered as well, glancing left and right, unsure where to sit. It seemed he didn't know anyone. But soon he noticed Xu Ming and Qin in the back row and walked over, taking the seat to Xu Ming's right. More and more children began to enter the classroom. These children were dressed in fine clothes, and some carried an air of arrogance, even at such a young age, like little lords. It was only natural. After all, they were all born with silver spoons in their mouths. However, many others sat obediently in their seats, some shyly glancing around with curiosity. There were even a few lively children who had already begun making friends. The entire classroom buzzed with energy, resembling a lively kindergarten. But before long, the lively atmosphere abruptly quieted, like a turbulent sea suddenly freezing over. A man who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old walked into the classroom. He wore a Confucian-style blue robe, his face adorned with a gentle, refined smile. "Greetings, little ones," the man said, bowing slightly to the children. "From today onward, I will be your teacher. My name is Xiao. This is my name." Xiao pulled out a scroll from his sleeve. As he unfurled it, the snowy white fabric stretched across the wall behind him. Then, from within his sleeve, he retrieved a ruler. When the ruler glided across the white fabric, text began to appear. It was like a magical cultivation world version of a blackboard and chalk. "These are your books. Take good care of them," Xiao said with a wave of his hand. One by one, books floated out from his sleeve, gently landing on each student's desk. Xu Ming looked at Xiao sleeve, marveling for the first time at a cultivation world equivalent of a storage ring. Or perhaps it was the mystical technique known as sleeve universe. The books were 6 in total: the Analects, the Doctrine of the Mean, the Great Learning, the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, and the Book of Rites. Compared to the 4 books and 5 classics of Blue Star, these lacked Mischievous, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Xu Ming opened the Analects and the Book of Songs to take a look. Many of the contents were strikingly similar, giving him an unexpected sense of familiarity. It was like tasting your hometown's fried noodles in a foreign land. As he nostalgically flipped through the books, a string of unfamiliar characters appeared in his mind. You read 100 words of the Analects, plus 2 righteous chi. You read 100 words of the Book of Songs, plus 1 righteous chi, plus 1 literary chi. Xu Ming paused for a moment and opened another book, reading 100 words from each. You read 100 words of the Doctrine of the Mean, plus 2 righteous chi. You read 100 words of the Book of Rites, plus 1 righteous chi, plus 1 charisma. You read. Every book Xu Ming read granted him 2 attribute points. Some solely increased righteous chi, while others added bonuses like literary chi or charisma in addition to righteous chi. Everyone, please take out the Analects, this book here. We will now begin our lesson. First, Let us read the first page together. The master said, "To learn and practice what is learned regularly, is this not a joy? To have friends come from afar, is this not a pleasure? To remain unperturbed when others do not understand you, is this not the mark of a gentleman?" Xu Ming's voice was like a gentle spring breeze, calming the young children, who followed along in unison. The master said, "To learn and practice what is learned regularly, is this not a joy? To have friends come from afar, is this not a pleasure? To remain unperturbed when others do not understand you, is this not the mark of a gentleman?" First, let's understand these words. The master said means Confucius said. As for Confucius, patiently, Xu Ming explained the analects to the group of 5 to 7-year-olds. To be honest, Xu Ming didn't think kids this young could truly comprehend much of it. At best, they might catch a vague sense of the meaning. But then again, this was ancient times. There wasn't a well-structured educational system like the Blue Ocean Stars. You listen to Xu Ming's lecture for 10 minutes, plus 5 righteous chi. You listen to Xu Ming's lecture for 10 minutes, plus 5 righteous chi. Every 10 minutes, 5 points of righteous chi flowed in. By the end of the morning, with 3 30-minute sessions and a 10-minute break in between, along with the righteous chi gained from reading, Xu Ming had accumulated nearly 100 points. Yet, he didn't feel any significant changes in his body. That concludes today's lesson. You've all worked hard. Please review on your own when you return home, and I trust you'll gain a deeper understanding, Xu Ming said. As the teacher announced the end of class, the classroom erupted with excitement. One by one, the children grabbed their books and dashed outside, eager to relieve their brains, which had been abused by knowledge. "Let's go, class is over." Xu Ming nudged Qin on the shoulder. She had been asleep for half an hour. Xu Ming was quite tolerant. He wouldn't even scold students for sleeping in class. Qin rubbed her eyes, put her book back in her small bookcase, and clung to Xu Ming's arm, following him out. Kai-Dai, seeing her young mistress sticking so closely to Xu Ming, felt her heart melt a little. "Ming-Gij, school isn't fun." Qin hugged Xu Ming's arm and rested her chin on his shoulder, half asleep as she spoke. "School isn't exactly fun," Xu Ming replied, wanting to pat Qin head, but hesitating because Kai-Dai was present. "Qin, do you dislike school?" Qin pouted as she leaned on his shoulder. "I don't like it. Does Ming-Gij like school?" Xu Ming thought for a moment. "I guess I do." Qin said, "Then Qin will like school too." Xu Ming smiled. "Didn't you just say you didn't like it?" The girl's eyes sparkled like ripples in the Luo River. "I didn't like it before, but if Ming-Gij likes it, then I'll try to like it too." On the first day of school, Qin had eagerly come to find Xu Ming early in the morning. On the second day, however, Xu Ming got up early, finished breakfast, and realized that Qin hadn't arrived yet. With no other choice, he took the jade pendant Madame Qin had given him and headed to the Qin residence to look for her. When he arrived at Madame Qin's courtyard, he saw Qin half asleep, leaning against her mother, who was gently combing her hair. Madame Qin was dressed in a thin inner robe, her long hair cascading loosely down her back, just reaching her waist. Her delicate face glowed softly in the morning sunlight. Sitting upright with her legs together, her posture impeccable, the inner robe clung slightly to her figure, outlining a graceful silhouette. If a certain type of person were to see this, they might have exclaimed, "A true embodiment of Chow Wei elegance." "Qin, look who's here," Madame Qin said with a smile, gently tapping her daughter's cheek. Since Xu Ming was only 5 years old, Madame Qin had no reservations around him. Even if he happened to see her in her inner robe, it didn't matter. What could a small child possibly understand? Qin blinked her sleepy eyes open and glanced toward the courtyard gate. Her large, bright eyes immediately lit up. "Ming-Gij!" She jumped down from her mother's lap and ran over to Xu Ming. "Greetings, Madame Qin," Xu Ming said, bowing like a little adult. Then, turning to Qin, he added, "Qin, it's time for school." "Oh no." At the mention of school, Qin Xingwan's enthusiasm instantly deflated. Even though she had said yesterday that she would try to like school, it seemed she hadn't succeeded. In fact, Qin Xingwan was already regretting her decision to attend school. Wouldn't it be more fun to stay at home playing with Ming.I've and the big white goose in the courtyard? But despite her lack of interest, Qin Xingwan still clung to Xu Ming's arm and walked with him toward the school, with her maid Kai-Dai following behind them. When they arrived at the school gates, Xu Ming saw many elegantly dressed, noble women gathered there. A number of children were clinging to their mother's legs, wailing, "Mother, I don't want to go to school. School isn't fun at all." Yesterday, it had been the servants and maids bringing these young masters to school. Today, it was their mothers instead, likely because the servants had failed to persuade them. Now, only their mothers could handle the situation. Seeing their children crying so miserably, many of the noble women softened, thinking maybe they don't need to attend school after all. They're only 5 or 6 years old. What can they possibly learn? But then they recalled their husbands' stern warnings. Gritting their teeth, the noble women reluctantly pushed their children into the school's front courtyard before turning to leave. As their mothers walked away, the children wailed even louder. But their mothers didn't look back. Realizing their crying wouldn't change anything, the children finally understood. They were on the clock. If they didn't enter the classroom on time, they'd get a spanking from their fathers. Reluctantly, they turned around and trudged toward the classroom, their spirits thoroughly deflated. Ming-I've, sitting at her desk, Qin Xingwan tugged on Xu Ming's sleeve, her bright eyes blinking as she said, "They all cried about going to school, but Xingwan didn't cry." Xu Ming nodded absently, taking out his copy of the Analects. He had discovered that ordinary books like the Analects only granted attribute points the first time they were read. In contrast, the Tianxian Heart method provided points every time. Seeing Xu Ming's indifferent reaction, Qin Xingwan pouted, tugging on his sleeve again. Ming-I've, Xingwan didn't cry. Xu Ming glanced at her. Qin Xingwan's sparkling peach blossom eyes were filled with innocent anticipation, as if silently urging, "Praise me, praise me." "Xingwan is really amazing," Xu Ming said, patting her little head. Qin Xingwan, finally satisfied, squinted her eyes with a wide grin, rubbing her small head against Xu Ming's palm affectionately. While Qin Xingwan was clinging to him, Xu Ming noticed Su Pongda walking into the classroom. Like yesterday, Pongda silently took the seat by the aisle next to Xu Ming's and pulled out his books. It seemed that Su Pongda had also come alone today. The first wife, Madame Wang Feng, had never once brought him to school. His desk mate didn't talk to him either, making Pongda's loneliness even more apparent. Even though Su Pongda had said he was just a concubine's son at the age of 2, Xu Ming hadn't paid much attention to it. Their interactions were minimal, and he certainly didn't hold any grudges. After all, what could a 2-year-old really understand? Kids just parrot whatever the adults around them teach them. Su Pongda noticed Xu Ming looking at him. The chubby boy scratched his head shyly and then flashed a bright, hearty smile at Xu Ming. Xu Ming blinked, slightly taken aback, but nodded in return with a polite smile of his own. Before long, their teacher, Xiao Mo-Chi, entered the classroom. Everyone immediately quieted down and sat properly at their desks. These young nobles behaved so well largely because of their father's stern warnings. They had undoubtedly been repeatedly told not to embarrass themselves or disrespect their teacher. Today, Xiao Mo-Chi continued teaching the Analects, occasionally interspersing it with content from the Book of Songs. It was undeniably dry and tedious. In ancient times, after all, there was no such thing as fun learning. Still, Xu Ming listened attentively, driven by the promise of attribute points. Qin Xingwan, on the other hand, was nodding off like a little chick pecking at grains. Before long, her small head tilted and rested on Xu Ming's shoulder as she fell asleep. She wasn't the only one. Half the class was already asleep. Interestingly, Xiao Mo-Chi had a peculiar method. He would only wake up students who had been asleep for at least 15 minutes, asking them to answer a question. If someone hadn't reached that threshold, he would let them continue sleeping. What surprised Xu Ming even more was Su Pongda's dedication. Despite his obvious drowsiness, Pongda was pinching himself to stay awake and focused. Xu Ming couldn't help but recall the last time he had pushed himself this hard. It had been quite a while ago. Xiao Mochi also noticed Xu Ming and Su Pongda, the two most diligent students in the class, and silently made note of it. Honk, honk, honk! Midway through the lesson, the sudden sound of a goose honking came from outside the window. The abrupt noise broke the monotony of the classroom, instantly reviving the drowsy students, who all turned their heads to look outside. Xiao Bai, Qin Wan, now awake, lit up with joy at the sight of the goose outside the window. Xu Ming looked at the goose, the Tianqian goose, outside and couldn't help but feel his eyebrow twitch. What is this dumb goose doing here? Honk, honk, honk. Little bro, Big Sis is here to see you. The Tianqian goose, pleased to have gotten Xu Ming's attention, honked a few more times. Inside the classroom, Xiao Mochi watched the unusually intelligent goose. A soft smile tugged at his lips. Well, now, this is rather interesting, he remarked. Looking at the dazed goose before him, Xu Ming couldn't help but massage his temples. How did this silly goose get here? You didn't come along with me this morning, did you? Or could it be you followed my scent all the way here? In wandering around like this, if someone finds out you're special and decides to cook you, what then? Even though I still don't know what kind of breed this Tianqian goose is, rare beasts like you must be considered a great delicacy. People would definitely think you're a powerful tonic. Is this goose yours? Xiao Mochi walked over to Xu Ming and Qin Wan, smiling warmly. Yes, sir. She's our Xiao Bai. Isn't she pretty? Qin Wan said proudly. When Qin Wan first saw Xu Ming raising a goose, she had thought about getting one herself. But none of the other geese she saw were as beautiful as Xiao Bai, so she gave up in the end. After all, her Mingij's big white goose was as good as her own big white goose. She is very pretty, Xiao Mochi nodded. Sir, I must apologize. Xiao Bai must have been too bored at home alone and somehow managed to find her way here. Please forgive her. Xu Ming leapt from his seat and gave Xiao Mochi a respectful bow. Xiao Mochi studied Xu Ming and couldn't shake the impression that he exuded a refreshing grace. Every movement of his seemed to carry a scholarly air. No need to apologize. In fact, Brother Goose's presence has brought life to our study hall. He has added quite a bit of color, Xiao Mochi said with a smile. Goose, goose, goose. The Tianqian goose flapped its wings outside the window in protest. Qin Wan pouted. Sir, you're wrong about one thing. Xiao Bai's a girl. Goose. The Tianqian goose nodded emphatically. My apologies, I misspoke. Allow me to formally apologize to Miss Xiao Bai, Xiao Mochi said, bowing solemnly toward the goose. Goose, I forgive you. The Tianqian goose spread its wings akimbo and raised her long neck proudly. Xu Ming, however, felt both surprised and puzzled. What surprised him was that this gentleman actually knew his name. But what puzzled him was, as a cultivator, surely Xiao Mochi, regardless of his level, should be able to discern a goose's gender, right? Dear students, since Miss Xiao Bai has graced us with her presence today, how about we compose a poem in her honor? Xiao Mochi suggested, turning to the group. A little girl with twin braids stood up and said, But sir, isn't writing poetry something only adults do? We don't know how to make poems. Xiao Mochi shook his head. The kind of poetry I speak of doesn't need to follow rhyme or meter. Just say what's in your heart. Every person has their own poetry. Fair lady, a gentleman yearns. That's a poem. The blazing sun above, my sweat flows endlessly. That's also a poem. Adults have their poetry, and children have theirs. Everyone has their own poetry in their heart. Xiao Mochi glanced around the room. Would anyone like to give it a try? His words hung in the air, but no one dared to lift their head. Some students looked eager, but hesitated to raise their hands. Why don't you give it a try, Pongda? Xiao Mochi suggested, his eyes landing on Su Pongda. Huh. The chubby boy shot to his feet, his jiggling flesh drawing a wave of laughter from the others. Blushing furiously, Xu Ming.I've scratched the back of his head. He wanted to refuse, but didn't have the courage to do so. Finally, he looked at the big white goose, then at Xu Ming, thought for a moment and recited, "Big white goose, white as snow. One pot won't hold you. With chili, you'll taste great though." Ha ha! Xu Ming.I've's poem successfully broke the tension, filling the study hall with cheerful laughter. Goose! 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 The Tianxian goose flapped her wings furiously in protest. The Tianxian goose flapped its wings furiously, as if preparing to duel the chubby boy to the death. Xu Ming.I've hung his head low, his cheeks flushed bright red. Xu Ming chuckled. "Not bad, Ming.I've. The fact that you spoke up at all is already quite impressive. Sit down." Xu Ming.I've timidly took his seat. "Does anyone else want to try composing a poem?" Xu Ming asked again, scanning the room. But no one responded. "How about?" Xu Ming's gaze shifted in Xu Ming's direction. Qin Qingwan, thinking the teacher was looking at her, quickly darted behind Xu Ming. "Xu Ming, why don't you give it a try?" Xu Ming said, addressing him directly. Xu Ming stood up. The Tianxian goose let out a few cries of goose, 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 as if saying, "Little one, you'd better compose something good. Don't let me down." Qin Qingwan's eyes sparkled with expectation as she looked at Xu Ming, eager to see what kind of poem he would create. Whatever it was bound to be better than Xu Ming.I've's. Xu Ming thought for a moment, then recited, "Goose, goose, goose. Curved neck singing to the skies. White feathers floating on green waters. Red feet paddling through clear waves. Goose? Oh, goose, goose, goose. Well done, little one. That's a fine poem." The Tianxian goose cried out in delight, clearly pleased. Xu Ming looked at Xu Ming with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Though the poem was simple and straightforward, it was still remarkable, especially coming from a 5-year-old child. As Xu Ming finished reciting, a line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. "You have composed a poem. Heiresses plus 100, charisma plus 10. Xu Ming froze for a moment, stunned that writing a poem could increase his heiresses. Although he still had no idea what heiresses was for, it seemed significant. Meanwhile, the children in the study hall, despite their limited appreciation for poetry, instinctively knew this poem was excellent. A vivid image of a swan on the water surfaced in their minds. Besides Xu Ming, Qin Qingwan looked at him with admiration in her eyes, while even Xu Ming.I've's face reflected awe. "We're all kids here, and I'm even 2 years older than you. So why is your poem so much better than mine?" "A very fine poem," Xu Ming praised. He then asked a few more children if they wanted to try composing, calling on several by name. Afterward, he resumed teaching the intellects. Interestingly, Xu Ming didn't ask the Tianxian goose to leave, but allowed it to stay outside the study hall, listening in on the lesson. When class finally ended at noon, the children spilled out of the study hall like a flood, relieved to be free. Xu Ming watched as Xu Ming and Qin Qingwan left together, the Tianxian goose waddling behind them. Rubbing his fingers thoughtfully, Xu Ming murmured to himself, "Who would have thought? The Xu family has produced such a talented child. And that goose actually ended up at the Xu household. Could it be that the Xu family is destined for a resurgence?" Gazing at their departing figures, Xu Ming quietly wrote down the name Xu Ming on a piece of paper. At the entrance of the school, many servants had already arrived to pick up their young masters and mistresses. Some children had made new friends over the past 2 days and were walking out arm in arm. Xu Ming.I've stepped out of the school, watching his classmates walk away in pairs, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Then he saw Xu Ming, Qin Qingwan, and a big white goose walking together. A small sense of loneliness welled up in his heart. He wanted to join Xu Ming and the others to play, but after taking a few steps, he stopped, feeling too shy to catch up. Only when Xu Ming and Qin Qingwan had gone far ahead did Xu Ming.I've, carrying his small bookcase on his back, silently head in the direction of the Xu residence. Third young master is back. When he arrived at the Xu residence, the servants and maids greeted Xu Ming.I've one after another. Su Pongda responded with a bright, sunny smile unique to chubby kids, and then headed toward Qingxin courtyard. Once he had walked a bit further, the servants couldn't help but start whispering amongst themselves. I heard that the first madam's father was dismissed from office. I heard it too. Meanwhile, the second madam's elder brother was appointed minister of personnel. One more step up, and he'll be the grand chancellor. The eldest young master is said to have exceptional talent in talisman making. He joined the Tianzhuan sect last year, and even the sect leader has praised him. Honestly, the hereditary noble title should go to the eldest young master. But the eldest young master is already cultivating. What use would he have for the title? You fool! The land and resources tied to a noble title greatly benefit a cultivator's progress. Why else would so many cultivators take up positions in the court? Walking in the distance, Su Pongda's ears twitched. Others might think he couldn't hear them, but in truth, Su Pongda's hearing was sharper than most. He lowered his head even further and gripped the straps of his bookcase tightly, quickening his pace toward his courtyard. When he finally reached his own residence, Su Pongda stopped at the gate and saw his mother sitting on a stone bench in the yard, lost in thought. Su Pongda swallowed nervously. Though he felt a bit scared, he still walked in and softly called out, "And mother, I'm back from school." Wang Feng turned her head to look at her son. Her once bright phoenix eyes, which had captivated all of the capital, were now dull and lifeless. "You're back." "Yes, mother, I'm back," Su Pongda repeated, taking small steps with his chubby legs to approach her. "Go play. Dinner will be a bit later today," Wang Feng said indifferently, withdrawing her gaze as if she had entirely let go of him. "I'm not hungry," Su Pongda replied. He was about to head into his room when he suddenly stopped. Biting his lip, he seemed to muster great courage before running back to his mother's side. He tilted his head up nervously, looking at Wang Feng. "Mother, the teacher praised me today." Wang Feng responded with a slight nod, but she didn't even glance at her son. "Then I'll go back to my room," Su Pongda said, feeling a sour ache in his nose at the sight of his mother's demeanor. Wang Feng replied again. Su Pongda stood on tiptoes and poured a cup of water for his mother, placing it on the table. Then, with his head hung low, he went back to his room. Sitting at his small desk, Su Pongda took out his books. He glanced out the window, longing to go out and play. But with a heavy shake of his head, he slapped his chubby cheeks firmly and took a deep breath. Gathering his focus, he began reviewing the lessons the teacher had taught that day. The Wanjian sect. It was one of the 4 sacred grounds and 5 great sects in the world of cultivators. A dreamland for all sword cultivators. The sect master of the Wanjian sect, Jianglu, was renowned as the #1 sword immortal in the world. She was also hailed as the strongest female sword immortal in history. In her 1,000 years of cultivation, Jianglu had never taken a disciple. This was despite countless sword prodigies with innate sword bones or sword intent physiques coming to seek her tutelage. Jianglu had rejected them all. Yet a year ago, Jianglu accepted a disciple, a mere 4-year-old child. The child's name quickly spread throughout the sect. Her name was Su Ming.I've. At just 4 years old, Su Ming.I've became one of the most senior figures in the Wanjian sect. Even elders several centuries old had to address her as martial uncle. Strangely, no one cared that Su Ming.I've possessed innate sword bones. Such sacred physiques were not uncommon within the sect. Instead, everyone was curious. What made this 4-year-old martial uncle so special that she could become the sect master's first and perhaps only disciple? Many sought to catch a glimpse of this mysterious child. However, since her initiation, Su Ming.I've had never left the sect master's peak. Within the forest of the sect master's peak, a woman clad in the robes of the Wanjian sect walked across fallen leaves. Her complexion was as fair as snow, her delicate nose beneath crimson lips as though brushed with plum ink. Perhaps due to years of sword training, her figure was tall and slender. Even in her robes, one could faintly discern her lean, toned, and powerful legs. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but as cold as ice, making others hesitant to approach. The woman walked to a mountain stream, where a waterfall cascaded from a high cliff, crashing into a clear spring below. At the center of the spring, a young girl with delicate, porcelain-like features sat cross-legged on a rock. The girl shared a striking similarity with the woman. Both had sword-shaped eyebrows, exuding an aura of bravery and strength. Shua, Jiang Luoyu called softly to the little girl. Su Xuanhua slowly opened her eyes, stood up, and performed the Wanjian sect's sword salute. Master! Jiang Liu examined the sword energy surrounding Su Xuanhua, then nodded in approval. It's about time. Come with me. Yes, master, Su Xuanhua replied, following closely behind. Though she didn't know where her master was taking her, Jiang Liu flicked her sleeve, and moments later, they were flying on a sword, soaring through the clouds. Before a single cup of tea could be finished, Jiang Liu brought Su Xuanhua to a peculiar mountain peak. What made the peak unusual was its lack of trees. Instead, it was covered in countless long swords planted firmly in the ground. The only other notable feature was a large stone stele inscribed with 3 words. Mingxin's Sword Peak. Su Xuanhua furrowed her brows. She felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if the closer she got to this mountain, the more her body was being torn apart by the thousands of swords around her. Yet, she pressed her lips tightly together, clenched her fists, and endured without making a sound. When she finally landed, they stood before a mountain cave. Another stone stele stood at the cave's entrance, carved with 4 characters. Jianxin Dao Ming. The sword's heart reveals the way. Next, you might die. Jiang Liu withdrew her gaze from the stele and lowered her head to look at Su Xuan, speaking slowly but firmly. Next, you might die, Jiang Liu said, her voice calm and unwavering, as if she were merely stating a simple fact. Su Xuanhua's heart trembled slightly. For a girl just over 5 years old, the concept of death was still vague and distant. Yet she understood one thing. When a person dies, they are gone forever. Jiang Liu explained. Mingxin Sword Peak is a forbidden ground of the Wanjian sect. Apart from outer disciples, whether inner disciples, core disciples, or even true heirs, anyone whose path in swordsmanship becomes clouded in confusion and uncertainty may choose to come here to awaken their sword's heart. Those who succeed in awakening their sword's heart can dispel their doubts and firmly establish their resolve. But for those who fail, at best, they lose their cultivation. At worst, they perish entirely, their Tao coming to an end. Mingxin Sword Peak has another name, Burial Sword Peak. This place was once an ordinary mountain, filled with streams and forests. However, the former sect master of the Wanjian sect established a rule. All who fail here must plant their life-bound flying sword into the peak. Over the past 1,000 years, the peak has been filled with countless swords. The sword energy and intent left behind have turned this place into a land of death. Jiang Liu placed her hand gently on Su Xuanhua's head. In the years since you joined the Wanjian sect, I have only taught you some basic mental techniques, literacy, and a few fundamentals of swordsmanship. You have not yet truly stepped onto the path of the sword. You may be wondering, if you haven't even embarked on the sword's path, how can you awaken your sword's heart? Su Xuanhua nodded. Jiang Liu turned her gaze toward the cave ahead. That's because my swordsmanship requires you to awaken your sword's heart first. The path of the sword is like a road. Some people lose their way as they walk it, but that's fine. They can always return to the road and continue forward. But my swordsmanship demands that you walk this road unwaveringly from the very beginning. If you lose your way, you will never find it again. So, Xuanhua, before you even set foot on the sword's path, you must understand where your road lies. Once you take that step, there will be no turning back. However, I will not force you. You can choose not to enter. I will arrange for another elder to teach you. With proper guidance, you will still become a fine sword cultivator. Su Xuanhua lowered her small head, her brows furrowing in thought. Jiang Liu did not rush her. She simply stood quietly by her side, waiting for her decision. Master, how old were you when you went in? Su Xuanhua finally asked, looking up at Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu thought for a moment. 4. Su Xuanhua pressed her thin lips tightly together. After a long pause, she asked again, "If I don't go in and instead study under another elder, can I become the strongest sword cultivator in the world?" Jiang Luoyu considered her question and shook her head. "No, you cannot." Su Xuanhua then asked, "If I go in and succeed, learning your swordsmanship, then what?" Jiang Luoyu thought again. "It's possible." Su Xuanhua clenched her fists tightly. When the little girl finally raised her head again, the determination was clear. "Then, master, I will go in." Jiang Liu shook her head once more. "You don't have to be the best." Su Xuanhua's lips quivered slightly as she replied firmly, "I want to be the best." "Are you sure?" Jiang Luoyu asked one last time. "If you fail, you will never see your mother again, nor anyone else you care about." Su Xuanhua nodded, her small face pale with nervousness. "I'm sure." "Very well." Jiang Luoyu asked no further questions. She gently placed her slender hand on Su Xuanhua's back and gave her a soft push forward. Before Su Xuanhua fully realized what had happened, she was already inside the cave. Behind her came her master's parting words. "Remember, just keep moving forward." The cave was pitch dark, yet Su Xuanhua discovered she could faintly make out her surroundings. Step by step, Su Xuanhua walked deeper into the cave. Suddenly, she felt a long sword pierce through her body. An intense pain surged through her entire being. Lying on the ground, Su Xuanhua clutched her abdomen tightly, unable to scream from the agony. When the pain subsided slightly, she slowly crawled up and continued walking forward. Blade after blade of sword energy tore through her body, and with each step, it felt like chunks of her flesh were being carved off. It was hard to imagine how such a young girl could endure all of this. "Mother." After walking for what felt like an eternity, Su Xuanhua saw her mother. Just as she took a step toward her, her mother stared coldly at the young girl, raising a finger and saying, "Why? Why must you be born a daughter?" Su Xuanhua froze, her entire body turning icy cold. She wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. "Keep moving forward." Remembering her master's words, Su Xuanhua shut her eyes, covered her ears, and continued walking. But Su Xuanhua found that even with her eyes closed and ears covered, she could still see and hear everything happening inside the cave. She kept walking forward, step by step, until she lost her balance and fell into a deep pool of water. Su Xuanhua didn't know how deep the pool was. She only felt herself sinking endlessly. Struggling to swim upward, she saw her mother blocking her path. Her mother's words pierced through her body like needles. "An innate sword bone. What a useless innate sword bone. Sister, why does mother hate you so much? What's the point of learning the sword? What's the use of being a so-called lofty sword immortal? Can you help your brother obtain the hereditary title? From today onward, you are removed from the family. Leave." Su Xuanhua slowly stopped struggling. It felt like everything about her life had lost its meaning. So what? Life isn't just about cultivation. And you, didn't that elder sister say you have an incredible innate sword bone? Why are you crying? Just as Su Xuanhua was about to completely close her eyes, the voice of a bastard child drifted into her ears. Dazed, the young girl opened her eyes and saw the courtyard, and her past self crying. "You weren't driven out of the house. You were removed from the Su family registry so that you wouldn't be affected by Wu State's national fate. I guess that's about right. All right. You're going to be a great sword immortal in the future. And if your brother can't obtain the title, what does that have to do with you? It's his own fault for being incompetent. Who said no one likes you? Lady Qin likes you. Qingwan likes you. My mother likes you. Even the big white goose likes you. Fine. I like you too. Here, take this. If you ever get bullied, come to Wanjian sect to find me. All right, but what if I can't make it to Wanjian sect? Then recite my name every night before you sleep." "Why?" Sister Chun Yin said that if someone recites another's name every day and one day stops, that person will feel restless. At that time, I'll definitely come to find you. "'Tis just a bastard child. So annoying," Su Shui muttered irritably as she sank deeper and deeper, but a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. Boom! With a thunderous boom echoing across the Wanjian sect, everyone turned to look in the same direction. A pillar of sword energy erupted from the forbidden grounds, soaring into the sky. One after another, long swords emerged from the stone ground of Mingxin's sword peak, piercing straight through the clouds, connecting heaven and earth. In Tianji City, an old man slowly opened his eyes. Lifting his head, he moved his fingers in calculation, then smiled while shaking his head. In his eyes was a mix of surprise, admiration, and deep emotion. With a wave of his hand, a sheet of white paper flew out, spreading across the world. At that very moment, the 4 sacred lands, the 5 great sects, the lands of the northern wilderness barbarians, the kingdom of 10,000 demons in the southern desolation, the western demon cult and Buddhist nation, and the 10 great human dynasties of the East, countless sects and kingdoms, large and small, witnessed the same scene. Even Xu Ming, who was carrying heavy loads while running laps in a courtyard, instinctively lifted his head. Above, a sheet of white paper appeared in the sky, and words began to emerge upon it. Su Xuannuo, 5 years old, enters the cave mansion realm. Her life-bound flying sword, Qing Ming, ranked 10th on the Qingyun. Wu Dynasty Weekly. Wu Dynasty Weekly. The 4th young lady of the Su family, Su Xuannuo, entered the cave mansion realm at the age of 5. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. Su Xuannuo has forged her sword bones into her life-bound flying sword, naming it Qing Ming. In 2 years, during the 10,000 sword ceremony held by the Wanjian sect, Sect Master Zhang Liu has decreed that Su Xuannuo will preside over the grand event. The 4th young lady of the Su family has become renowned across the lands. The emperor, overjoyed, has declared that for the next year, taxes will be halved. The Wu kingdom has a weekly record known as the Wu Weekly, which chronicles major events that occurred throughout the week, including worldly happenings. However, after Su Xuannuo's name appeared in the Tianji Book of Tianji City, the entire world came to know of the name Su Xuannuo. Especially in the capital of Wu Kingdom, the political center of one of the 10 great human dynasties, the news caused a frenzy. Everyone's mind echoed with the same words. 5 years old, entering the cave mansion realm. There are 13 realms in this world of cultivation. If you include the 2 mythical realms, there are a total of 15 realms. Lower 5 realms: Qi entry, mind clarity, furnace ignition, Qi refining, furnace foundation. Middle 5 realms: cave mansion, sea observation, dragon gate, golden core, nascent soul. Upper 5 realms: jade purity, immortal, ascension, and the 2 lost realms. If you possess spiritual roots and cultivate diligently, reaching furnace foundation is feasible before the end of your natural lifespan. However, entering the middle 5 realms is akin to ascending the heavens. The cave mansion realm, the first of the middle 5, is also the first great life or death threshold for cultivators. Only by reaching the cave mansion realm can you stop eating grain, bigu, walk with the wind, and truly be referred to as a mountain dweller. Yet, among all cultivators, fewer than 1 in 100 can achieve it. Many cultivators perish without ever stepping into that realm. But Su Xuannuo, at the mere age of 5, entered the cave mansion realm. Whether or not she is the last, she is certainly the first. Though Su Xuannuo was born with innate sword bones, meaning she cannot be influenced by the kingdom's fortune, and was thus removed from the Su family registry, preventing her from holding an official position or even acknowledging her family ties in the future. She is still, undeniably, a citizen of the Wu kingdom. In the years to come, the name Su Xuannuo will always be associated with the Wu kingdom. This is a source of immense pride. Brother Ming, did you see the writing in the sky yesterday? Sister Xuannuo is so incredible. On the way to school, Qin Xingwan clung to Xu Ming's arm, happily skipping as she spoke. She really is amazing. Xu Ming nodded, genuinely happy for Su Xuannuo. Yesterday, the entire Su household was buzzing about this. Xu Ming had come to understand just how extraordinary the cave mansion realm was. In just a single year, Xu Ming had skipped 5 realms and directly entered the Cave Mansion realm. Not only that, but she was now ranked top 10 on the Qingyan list. From what Xu Ming overheard during conversations between his mother and Lady Qin, the Qingyan list records only 100 prodigies under the age of 30. Besides Xu Ming, the youngest cultivator on the list is the 9th-ranked Mo Wushuang, who is 21 years old. This highlights the sheer weight of Xu Ming's achievement at 5 years old and ranked 10th on the Qingyan list. Xu Ming felt the need to work harder in his training. Otherwise, when he next met Xu Ming, he might not even be able to raise his head, and she would have to protect him instead. Miss Xu is indeed formidable, but if Miss Qingwan were to embark on the path of cultivation, she wouldn't fall behind either, said Kai Dai, who followed beside them. Sister Kai Dai, can martial artists enter the Qingyan list? Xu Ming asked. They can, but also cannot, Kai Dai replied. Xu Ming furrowed his brows, confused. What kind of answer is that? Seeing Xu Ming's expression, Kai Dai smiled gently and explained, Yesterday, what you saw in the sky, young master, was the Tianji book. The Tianji book is a treasured artifact passed down through generations in Tianji City. The book is divided into 3 rankings. 1. Qingyuan ranking, records the top 100 prodigies under the age of 30. 2. World ranking, records the top 100 most powerful individuals in the world. 3. Beauty ranking, records the top 100 most beautiful women in the world. Take the Qingyuan ranking as an example. Whenever someone breaks through to a higher realm, the Tianji book senses it and updates the rankings accordingly. However, martial artists cannot trigger such reactions. Indeed, a martial artist at the Mountain Summit realm can rival cultivators in the Ascension realm. Yet, the path of martial arts is ultimately a dead end. No matter how powerful a martial artist becomes, their lifespan is limited to a mere 300 years. Meanwhile, even a cultivator at the Cave Mansion realm can live up to 500 years. Then why did Sister Kai Dai say it's possible? Xu Ming asked in confusion. Kai Dai smiled, her eyes curving. While breaking through as a martial artist won't alert the Tianji book if you defeat someone already on the rankings so thoroughly they can't show their face anymore, how could the book keep their name in that spot? It would have no choice but to replace it with yours. Xu Ming thought Kai Dai made a lot of sense. Sister Kai Dai, what are the cultivation realms for cultivators, then? Xu Ming was about to ask, but Qin Qingwan beat him to it. There are 15 realms in total for cultivators, Kai Dai began. The lower 5 realms. 1. Qi entry. 2. Mind clarity. 3. Furnace ignition. 4. Qi refining. 5. Furnace foundation. Cultivators in these realms are still considered mortal. They can use basic spells and magical tools, but not much. Their lifespans only extend about 40 to 50 years beyond that of ordinary people. Think of them as skilled, wandering Taoists. The middle 5 realms. 1. Cave Mansion. Only upon reaching this realm can one be considered a true cultivator of the mountain path, with a lifespan of up to 500 years. 2. Sea Observation, a significant enhancement of spiritual perception. 3. Dragon Gate. After witnessing the vastness of the sea, one can cross the Dragon Gate. 4. Golden Core. Forming a golden core marks a qualitative transformation. 5. Nascent Soul. Known as the Earth Immortal realm, this is the limit for most cultivators. Those in the nascent soul realm can establish sects and schools. However, there is a saying among cultivators, only upon reaching the nascent soul realm can one be considered truly initiated. For those with exceptional talent, the nascent soul realm is merely the beginning. The upper 5 realms. 1. Jade Purity. There are no more than 300 known cultivators in this realm worldwide, all of whom are either sect leaders or elders of major sects. 2. Immortal Realm. Fewer than 50 known individuals. They are revered as ancient ancestors. 3. Ascension Realm. Only about 10 known. The last update to the Ascension Realm rankings occurred 300 years ago when Jiang Luoyu, the sect master of the Wanjian sect, cleaved the heavens with a single sword to enter this realm. The lost 2 realms. These realms remain purely mythical. There's been no known appearance of such cultivators, and even their existence is uncertain. As Kai Dai explained, Xu Ming silently committed everything to memory. However, he also cast a deeper glance at Kai Dai. He wasn't sure if this was all common knowledge, but it seemed to him that Qin Xingwan's maidservant knew an awful lot. Unknowingly, Xu Ming and Qin Xingwan had arrived at the gates of the academy. Compared to the chaos of yesterday, where all the young masters and ladies had thrown tantrums to avoid attending, today they were noticeably better behaved. Part of it was getting used to the routine, but the main reason was that they realized crying would achieve nothing. Entering the classroom, Xu Ming overheard many of the children discussing the name Su Xuan Nua, with no small amount of admiration in their eyes. Before long, Mr. Xiao entered the class. Today, instead of teaching from the Analects, he switched to the Book of Rites. Of course, to the 5, 6, and 7-year-olds in the class, it made no difference. It was equally boring. Xu Ming found himself getting drowsy, but forced himself to stay awake for the sake of gaining attribute points. Xu Ming glanced at Su Pongda, seated by the aisle, and noticed him stubbornly fighting off his drowsiness during class. Every now and then, Su Pongda would pinch himself to stay awake, forcing his spirits up. Xu Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled. You're a young master of the Su family. Even though your family doesn't hold an inheritable noble title anymore, your life is guaranteed to be one of ease and comfort. Why go to such lengths? Halfway through the class, a man dressed in a python-patterned robe entered the academy. Mr. Xiao told the students to take a break, saying he had something to attend to. The students cheered and rushed out to the courtyard to play. Xu Ming, however, flipped open a new book, the Wu Dynasty's Code of Law. This book had been purchased for him by Sister Chunyan at his request. To break the law, you must first know it. Though Xu Ming didn't plan on breaking any laws, knowing the legal system of the Wu Dynasty would give him a clear understanding of what he should and shouldn't do. You have read 100 words of the Wu Dynasty's Code of Law. Spirit +1, eloquence +1. Interestingly, the Wu Dynasty's Code of Law didn't increase his Hao Ran Qi, but rather other attributes. This piqued Xu Ming's curiosity. What if I read The Little Adventures of Liu Bei instead? What would it improve? Unlike the imperceptible effects of Hao Ran Qi, reading the Wu Dynasty's Code of Law made Xu Ming feel more awake, as if his tongue was becoming more nimble. Could this be the result of improved spirit and eloquence attributes? Just as Xu Ming was absorbed in accumulating attribute points, a little girl burst into the classroom shouting, "A fight! There's a fight outside! Xiong Haiji, Li San, and the others are fighting Su Pongda." Xu Ming froze for a moment. Qin Xingwan gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice tinged with worry. "Brother Ming, let's go take a look." "All right." Xu Ming nodded. Walking into the courtyard, Xu Ming saw Su Pongda locked in a 3 versus 1 battle. The other 3 boys were about the same height as Su Pongda, but Su Pongda was well-rounded. With a loud yell, Su Pongda charged into one boy, knocking him to the ground. Then he turned and grabbed another in a bear hug, pummeling him relentlessly. Meanwhile, the third boy was kicking and punching Su Pongda from behind, both sides now fully enraged. At that moment, the boy Su Pongda had knocked down grabbed a rock and prepared to smash it against the back of Su Pongda's head. Just as the child was about to succeed, his hand was suddenly frozen mid-air, gripped tightly by Xu Ming. "How dare you meddle in my business? Do you know who my father is?" The boy, Xiong Haiji, yelled. "Who?" Xu Ming asked. "My father is the Minister of War, Xiong Tian." "Oh, your father is the Minister of War?" Xu Ming confirmed. "Exactly. Are you scared now?" Xiong Haiji sneered. "And the fathers of those, too?" Xu Ming asked. "They're my father's subordinates, the Vice Ministers of War." "Oh, all from the Ministry of War. That makes things simple." Xu Ming smiled, visibly relieved, before kicking Xiong Haiji squarely in the stomach. In the Su family estate, a eunuch with a shrill voice proclaimed, "By imperial decree, Su Xianhua of the Wu Kingdom entered the cave mansion realm at the age of 5, ranked 10th on the Qingyun ranking. Her name is renowned across the land. Reward: 10 jars of osmanthus brew from the wine Immortal Valley. End of decree. In the Xu family hall, the Duke of Xu, Xu Shuya, respectfully accepted the decree with utmost reverence. Your servant receives the decree with gratitude. The 10 jars of osmanthus brew from the wine Immortal Valley are treasures the Emperor cherishes deeply. He rarely allows himself even a sip, yet he has gifted over half to you, Duke Xu. This shows how pleased His Majesty is, said Eunuch Wei, gesturing delicately with his orchid fingers. Xu Shuya smiled and discreetly slipped a few silver notes into Eunuch Wei's sleeve. It's a pity that Xu possesses an innate sword physique and cannot serve the nation. Indeed, it is regrettable. However, no matter where she goes, Miss Xu is a shining banner of our Wu kingdom. Eunuch Wei chuckled. Now that the decree has been delivered, I shall return to report. Safe travels, Eunuch Wei. Zheng, see Eunuch Wei out. Xu Shuya instructed his son to see Eunuch Wei off. After Eunuch Wei departed and the crowd dispersed, Wang Feng approached Xu Shuya, offering a respectful bow. Father, I will return to my courtyard for now. All right, go ahead. Wait, I'll have someone send 2 jars of wine to you later. These 10 jars are all thanks to your good fortune, Xu Shuya said with a smile. Father flatters me. I'll take my leave now, Wang Feng replied politely. She didn't say much more, turning to leave. As Xu Shuya watched Wang Feng's retreating figure, he shook his head, feeling a twinge of pity for his daughter-in-law. She had the fortune to give birth to such a gifted daughter, yet because of Xuan's innate sword physique, her name had to be removed from the family records. Even Wang Feng, her mother, could not openly acknowledge her. In the future, even if Xuan returned, she would merely be a guest in the Xu family. As for Xu Pengda, hoping to inherit a hereditary title due to his sister's talents, that was simply impossible. Hereditary titles were never decided by the head of the family. They required an imperial decree. If the emperor so much as entertained the thought of granting the title because of Xuan, it would indirectly tie the Wu kingdom's fate to her through the Xu family's title. If that happened, Xuan's master would likely come personally, sword in hand, to sever the karmic ties. The only exception would be if Xuan reached the immortal realm, a stage where she would be entirely unaffected by the fortunes or misfortunes of any mortal dynasty. At that point, the emperor might bestow the title upon Pengda to curry favor with Xuan. But the problem was, even someone as gifted as Jiang Liu, the sect master of the Wanjian sect, took 500 years to reach the immortal realm. No matter how extraordinary Xuan's talent was, it would still take at least 300 years. For cultivators, 300 years was a fleeting moment. For ordinary people, it was a lifetime long gone, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Xu Shuya shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. With his hands clasped behind his back, he decided to take a stroll to Chunfeng Tower. But just as he was about to leave, the Xu family steward rushed toward him in a panic. Master, terrible news. The Minister of War's son, along with the 2 vice ministers' sons, had their teeth knocked out by the young master. Beside the study hall, there was a small room where a group of children stood. On the left side, 3 of them had bruised and swollen faces. Among them, a boy named Xiong Haiji stood out. He had even lost a front tooth, making him whistle slightly whenever he spoke. On the right side, 3 other children stood. Xu Ming stood straight and calm. Xu Pengda looked nervous, while Qin Xingwan held her head high, her fair chin raised proudly. Her small hand gripped Xu Ming's sleeve tightly, her expression practically declaring, "Who dares to touch my brother Ming?" In front of the children sat Mr. Xiao and a man dressed in a Mangpeo robe. Xu Ming glanced up at the man in the Mangpeo, observing him. The man smiled gently, and noticing Xu Ming's gaze, he nodded at him. If Xu Ming remembered correctly, the law codes of the Wu dynasty stated that the Mangpeo was a ceremonial robe bestowed by the emperor. Wearing it required a jade belt. Though similar to the emperor's dragon robe, the Mangpeo was not officially part of the standard official attire. Instead, it symbolized imperial favor, making it a rare and significant honor. This man clearly held a high status, deeply trusted by the emperor of Wu. Brother Zihong, forgive me, Xiao Machi said with a laugh. It seems your visit today has coincided with some excitement. The man called Su Zihong shook his head. Our Wu dynasty is built on martial strength. It's no surprise that even young ones exchange punches and kicks. On court, we officials often argue until fists fly. The more capable an official is, the more likely they are to resort to physical expression. It just means these young ones are destined to be pillars of our dynasty's future. Brother Zihong, you jest. Xiao Machi smiled helplessly and shook his head before turning to the children. All right, little ones, tell me, why were you fighting? The room fell silent. Xiao Machi's gaze landed on Xu Ming, the student he admired most. Xu Ming, you first. Xu Ming cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Teacher, I'm not sure myself. You're not sure? Xiao Machi asked with a smile. Weren't you the one who knocked out Haiji's teeth? Teacher, I admit I struck them, Xu Ming replied, scratching his head. But it was because my elder brother was being attacked. How could I just stand by and do nothing? As for why it started, I truly don't know. Xu Ming did feel somewhat wronged. He had been careful with his strength. They lost teeth likely because they were already due to fall out. That's right. Qin Qingwan quickly chimed in. Even though we're not very close to Su Pongda, his sister is one of our best friends. When Sister Xuanhua's brother was being bullied, how could we just stand by? Haiji, Xiao Machi prompted, turning to the boy. Tell me, how did this start between you and Pongda? Who dared lay a hand on my son? Is there no law in this land? Just as Xiao Machi was about to question Xiong Haiji further, 3 women barged into the room, their voices loud and indignant. Both Xiao Machi and Su Zihong frowned slightly at the commotion. Mother, my tooth is gone. Mother, I got kicked so far. Mother, I thought I'd never see you again. Seeing their mothers arrive, Xiong Haiji, Li San, and Wang Wu immediately rushed over, clinging to their mother's legs. The 3 women were distressed at the sight of their children's bruised faces and dusty clothes, especially Haiji's missing tooth. Don't worry. Who dared hurt you? Your mother will see justice done, said Madame Xiong, the wife of the Minister of War, as she stroked her son's face. It was him. Xiong Haiji and the other 2 pointed accusingly at Xu Ming. It wasn't Brother Ming. It was me who hit them. Su Pongda swallowed nervously, his face pale as he stood in front of Xu Ming, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Xu Ming and Qin Qingwan looked at Su Pongda in surprise, not expecting him to take such responsibility. But seriously, could your legs stop shaking? They started it. Qin Qingwan was about to step forward and argue, but Xu Ming grabbed her hand and stepped forward himself. It was me who hit them, he said. You. Madame Xiong's chest heaved with anger. Whose child are you? From a Su household, son of the 5th madam, Xu Ming replied calmly. Su household? 5th madam. Madame Xiong thought for a moment before sneering. A mere concubine's son. Who gave you such audacity? As she spoke, she stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Xu Ming. Su Zihong frowned and was about to intervene, but Xiao Machi stopped him with a gesture. Just as Madame Xiong's hand was about to land on Xu Ming, and as Xu Ming prepared to dodge, a slender, fair hand shot out and caught hers in midair. Madame Xiong looked up, stunned. Before she could react, Wang Feng raised her other hand and slapped Madame Xiong across the face. Wang Feng, you dare hit me? Madame Xiong's face turned pale with fury. Of course I dare, Wang Feng said coldly, standing protectively in front of Xu Ming. Her hands were folded gracefully in front of her, and her gaze was icy as it bore into Madame Xiong. Such audacity, Madame Xiong, to raise your hand against a child of the Su household. Do you think our household is empty of protectors? I'll have my brother submit a memorial to the emperor and ask how Minister Xiong manages his household. To strike a 5-year-old child, what fine teachings indeed. You. Madame Xiong's face alternated between green and white in anger. Though Wang Feng's father had been dismissed from office, her elder brother still held a high-ranking position as a censorate minister. If her husband were to be targeted by the censorate's investigations, it would certainly be an ordeal. Madame Wang, let us be reasonable here. Our children have been beaten so badly. Shouldn't you at least give us an explanation? Madame Li stepped forward, trying to defuse the situation and give Madame Xiong a way out. Wang Feng frowned slightly and turned to look at Xu Ming and Su Pengda behind her, silently asking for an explanation. Xu Ming, too, glanced at Su Pengda. Xu Ming truly didn't know why the fight had started. Based on what he had observed over the past few days, Su Pengda had a soft and gentle temperament, not the type to get into conflicts. But Su Pengda merely lowered his head, saying nothing. Wang Feng then turned to look at Xiong Haiji and his two companions. The three boys immediately lowered their heads, looking guilty and too scared to speak. How about this? Xiao Machi finally interjected, sensing something was off. The cause of the fight was likely something the children didn't want to disclose. It's already midday, and none of the ladies or children have eaten. Why don't you all take your children home first? This was my oversight, and I promise to give you all a proper explanation later. Please accept my apologies, Xiao Machi said as he stood and bowed to the ladies. The sudden gesture startled the three women, who quickly responded, Sir, there's no need for this. Since you've said so, we'll trust you to handle it fairly. Yes, we trust your judgment as well. This is likely just a small matter between children. We'll take our leave for now, the others echoed. Although Xiao Machi held no official position, the women had heard their husbands speak of his high reputation and influence. If they continued to press the issue, it might leave a bad impression. Not to mention, there was still the man in the Mangpeo, quietly observing. No one dared to cause too much trouble in such company. Madame Xiong shot one last glare at Wang Feng and her group before bidding farewell to Xiao Machi and leaving with her children. Wang Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. She turned and bowed to Xiao Machi. I apologize for troubling you with today's matters, sir. Xiao Machi shook his head. Madam, you needn't say that. It's my own oversight. I will personally visit your residences to offer my apologies. You are too gracious, sir, Wang Feng replied with a nod. Then I shall take my rebellious son and leave first. Xiao Machi smiled. Take care, madam. Wang Feng cast a glance at Su Pengda, Xu Ming, and Qin Wan, signaling for them to follow her. Xu Ming, why don't you stay behind for a bit? I have some things I'd like to ask you, Xiao Machi said, just as Xu Ming was about to leave with Wang Feng. Wang Feng turned back, bowing slightly. Sir, Ming'er is still young. I'm not sure if he... Xiao Machi chuckled and shook his head. You're overthinking it, madam. I simply have a few questions for young friend Xu Ming. There's no other intent. Wang Feng glanced at Xu Ming, her worry evident. Auntie, you can take Pengda and Xinguan back first, Xu Ming said. I know the way home. All right. Wang Feng nodded. Your mother doesn't know about this yet. I won't tell her for now. You can explain it to her yourself when you get back. Xu Ming nodded. Thank you, Aunt. Xinguan wanted to stay with her brother Ming, but Wang Feng ultimately pulled her away. After everyone left, only Xu Ming remained with Xiao Machi. Sir, Xu Ming said, bowing respectfully. Xu Ming, Xiao Machi began with a smile. I heard that before you hit Xiong Haiji and the others, you said, they're from the Ministry of War? Then that makes things simple. What exactly did you mean by that? Sir, Xu Ming replied, according to the laws of the Wu Kingdom, every official in the Ministry of War earns their position through battlefield merit. Without military achievements, one cannot hold office in the ministry. Furthermore, I've heard from Madame Qin that all children of Ministry of War officials must practice martial arts. The culture of the ministry is one of strength and resolve. If a child cries after being beaten, it's considered their own weakness. I have great admiration for the ministry's forthrightness. I assumed that even if I injured the children of the minister and his deputies, they wouldn't hold it against me or trouble my mother. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of the court. Huh? Su Zihong laughed heartily. You're quite right. If they dared to make trouble over this, they'd be ridiculed by the civil officials for bullying a child. They can't afford that disgrace. But you, boy, only 5 years old. How are you already so astute? I just think a little more than most, Xu Ming replied. The more Xiao Machi looked at Xu Ming, the more he liked him. There was a natural scholarly air about the boy, a quality that would undoubtedly endear him to civil officials on the court. It was a shame, however, that such a remarkable child was born a concubine's son in the Su household. Su Panda followed his mother back to their courtyard. Wang Feng walked quickly, forcing Su Panda to jog every few steps to keep up. He glanced nervously at her profile. Her expression was cold, and his heart sank. He knew he was in for trouble. After they entered the courtyard, Wang Feng shut the gate and turned to him, her icy gaze fixed on her son. "Kneel!" Su Panda dared not disobey. He put down his small bookcase and knelt before her, bowing his chubby head. Wang Feng picked up a tree branch and struck him across the back. As she hit him, she scolded, "I sent you to study, to learn, and you go picking fights. What are you thinking? Who do you think you can beat? Fighting, fighting, fighting." Each lash of the branch landed heavily on Su Panda's small frame. Tears streamed down Wang Feng's face as she struck him. "Mother, I'm sorry. Mother, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mother." Su Panda sobbed, his tears falling in heavy drops onto the ground. But not once did he beg for mercy. Instead, he kept apologizing over and over to his mother. After 7 or 8 strikes, Wang Feng wiped her tears away with a heavy hand and demanded, "Tell me, do you realize your mistake?" "Mother, I'm sorry, truly sorry. But Panda did nothing wrong." Su Panda choked out, his voice trembling with sobs. "Nothing wrong? You still say you did nothing wrong?" Wang Feng raised the branch again, striking him repeatedly. "Do you know you were wrong? Panda did nothing wrong. Do you know you were wrong? Panda did nothing wrong. Wah! Panda did nothing wrong. You!" Wang Feng's chest heaved with fury. She threw the branch to the ground beside him. "How could you say you did nothing wrong? They can insult Panda," Su Panda said through tears, his voice hoarse. "But they can't insult Mother. Panda did nothing wrong. Panda won't admit he was wrong." His words came out between sobs, his face streaked with tears and snot, and the welts on his back burned with pain. Wang Feng froze in place, staring blankly at her son. Su Panda, wiping his tears and nose with trembling hands, continued in broken, halting sobs. They said Mother is useless, that even concubines are better than Mother. That Mother will surely be cast out of the Su household one day. They said little sister will achieve great things, but that it has nothing to do with Mother. They said Mother deserves to be neglected. It's all Panda's fault. It's all Panda's fault for being so useless. Panda can't cultivate. Panda can't even study well. The poems I write, everyone laughs at them. Panda dozes off in class, and the things the teacher teaches, Panda doesn't understand. It's all Panda's fault for not earning a title, for letting Mother be insulted. Mother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mother. Wang Feng listened to his explanation, watched her child sob uncontrollably, and felt as though all the strength had been drained from her body. She collapsed heavily onto the ground. No wonder Panda had refused to explain when Xiao Machi asked in front of everyone. So that's what happened. Wang Feng stared at her own hands, then at the child kneeling before her. She thought about how Panda could not inherit a title, about how she had distanced herself from him because of that. Was it the inheritance she wanted to give Panda, or her own vanity? What am I doing? Wang Feng raised her hand and slapped her own face again and again. What am I doing? What in the world am I doing? Xu Ming returned to the Xiaochun courtyard of the Su family residence at a time that wasn't particularly late, just about a quarter of an hour later than usual. Qinxia didn't ask why Xu Ming came back later than usual. After all, being held back by the teacher, a delayed lesson, or playing around a bit on the way home were all normal occurrences. Xu Ming didn't intend to explain the situation to his mother, either. If he told her, she would surely worry. Even though it was something that wouldn't stay hidden for long, he figured that if he could spare his mother a day of worry, he would. After lunch, Qin Xingwan came to find Xu Ming to play. Every time Qin Xingwan tried to bring up the fight at the academy, Xu Ming cut her off. Qin Xingwan's large, peach blossom eyes blinked knowingly, and she quickly caught on, dropping the subject. Sitting in the courtyard with Xu Ming, as usual, they began reading the Tianxian heart method. Partway through, Qin Xingwan leaned against Xu Ming's shoulder and fell asleep. Xia came over, picked Qingwan up, and carried her to the room for a nap together. As for Xu Ming, Xia knew her son never napped. He had always been full of energy, and she was used to it by now. While his mother was napping, Xu Ming resumed his usual sparring session with the big white goose. The Tianxian goose won again, but this time it didn't press down on Xu Ming to declare its victory. Despite its win, the big white goose was drenched in sweat, realizing it needed to intensify its training. Otherwise, in a few months, it might find itself pinned beneath its little brother. Xu Ming did 100 push-ups, and the Tianxian goose used its wings to do 150. Xu Ming did 100 sit-ups, and the goose clasped its neck with its wings and mimicked him. Xu Ming ignored it. "I'm training to earn attribute points. What are you working for?" "Honk, honk, honk. Little brother, someone's here for you," the Tianxian goose said, flapping its wings to get Xu Ming's attention. Xu Ming turned to look toward the courtyard gate and saw Xu Pengda poking his round head through the arch. While Xu Ming paused his training, the Tianxian goose seized the moment to do a few more high knees, feeling triumphant that it had widened the gap again. Xu Pengda, startled when he noticed Xu Ming looking at him, turned red, his chubby face full of embarrassment. Still, he gathered his courage and stepped into the courtyard, holding a bundle in his arms. "Third brother, what's wrong? Do you need something?" Xu Ming asked. Xu Pengda scratched his head with his pudgy hand before placing the bundle on the table and unwrapping it. Inside was a large box of delicate pastries and some loose silver coins. "Well," Xu Pengda stammered, his face flushing even redder. "Fifth brother, thank you for helping me today. This box of pastries was made by my mother. She said it'd be a waste to throw them out, so she asked me to bring them over. And these silver coins, they're my savings. I want you to have them." Xu Ming looked at the box of pastries and immediately understood where Xu Xuanua's pride came from. It was clearly inherited from her mother. The pastries looked fresh out of the oven, with condensation still on the box. But more importantly, the loose silver coins amounted to barely 30 taels. It wasn't that Xu Ming thought it was too little, but for a legitimate son of the main wife, how could he seem so poor? Noticing Xu Ming's gaze, Xu Pengda's round face turned even redder. "This really is all I have. My mother doesn't give me much pocket money." "Wait here," Xu Ming said before heading into the kitchen. He came back with some candied fruits and a jug of cold water. "Take your money back. I'll accept the pastries, though. Let's eat them together." But Xu Pengda hesitated. "There's no but." Xu Ming cut Xu Pengda off just as he was about to speak again. "Your sister is very close to us. She once said that if I were bullied, she'd stand up for me. So if someone bullies you, I'll stand up for you too." "Okay," Xu Pengda nodded, his chubby face lighting up a little. "Then I'll bring you something tasty every day." "Sure," Xu Ming replied nonchalantly, pouring a cup of well water for Xu Pengda. He then took a bite of the pastries made by Lady Wang and pushed the box towards Xu Pengda. Xu Ming noticed the red marks under Xu Pengda's sleeve. It looked like he'd been beaten. "Why did you get into a fight with them?" Xu Ming asked. Xu Pengda swallowed the pastry in his mouth, drank some water, and hung his head in dejection. "Because they insulted my mother." Hearing his answer, Xu Ming was momentarily stunned before nodding. "In that case, you were right to fight. But mother says that a gentleman uses words, not fists, and that fighting is wrong," Xu Pengda muttered, pouting his chubby lips. "For Lady Wang, you were wrong to fight. But for yourself, fighting was the right thing to do," Xu Ming said, taking another bite of the pastry. Xu Pengda looked at Xu Ming in confusion. "I don't really understand what you mean, fifth brother." Xu Ming chuckled. "It's okay. You'll understand in time. Here, have a pear." "Thank you, fifth brother." Xu Pengda accepted the pear, lowering his head as he cradled it in his hands. "Fifth brother, you're amazing. Not only are you great at studying, but you're also so good at fighting. I'm not like that. I'm bad at everything. Eldest brother has exceptional talent in the Tao of talismans. Second brother has a pure yang constitution, and fourth sister was born with an innate sword bone. I'm nothing. Compared to eldest brother and second brother, I don't even have the qualifications to fight for mother's sake to inherit the hereditary title." Xu Ming shook his head. You're great too. Just the fact that you can stay awake and pay attention in class is already rare. Besides, there's more than one path in this world than cultivation. The title of Duke of Su is indeed prestigious, but who says a title has to be inherited? Why can't you earn one for yourself? I heard from Lady Qin that the previous Prime Minister, Zhuge was dedicated to the people and was granted the title of Marquis of Liang by the late emperor. General Mo of this dynasty rose from being a mere soldier with no background to becoming a pillar of the nation. They were both ordinary people, unable to cultivate. So why can't you? Me? I could become a great official. Su Panda asked, pointing to himself incredulously. Xu Ming smiled. Who says you can't? When you excel in the imperial examinations and rise to high office, the title you earn, I believe, will hold far more weight in Lady Wang's heart than the Duke of Su ever could. Fueled by Xu Ming's words, Su Panda's imagination ran wild, and his heart swelled with excitement. Then, fifth brother, let's both take the imperial exams. Let's become officials together. Let's both be marquises and prime ministers. Xu Ming shook his head. I don't think that'll be possible for me. Su Panda froze. Why not? Xu Ming replied calmly. Bastards can't participate in the imperial examinations. Su Panda's confusion deepened. Why can't bastards take the imperial exams? Because of the laws of Wu, Xu Ming explained. But I've heard my mother say, the laws of Wu are nonsense. Everything can be changed, Su Panda said earnestly. Xu Ming chuckled. That would require being a very, very high-ranking official to make that happen. Oh, Su Panda lowered his head again, gripping the pear in his hand, looking thoughtful. Xu Ming said no more and continued eating the pastries. After a while, Su Panda suddenly looked up. Fifth brother. I'm going to become a very, very high-ranking official. The imperial capital of the Wu Kingdom. In the very center of the capital, a golden dragon soars through the skies above, weaving tirelessly in and out of the clouds. This dragon is not physical, but is entirely formed from the kingdom's fortune and the essence of its mountains and rivers. Below the dragon lies the Wu Kingdom's imperial palace. In the imperial study, a man dressed in a dragon robe is meticulously reviewing memorials. Behind this middle-aged man stands a dignified and elegant woman. She wears a white strapless dress, its delicate lace edges accentuating her fair, slender legs, tall and graceful, her curves perfectly outlined. Her bare ankles rest lightly on the ground, her pale, tender feet like plump grains of water-filled rice, her soft arches barely grazing the floor, leaving an almost imperceptible misty imprint. A stray lock of hair falls across her face, and she brushes it back with her fingers, her touch leaving a faint trace of fragrance. Her gaze carries the gentle charm of an autumn river, deep and affectionate. Every expression, every movement exudes poise and allure, a blend of youthful delicacy and mature elegance, as if such beauty came naturally to her. Without excessive adornments, her hair is tied in a simple bun, her demeanor refined and understated. A few loose strands cascade down her face, brushing past her ears. Her fair and rosy left ear is faintly adorned with a phoenix-shaped hairpin, gleaming faintly in the shifting light. Her face is calm and composed, wearing a subtle, enigmatic smile. This woman is none other than the Empress of the Wu Kingdom, Xiao Ku, ranked 93rd on the beauty list. The Emperor, engrossed in his work, heaves a heavy sigh. Why does His Majesty sigh? Xiao Ku asks softly, her eyes sparkling with gentle curiosity. How can I not sigh? The Emperor sets down the memorial and rubs his temples. The northern barbarians are constantly harassing our borders, causing incessant skirmishes that leave the people destitute. In the west, the demonic cult is infiltrating and spreading its teachings within our kingdom. They now have footholds everywhere, and no matter how many times we purge them, they seem impossible to eradicate, though it wouldn't be so troublesome if that were all. The Buddhist sects in the western regions act as a counterbalance to the demonic cult, and the cult itself remains leaderless and scattered. However, just yesterday, the governor of Xiliang province reported the emergence of some so-called saintess of the Green Lotus from the cult. To make matters worse, the various sects within our Wu kingdom refuse to submit to imperial authority. While they feign compliance on the surface, they completely disregard our rule in reality. And then there's Qi Kingdom, where a prodigious talent has appeared, a so-called child prodigy who can compose poetry in 7 steps, possesses photographic memory, and is said to have a divine gift for literature. Tell me, how can I not worry? The Empress chuckles softly as she massages his shoulders. Your Majesty, you worry too much. The northern barbarians are no match for General Chun, who has been victorious time and again, striking such fear into their hearts that they flee at the mere mention of his name. As for this saintess of the Green Lotus, she's only 7 years old and hasn't even made it onto the Qinyan rankings. The sect's rebelliousness is hardly unique to our kingdom. Do you think they obediently follow the laws in other realms? Cultivation sects are the same everywhere. What troubles you also troubles others. And this so-called prodigy from Qi Kingdom? So what? In our Wu Kingdom, the Su family produced Su Xuan'o, who entered the cave mansion realm at the age of 5, a feat unprecedented in history, celebrated far and wide. And let's not forget the Qin family's Qin Xing Wan, born with an innate divine constitution and personally accepted as a disciple by the national preceptor herself. Isn't this clear evidence that heaven favors our Wu Kingdom? The Emperor's furrowed brow relaxes slightly under the Empress's soothing words, though his expression remains somewhat troubled. You're right, but consider this. While we call the northern savages barbarians, do you know what Qi Kingdom calls us? They also call us barbarians. We pride ourselves on being a martial nation, yet in their eyes, we're nothing more than sword-swinging brutes. Take the White Deer Academy as an example. It has a total of 3,000 scholars and instructors, but 500 of them hail from Qi Kingdom. Their literary brilliance overshadows us in the eyes of many. And as for us, to this day, we've produced only 3 notable literary talents. Our cultural spirit is lacking, and we remain the subject of ridicule. No one respects us. Your Majesty, you are truly too anxious. Xiaoke shook her head gently. Our Wu Kingdom has only existed for 255 years, while Qi Kingdom has stood for over 1,000. It is inevitable that we will rise above them in due time. I only fear the gap will continue to grow wider. The Emperor chuckled bitterly. Speaking of which, your younger brother refused to take up an official position and instead chose to become a schoolteacher. I wonder how he's managing his students. Xiaoke covered her face and laughed softly, her expression one of pride. Mo Qi. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei entered the room. Xiao Mo Qi requests an audience. Well, speak of the devil. The Emperor laughed heartily. Let him in immediately. As you command, Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei quickly withdrew, and not long after, Xiao Mo Qi entered the imperial study. He cupped his hands and bowed. Your subject, Xiao Mo Qi, greets Your Majesty. Still a commoner, the Emperor remarked with a wry smile, turning to the Empress. Kur, listen to this. Isn't he the one who gave up an official position just to insist on calling himself a commoner? Xiaoke smiled faintly, but chose not to reply. Rise, the Emperor said, studying Xiao Mo Qi with approval. So, tell me, what wind has brought our great scholar Xiao to visit today? Straightening, Xiao Mo Qi smiled. Your Majesty instructed me to report on the progress of the school 7 days after its opening. I have come to do so. Ah, that's right. The Emperor nodded, recalling his earlier decree. Well then, what insights has our kingdom's foremost scholar gained after teaching a group of ignorant children for 7 days? Xiao Mo Qi answered. Even the least capable child in the school can now recite 5 odes from the Book of Songs. The Emperor was momentarily speechless. A student of the prestigious White Deer Academy, boasting about teaching children to recite 5 poems? He found it hard to believe. And Xiao Ku, sensing the emperor's bemusement, prompted further inquiry. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Xu continued with a bow. There are two students who have particularly surprised me. Oh, the emperor's interest was piqued. What pampered young aristocrats could possibly catch your attention? Do tell. The first is the third son of the Xu family, Xu Ming.I've replied. Though only 5 years old, he is exceptionally diligent. His innate talent may not be the highest, but his determination and persistence are truly remarkable. The emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. And the other? Is this child the most gifted of your students? Xu nodded. Indeed, Your Majesty. Allow me to explain. The other day, a swan accidentally wandered into the school. I asked the children to compose verses about it. This child wrote the following poem. Xu presented a sheet of white paper. Xiao stepped forward to take it and handed it to the emperor. The emperor unfolded the paper and read aloud, his voice tinged with admiration. Goose, goose, goose. Arching necks sing to the heavens. White feathers float on green water. Red feet stir the clear waves. As the emperor finished reading, he held his breath for a moment, stunned by the simple yet profound imagery. Beside him, Xiaoku's eyes glistened with wonder. Such a poem seemed beyond the capacity of a mere child, yet its innocent charm unmistakably reflected a youthful perspective. The emperor carefully folded the paper, his tone solemn. Who is this child? Xiao bowed once more. This child is Xu Ming, the son of the Xu Prefecture Magistrate's 5th concubine. The son of the Xu Prefecture Magistrate's concubine, the 5th wife's child, Xu Ming. Xiao's voice echoed in the imperial study. The Xu Prefecture? The 5th wife's child? The emperor repeated, his tone laced with disbelief. Another one from the Xu family? Just what kind of fortune has blessed them? Yes, Your Majesty, Xiao nodded. The emperor glanced at the poem again, then furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. He's a concubine's son? Such a talented child, yet born of a concubine. It was a cruel reality. 150 years ago, the late emperor had established a law. Children born to concubines were prohibited from taking the imperial exams and could not inherit family estates. Since then, the status of concubines' children had fallen drastically, barely above the children of servants. In fact, in some cases, their status was even worse. What a pity! The emperor closed the sheet of paper with a sigh, his face filled with helplessness. Your Majesty, I have something to say. I do not know if I should speak. Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. The emperor looked at him and let out a dry laugh. Even if I forbade you, would you not still say it? Speak your mind. What is it? I request that the laws of the Wu kingdom be amended, allowing all children, whether born of concubines or of lower-class origins, the right to take the imperial exams, Xiao declared, his voice resolute as it resonated through the imperial study. The empress, standing behind the emperor, was startled by the bold proposal. Her face paled slightly. Xiaoke hurried to her brother's side and knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, is too idealistic, freshly returned from the White Deer Academy. He doesn't yet understand the complexities of governance. I beg your Majesty for forgiveness. The emperor stared silently at Xiao for a long moment, the atmosphere in the study growing tense and oppressive, as if frozen in time. I will give you the chance to take back your words, the emperor said, his voice heavy. Xiao tugged at her brother's sleeve anxiously, but Xiao shook his head. Since I've already spoken, there is no reason to retract it, Xiao said firmly. In Qi Kingdom, even the children of merchants and courtesans are allowed to take the imperial exams. Their cultural prosperity is renowned throughout the land. Everyone has hope. Everyone has the chance to rise. In fact, 2 of my closest friends at the White Deer Academy were children of courtesans from Qi Kingdom. Their talents were in no way inferior to my own. The imperial exams are a path to ascendancy. To restrict access to them is to bury the potential of countless individuals. Silence. Xiaoke shouted, her voice trembling with urgency. Mo-chi, do you even understand the weight of what you're saying? Mo-chi wanted to argue further, but stopped when he saw his sister's reddened eyes. He could only lower his head and fall silent. Your Majesty, Xiaoke said, bowing low. Mo-chi has clearly been blinded by his idealism. I beg your Majesty not to take his words to heart. If punishment is necessary, please direct it at me instead. The Emperor shook his head. Stand up. This matter is over. Mo-chi, you're not to bring this up again. I will pretend I didn't hear it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiaoke let out a sigh of relief and slowly rose to her feet. Mo-chi, however, still looked as though he had much more to say. Mo-chi, the Emperor said, waving a hand dismissively. You must be tired. Go and rest. Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave. Mo-chi bowed and withdrew, knowing that further argument would be futile. Once he was gone, the Emperor chuckled and turned to Xiaoke. What do you think, Xiaoke? Is your brother emboldened by your position as Empress, thinking he can act without consequence? Or does he believe I favor him too much to punish him? Xiaoke lowered her head humbly. Mo-chi is young and impetuous, Your Majesty. Please do not take his actions to heart. However, regardless of his rashness, his intentions are sincere. He truly has the best interests of the Wu Kingdom at heart. I know. The Emperor let out a long sigh. Otherwise, back when Qi Kingdom offered him the position of Zhongshu Ling, Chancellor, he wouldn't have declined. I only worry that Mo-chi's unyielding nature might cause him to break someday. As for the issue of concubines' children, it seems simple on the surface, but in reality, as he spoke, the Emperor fell silent, closing his mouth and shaking his head. Mo-chi being able to command such attention from Your Majesty is his greatest honor. Xiaoke quickly interjected. Enough, enough. There's no need for such pleasantries, the Emperor said, sipping his tea before calling out toward the door. Wei Sun, come in. Your Majesty. Wei Sun, who had been standing outside, promptly entered the study. Have Tingfeng Pavilion gather information on Su Prefecture's fifth wife's son, Xu Ming, the Emperor ordered. Wei Sun, having overheard the entire conversation within, chuckled. If Your Majesty is so interested in Xu Ming, this old servant has a curious anecdote to share first. Oh, let's hear it, the Emperor said with interest. Your Majesty, Wei Sun began, this old servant recently heard that at Jixing Academy, the legitimate son of the Su family, Su Pongda, got into a fight with the sons of the Minister of War and his deputy. The reason? They insulted Su Pongda's mother. Xu Ming also joined the fray. However, here's the interesting part. Xu Ming reportedly asked about the Father's positions before throwing a punch. When he learned they were from the Ministry of War, that's when he acted. The Emperor raised a brow in surprise. Following this incident, Wei Sun continued. Mo-chi personally questioned Xu Ming about it. Tingfeng Pavilion later provided me with the Wei Sun handed a folded report to the Emperor. Tingfeng Pavilion, tasked with monitoring officials and citizens alike, recorded and summarized incidents big and small. Important matters were delivered directly to the Emperor. Given that Jixing Academy was established by one of the Emperor's most trusted individuals, it naturally had its share of informants. As the Emperor read the document detailing Mo-chi's conversation with Xu Ming, his eyes betrayed growing astonishment. This child has read the Wu Kingdom's legal code, and he's only 5. It's true, Wei Sun replied with a smile. For a child so young to demonstrate such acumen, he's extraordinary. If nurtured properly, his future will know no bounds. The Emperor's fingers traced the edges of the report as he reread Xu Ming's name. The more he thought about this child, the more he liked him. If such a talent could be raised under my watch from a young age. In 2 years, the Qi Kingdom will send an envoy to visit our Wu Kingdom. Do you think they'll bring that prodigy with the heaven-born literary talent? The Emperor asked. Xiaoke blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the sudden question. After a moment's thought, she nodded earnestly. Most likely, yes. After all, such a talent, one in thousands of years, is something they'll want to showcase. In that case, the emperor mused, what if I had Xu Ming join the reception delegation to welcome Qi Kingdom's envoys? What do you think? Your Majesty, Xiao Ku hesitated, her expression troubled. But he's a concubine's child. The emperor clenched the report tightly, his eyes scanning its contents over and over. Indeed, a concubine's child, he muttered, almost to himself. Why does he have to be a concubine's child? Several days had passed since the scuffle at the academy. Xiao Machi had not gone to the Su family estate or to the residences of the minister or vice minister of war to inquire about the matter. It was as if the incident had never happened, leaving Chun Suya unaware that her son had beaten up the sons of 3 high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, as punishment for their involvement in the fight, Xu Ming and the others were ordered to copy the first 10 pages of the Analects 100 times. Originally, this had nothing to do with Qin Qingwan. However, she declared, I want to share in Brother Ming's hardships, and joined in copying. Actually, Xu Ming wanted to say, you don't need to copy 100 times separately. Help me with 50, and we're good. Since then, during lessons, Su Pongda began tagging along with Xu Ming and Qin Qingwan to and from school. The once lonely Su Xiaoping was no longer alone. He had made friends with Xu Ming and Qin Qingwan. Ever since that day when Su Pongda declared, I want to become a great official, he had been studying even harder. The timid little chubby boy even started seeking out Mr. Xiao after class to ask questions. Not only did this surprise the other students, but even Xu Ming felt conflicted. In martial arts, he had the competitive, curly-haired goose driving him to improve. In academics, he had the diligent Su Xiaoping as his rival. Truly, no matter the field, there would always be someone pushing the limits. Yet, deep down, Xu Ming felt more pride than anything else because Su Xiaopeng's eyes now sparkled with purpose during class. Every day, Su Pongda would also spend his pocket money buying snacks for Xu Ming and Qin Qingwan. He often watched Xu Ming eat with a silly grin on his face. What are you smiling about? Xu Ming asked. Scratching his nose in embarrassment, Su Pongda replied, I don't know. It just makes me happy to see you eating the food I bought. Xu Ming began to worry. Could this kid be some scheming zero? Aside from buying food, Su Pongda would often bring homemade pastries from his mother to share with Xu Ming. Every time, he claimed, these are leftovers. It'd be a waste to throw them away. So mother said, I should give them to you. Yet, the pastries were always warm and freshly made. One day, Xu Ming asked about the relationship between Su Pongda and his mother. Su Pongda said his mother wasn't as distant as before. She even asked about his studies occasionally, peeled a pear for him once, and smiled, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Xu Ming simply nodded, thinking that the first madam had likely let go of the hereditary title that weighed on her mind. Sometimes, letting go really does make life easier. One day, the boys Xu Ming had beaten up before, Xiong Haiji and his gang, refused to accept defeat and came looking for another fight. Once again, they ended up flat on the ground, defeated. From then on, those 3 would steer clear of Xu Ming whenever they saw him. It wasn't just them. Even other kids at the academy seemed to fear Xu Ming. Xu Ming began to wonder if he had unknowingly become the class bully. 3 months passed without incident. This time, Xu Ming was fully prepared when he challenged the curly-haired goose to another duel in the courtyard. After a fierce battle, Xu Ming finally avoided being pinned onto the goose. It was a draw. Another 3 months went by. Xu Ming fought the Tianxian goose once again. This time, he managed to pin the goose under him, clutching its neck and declaring victory. Congratulations! You have defeated your childhood nemesis, the Tianxian goose, and unlocked the achievement, Goose Rider. Strength plus 100, agility plus 100, avian combat experience plus 500. Xu Ming sat atop the Tianxian goose, basking in the joy of victory and relishing the newfound strength from his stat boost. He had never felt this exhilarated in his entire life. While Xu Ming reveled in his triumph, the defeated goose, Xiao Bai, was utterly crestfallen. It lowered its head and trudged back to its nest, its long neck drooping against the ground, and its wings sprawled limply to either side, looking like it had lost all will to live. The Tianqian goose simply couldn't understand. It had been secretly training every morning while Xu Ming was in class. How could he still have caught up and overtaken it? That day, Xiaobai was so upset it couldn't even eat. But its dejection only lasted a day. The very next morning, the Tianqian goose resolved to rise stronger than ever and reclaim its title as the boss of Xiaoqing Courtyard. From then on, whenever Xu Ming returned home, he would see Xiao by running laps around the courtyard with a stone strapped to its back. Xu Ming couldn't help but wonder if the goose would eventually take on human form. If it did, would it turn into a muscle-bound woman with 8-pack abs and a burly physique? Shaking his head vigorously, Xu Ming banished the absurd image from his mind. Another 7 months passed. Unknowingly, Xu Ming had reached his 6th birthday, and so had Qin Xinguan. On this day, both the Qin and Xu households bustled with activity as they celebrated Qin Xinguan's birthday. That evening, as was their yearly tradition, Lady Qin and Qin Xinguan came to Xiaoqing Courtyard to celebrate Xu Ming's birthday as well. However, there were 2 unexpected visitors this time, Wang Feng and Su Pengda. I was out for a stroll with Pengda and happened to pass by, Lady Wang said, carrying a gift in her hand. He mentioned it was Xu Ming's birthday and insisted on stopping by. I didn't mind, so here we are. Lady Wang's tone was casual, but both Qin Suya and Lady Qin could see through a pretense. Smiling knowingly, they quickly invited her inside without exposing her awkward pride. To be honest, Xu Ming thought Lady Wang looked far more radiant now than she had 5 years ago, ever since relinquishing the title of Duke of the State of Xu. Of course, she had always been beautiful. How else could she have given birth to someone as exquisitely lovely as Xu Xiwenhua? During the celebration, Qin Xinguan and Xu Ming exchanged gifts. Even the Tianqian goose contributed, plucking one of its own feathers to give as a birthday present. Qin Xinguan and Xu Ming had also prepared a special gift for Xu Xiwenhua, along with everyone else's offerings, including the carefully selected feather from the goose. Their gift had been packaged and sent to the Wanjian sect long in advance. Whether Xu Xiwenhua had received it remained unknown. As the hour grew late, Lady Qin and Lady Wang departed, taking Qin Xinguan and Su Pengda home. Qin Suya escorted them to the gate. The Tianqian goose returned to its nest asleep, and Xu Ming, after washing up, began heading back to his room. But just then, 2 flying swords streaked across the night sky, one landing in the Qin residence, the other descending into Xiaoqing Courtyard. The second sword hovered in front of Xu Ming, a small package tied to it. Xu Ming retrieved the package, and with a sharp whoosh, the sword shot skyward, vanishing into the night. Opening the package, he found a box. Inside was a small peachwood sword, perfectly sized for a 6-year-old like him. A note was tucked inside the box. Unfolding the note, Xu Ming read its contents. A birthday gift for Qingwan. Accidentally made an extra one. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Xu Ming couldn't help but smile as he tucked the peachwood sword away. Shaking his head, he muttered, "To think you're aiming to become a sword immortal, yet still so adorably stubborn. Brother Ming, did you get the gift that Sister Xiwenhua sent us?" Early in the morning, Qin Xinguan came running over, holding a peachwood sword with a delighted expression on her face. Xu Ming, who had been doing push-ups in the courtyard, stood up and dusted himself off. "Yeah, I got it." "Then, Brother Ming, what does this writing mean? I recognize every character, but I can't make sense of it when they're together," Qin Xinguan said as she unscrewed the hilt of her peachwood sword, revealing a hidden note inside. Xu Ming was momentarily stunned. So the sword hilt has a hidden compartment? Curious, he retrieved his own peachwood sword and, mimicking her actions, gave the hilt a firm twist. Sure enough, it came apart, and there was a note inside. Comparing the 2 notes, Xu Ming saw they both contained the same text and a diagram. "This looks like a sword technique," Xu Ming explained. "A sword technique?" Qin Xinguan tilted her head in confusion. "Yeah." Xu Ming nodded, then began reading the parchment carefully. To his surprise, He didn't gain any attribute points from merely reading it. Deciding to experiment, he memorized a few moves and began practicing with the peachwood sword in the courtyard. You practiced the Bingyang sword technique. Sword chi +3, sword intent +3. So it's called the Bingyang sword technique, Xu Ming realized. After practicing just a few moves, he'd already gained 3 points each in sword chi and sword intent. It seemed this Bingyang sword technique was no ordinary skill. Brother Ming, you look so cool when you're practicing swordplay. When Xu Ming paused to catch his breath, Qin Xingwan, clapping excitedly, gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Xu Ming chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Even though you'll be learning Taoist techniques in the future, you should still practice this sword technique. It's Xuanhua's heartfelt gift, after all. But Brother Ming, Sister Kai-Dai once said that girls who practice swordsmanship won't grow any bears. Qin Xingwan said with childish innocence. Xu Ming. Brother Ming, what does won't grow bears mean? Qin Xingwan asked curiously. When I asked Sister Kai-Dai, she always laughed and said I'd understand when I grew up. Xu Ming's eyebrow twitched slightly. I don't know either, but since your sister Kai-Dai said so, you'd better listen to her. Oh, Qin Xingwan nodded obediently. Come on, let's head to the academy, Xu Ming said, carefully placing the sword manual back into the hilt. Let's go, let's go. It's the last class, Qin Xingwan cheered. Yes, the last class, Xu Ming muttered, feeling a twinge of melancholy. A few days earlier, Mr. Xiao had announced that this month's final lesson would mark the end of his teachings. Xu Ming calculated. Mr. Xiao had been teaching them for nearly a year now. As Xu Ming and Qin Xingwan stepped out of the Su residence, they saw Su Pongda already waiting for them at the gate. The three of them walked together to Jixing Academy. Many of the children's faces were filled with joy, for to them, today signified the end of lessons and freedom from school. Once everyone was seated in the classroom, Mr. Xiao entered as usual. The students hurried to take their seats. Today, we'll study the Book of Rites. Please turn to page 50 in your textbooks, he said. Mr. Xiao began teaching as though this class were no different from any other. However, Xu Ming noticed that Mr. Zhao's lecture covered a lot of material, far more than usual, and was less detailed. Even the break between lessons was unusually short. It felt as if Mr. Xiao was trying to cram as much knowledge as possible into his students before time ran out. As time passed in the classroom, the initial excitement on the children's faces, brought by the knowledge that this was their final lesson, gradually faded. Slowly, on their young faces, a different kind of emotion emerged, a small, quiet sorrow. This tiny sorrow came from a small yet heartfelt reluctance. By noon, the lesson should have ended, but no one reminded Mr. Xiao. Outside the classroom, several figures had appeared. Mr. Xiao, called Eunuch Wei, holding an imperial decree in his hands. Beside him, two others carried wooden trays covered with red cloth. Xiao Machi ignored him and continued teaching. Mr. Xiao, Eunuch Wei called again, his expression troubled. The lesson is over. Mr. Xiao glanced at Eunuch Wei, who lowered his head respectfully, not daring to press further. With a small sigh, Mr. Xiao closed his book slowly and turned to the young students he had spent the past year with. A gentle smile spread across his face. Today is our final class. After this lesson, Jixing Academy will disband, and you won't need to wake up early for classes anymore. As for me, I must now face the various murky affairs of the imperial court. Many of the children didn't understand what murky affairs of the imperial court meant, but quite a few had already begun to tear up. With a soft smile, Mr. Xiao continued. All of you come from noble backgrounds. From the moment you were born, you already possessed what most people could only dream of in a life. However, I hope you will not become arrogant because of what you have, but instead remain cautious because of it. Among you are many who are remarkably gifted. Some of you will undoubtedly step onto the stage of the imperial court. Once there, you may find yourselves constrained by circumstances, and your original intentions might waver. One day, you may even stand against me because of differing views or conflicting interests. But I hope that when you oppose me, it is to make the lives of the common people better. I hope it is to prove me wrong. Teacher, Wawa, I don't want you to leave. A young girl suddenly burst into tears. Teacher, we still want to attend your classes, cried a boy, rubbing his eyes furiously. Don't go, teacher. Teacher, I'll ask my father to petition His Majesty so you can keep teaching us, okay? One after another, the children's sorrowful cries filled the classroom. Even Qin Xinguan, who usually detested lessons, clung to Xu Ming's shoulder with reddened eyes, holding back tears with all her might. Xiao Machi chuckled softly, stepping down from the lectern and walking toward Eunuch Wei. Realizing the cue, Eunuch Wei finally reacted, lifting the imperial decree and unrolling it. His high-pitched voice rang through the classroom. By decree of the sacred emperor, Xiao Machi, scholar of White Deer Academy, renowned for his love of learning and known as a true gentleman, possesses both extensive knowledge and exemplary virtue. For a long time, he has been held in high regard by the imperial court. For a year, Xiao Machi requested a school, a group of children, and a chance to teach as a simple instructor. His wish has been fulfilled. Now the time has come. Xiao Machi is hereby appointed magistrate of Jingzhou and concurrently grand mentor to the crown prince. He is granted the title of Marquis of One Ma, a jade belt, and the privilege of bearing the Xing Tian plaque, allowing unrestricted access to the imperial palace without prior petition. This decree is final. Xiao Machi let out a deep breath and bowed. This humble servant, Xiao Machi, accepts the decree. In the courtyard of the schoolhouse, the children each held their books, eager for Mr. Xiao to sign them as a keepsake. Naturally, Xiao Machi couldn't refuse and signed his name one after another. Each child bid farewell to Mr. Xiao, and the scene was filled with melancholy. Mr. Xiao, it's time to enter the palace and meet the emperor. Eunuch Wei urged after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his face showing some difficulty. Xiao Machi turned to his young students and bowed deeply. The students returned the gesture in kind. Straightening up with a smile, Xiao Machi turned and walked away. Even after their teacher left, many of the students lingered, eager to have their classmates sign their books too. Xu Ming couldn't help but feel as though he was witnessing the very first-class yearbook. Even the most feared and authoritative figure in the school, the class bully Xu Ming, found himself approached by a few blushing young girls who shyly asked for his signature. Xu Ming, just you wait. One day I'll beat you. Xiong Haiji and his two companions stormed over, hands on their hips, and declared to Xu Ming. Xu Ming simply smiled. All right, I'll be waiting. Oomph. Xiong Haiji and his companions snorted before stomping away, clearly upset. They say Xiong Haiji, Li San, and Wu Wei are joining the army next year. Su Pongda, standing beside Xu Ming, remarked. Next year? But they'll only be 8 years old. Qin Xinguan, counting her delicate fingers, exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Su Pongda nodded. I heard from my mother that 8 is the best age to begin martial training. Children can enter the barracks to strengthen their bodies, and, as sons of military officials, it's even more expected. My mother says that in Wu Nation, we can go to war at 14. Xu Ming watched the backs of Xiong Haiji and his friends, momentarily silent. The Wu dynasty, a nation built on martial prowess, had risen to become one of the 10 great human dynasties in just 250 years, not without reason. Let's go home. The three of them left the schoolhouse. Outside the courtyard, Kai Dai was already waiting for them. When they reached the gates of the Su family estate, and Qin Xinguan was about to follow Xu Ming to Xiaochun courtyard to play, Kai Dai spoke up. Miss, Madam, and the national preceptor are waiting for you inside. You should head back first. Oh, all right. Though she looked a little disappointed, Qin Xinguan obediently followed Saidi back. She wasn't surprised that her national preceptor master had come to visit, since he did so once or twice every month. Mother, master! Qin Xinguan cheerfully called out as she entered the courtyard. Xinguan, Madam Qin wiped the corner of her eye before turning around, her gaze soft and red-rimmed as she looked at her daughter. Xinguan, come here. Your mother and the national preceptor have something to tell you. Meanwhile, in Xiaochun courtyard, Chun Xia was busy in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Xu Ming practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. Sword chi +3, sword intent +3. Sword chi +3, sword intent +3. Each time Xu Ming performed a stance, he gained attribute points. As his sword chi and sword intent gradually increased, Xu Ming felt the peachwood sword becoming even more natural in his grip, a subtle, almost mystical sensation. He even felt as though he could hear the peachwood sword's voice. A gust of wind blew, and a leaf floated down, drifting perfectly in front of Xu Ming. Feeling something stir within him, Xu Ming lightly slashed with the peachwood sword. The sword didn't touch the leaf, yet the leaf split cleanly into two halves. "This is sword chi?" Xu Ming muttered in astonishment. Compared to the tens of thousands of points of Howren Chi he had accumulated over the past year, still utterly useless, this newfound ability felt far more tangible. Despite having only a few dozen points of sword chi, its effects were already this impressive. Xu Ming couldn't even imagine what it would be like if his sword chi and sword intent reached tens of thousands of points. After lunch, his mother went to her room for a nap, while Xu Ming continued practicing the Bingyang sword technique. Meanwhile, the Tianxian goose lay curled up in its nest, asleep. Xu Ming didn't know if the goose had simply given up on life or what. For the past month, it had been sleeping at least 7 to 8 hours every day, which translated to 14 or 16 hours total. Aside from eating, all it did was sleep. It seemed perpetually lethargic and looked utterly exhausted. T/N, the author might have miscalculated it. At first, Xu Ming thought it was sick and had asked Sister Chunyan to invite a veterinarian to take a look. However, even the vet couldn't figure out what was wrong. In the end, Qin Xinhuan, deeply concerned, asked her national preceptor master to diagnose the goose. The national preceptor simply smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. No need to worry about it." After that, Xu Ming stopped paying attention to it. Just as Xu Ming finally completed an entire run of the Bingyang sword technique, he suddenly felt his entire body tremble. It was as though a warm current flowed through his meridians, an unbelievably blissful sensation, like the world's greatest masseur giving him a full-body spa, but 100 times more comfortable. When the warm current passed through, Xu Ming snapped back to his senses, only to realize his body was drenched in sweat. His body felt noticeably lighter, and his dantian emitted a soothing warmth. What just happened? Xu Ming closed his eyes and examined his dantian, where he saw a tiny sapling glowing faintly with soft light. "You have stepped into the Qi gathering realm." The moment the words appeared in Xu Ming's mind, he froze. Qi gathering realm? Did I finally set foot on the path of cultivation? T/N. Qi entry equals Qi gathering realm. Xu Ming decided to test the power of the Qi gathering realm. He walked over to the Tianxian goose's nest, plucked 2 of its feathers, and placed them 2 meters away. He swung his sword, but the feathers remained untouched. Adjusting the distance, Xu Ming continued testing. Finally, when the sword tip was half a meter away, the sword Qi managed to slice through the goose feathers. As for his strength, Xu Ming didn't feel any noticeable increase. His speed didn't seem to improve much either. "That's odd," Xu Ming muttered, rubbing his chin. His sword Qi had clearly improved. Even in the Qi gathering realm, shouldn't there be some increase in strength and speed? Xu Ming guessed that it might have something to do with the Bingyang sword technique. The technique could channel spiritual energy, so stepping into the Qi gathering realm probably boosted his spiritual energy, indirectly enhancing the sword technique's power. However, Xu Ming hadn't learned any other spells or techniques to apply spiritual energy to himself directly. "I need to find some simple techniques to learn," Xu Ming thought to himself. As for the Heavenly Mystic Manual, Xu Ming had spent over a year trying to memorize it and still couldn't retain a single word. It was as if the manual had some mysterious ability that made him forget it immediately after reading. Now the problem was, how could he find some basic spells to learn? "Brother Ming." Just as Xu Ming was racking his brain, Qin Xinhuan came running into the courtyard. She stood in front of Xu Ming, her eyes red and swollen, her nose flushed, as though she had just cried her heart out. "What's wrong?" Xu Ming asked, gently holding Qin Qingwan's small hand. "Brother Ming." Qin Qingwan's voice trembled as she looked at him, her nose twitching. "Let's elope together." "Elope?" Hearing Qin Qingwan utter those words, Xu Ming froze for a moment. Sure, having a cute girl ask to elope with him was quite flattering, but you're only 6 years old. Yes. Qin Qingwan nodded earnestly, her face filled with determination. Xu Ming smiled and rubbed her little head. "But Qingwan, do you even know what elope means?" "I do." Qin Qingwan nodded again with confidence. Eloping is when two people who like each other go somewhere far, far away, to a place where no one can find them. Brother Ming, I've saved up a lot of money, enough for us to go somewhere very, very far, where no one will ever find us. Her bright eyes stared at Xu Ming with hopeful anticipation. Qingwan likes Brother Ming. Don't you like me too? Xu Ming gently pinched her slightly chubby cheeks, smiling. Of course I like Qingwan. But why did you suddenly think about eloping with me? Hearing his question, Qin Qingwan lowered her little head, pouting. Because Master said she'll take me back to Tianxian's sect tomorrow. Qingwan doesn't want to leave Brother Ming so soon. Tomorrow? Xu Ming was taken aback. This news felt sudden. I thought you wouldn't leave until you turned 9. Qin Qingwan kept her head down, her lips trembling. Master said that soon a great opportunity will appear that will greatly help my cultivation, so she wants to take me back early. She also said she has matters to handle at the sect. Because of my innate sacred physique, many people already know about me. Master said that if she's not here, no one will be able to protect me. But Qingwan doesn't want to leave Mother, and I don't want to leave Brother Ming either. Xu Ming chuckled softly. But Qingwan, if we elope, wouldn't you still be leaving your mother behind? Qin Qingwan lifted her head and blinked. Mother won't elope with us, but Brother Ming would. If I leave with Master, neither Mother nor Brother Ming will be by my side. But if I elope with Brother Ming, at least I'll still have you. Xu Ming was momentarily stunned. Well, when she put it like that, it almost sounded logical. Qingwan, I'm sorry, but I can't elope with you. Xu Ming looked at the little girl in front of him, his expression serious. What? Tears had already started to gather in Qin Qingwan's eyes, as though they would fall at any moment. Does Brother Ming not like me? Quite the opposite. Xu Ming shook his head gently. It's because I like Qingwan too much that I can't elope with you. Qin Qingwan tilted her head, her teary eyes brimming with confusion. Brother Ming, I don't understand. Xu Ming reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Because I can't let Qingwan be held back. If even your master says this opportunity is important for your future, it must mean it will play a crucial role in your path of cultivation. Qin Qingwan clutched Xu Ming's hand tightly. But to me, Brother Ming is more important than that opportunity. Thank you, Qingwan. Hearing that makes me very happy. Xu Ming smiled gently. But Qingwan, I'm more afraid of seeing you get hurt. Xu Ming looked in her clear, peach blossom eyes. Your master said you possess an incredible innate sacred physique, and many people will want to seize you for themselves. There will be bad people who plot against you. If that happens, I will always stand in front of you to protect you. But what worries me is, even if I give it everything I have, I might not be strong enough to defeat those bad people. I want Qingwan to grow up safe and healthy. Qin Qingwan lowered her head again, her lips tightly pressed together. Qingwan, you have extraordinary talent. And Qingwan, you're still so young, very, very young. As you grow up, your views on many things will change. In the future, Qingwan will definitely become a very powerful cultivator, and you'll grow more and more beautiful. Brother Ming believes that you'll make it onto the Qingyun rankings, just like Xue Nuo. Then one day, you'll reach the Tianxia world rankings and even the Hongyan beauty rankings. In everyone's eyes, you'll become a goddess, someone high above, unattainable to all. But, Brother Ming, Qin Qingwan looked up at him, her tearful eyes misty. Qingwan doesn't want to change. I don't want to grow up, and I don't want to be everyone's goddess. I just want to be Brother Ming's Qingwan. Hearing the girl's pure and sincere words, Xu Ming's heart softened instantly. You little fool. Xu Ming curled his finger and gently flicked Qingwan's delicate, upturned nose. No matter how Qingwan changes in the future, you'll always be Brother Ming's Qingwan. But by then, Qingwan won't even look at me anymore and will have forgotten all about me. No, I won't. I won't. Qingwan shook her head like a rattle drum. Qingwan will never forget Brother Ming. Xu Ming smiled. Really? Qingwan nodded quickly, like a pecking chick. Really? I don't believe you, Xu Ming teased. Unless Qingwan proves it to me. Qingwan frowned in confusion. But Brother Ming, how do I prove it? Xu Ming pretended to think for a moment. How about this? He walked over to the Tianxian goose's nest, plucked a feather from the sleeping bird, then broke it in half. He handed one half to Qingwan and kept the other half for himself. When you leave with the national preceptor to Tianxian sect, the next time we meet, you must bring this half of the feather with you. Whoever loses, theirs will have forgotten about the other. How does that sound? Qingwan won't forget Brother Ming. Qingwan, feeling doubted, pouted slightly but carefully tucked the feather away, keeping it close to her. However, her momentary pout soon faded, replaced by the sadness of impending separation. Brother Ming, when will we meet again? Xu Ming thought for a moment. I read in a book once that in Tianxian sect, there's a flower called the blood taurus. When the blood taurus blooms for the 5th time, we will definitely meet again. Really? Qingwan's eyes shone brightly. Really? Xu Ming nodded. The blood taurus flower blooms once every 2 years. 5 blooms would mean 10 years. That would be enough time. Then let's make a pinky promise. Qingwan extended her fair, delicate little finger. Pinky promise. Xu Ming reached out his hand, and their little fingers hooked together. Qingwan gently shook Xu Ming's finger. Pinky promise, sealed forever, no changes for 100 years. Xu Ming smiled and repeated, Pinky promise, sealed forever, no changes for 100 years. Brother Ming, Qingwan suddenly called out softly, as if something had just come to mind. How long is 100 years? 100 years? It's a very, very long time. Then Brother Ming, can 100 years last long enough for us to grow old together? Early the next morning, Wang Xian resigned from her position as the national preceptor of Wu to take Qingwan away from the Qin residence. On the day Qingwan left, only Chen Suya, accompanied by Xu Ming, and Wang Feng, accompanied by Su Pongda, came to see her off. No one else knew that Qingwan was leaving that day, not even her father. This was the Madame Qin's decision. If the other members of the Su and Qin families had known about Qingwan's departure, they would have organized a grand send-off. At that point, various dignitaries would have come to attend. Madame Qin didn't want that. Her daughter didn't need such a lavish farewell. She just wanted to give her daughter more time to say goodbye to her friends. Xu Ming and the others watched as Wang Xian led Qingwan away from the Su residence. However, Qingwan had only walked a short distance before suddenly running back. Xu Ming hadn't even had time to react when Qingwan stopped in front of him, stood on tiptoe, and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Then, her face flushed red, and she ran off again. Xu Ming stood there, stunned, his hand touching the cheek where she had kissed him. In both his lives, the only person who had kissed him was this little girl. However, Xu Ming understood that Qingwan's feelings toward him were nothing more than childhood friendship. After all, at such a young age, what did one truly know about romance? As Qingwan grew older and continued cultivating, reaching higher and higher realms, she would meet all kinds of people. Around her would be all kinds of heaven's chosen talents. How much of his childhood memory would she even remember? How many people truly remember things from before they were 6 years old? They had promised to meet again in 10 years. But 10 years later, when they saw each other again, it would likely only be with a polite nod and a smile. By then, this 6-year-old girl would have grown into a stunning young woman of 16. Xu Ming really wanted to see it. Wanted to see just how much she would amaze the world then. When Xu Ming returned to his courtyard, he discovered a copy of Tianxian Heart Method placed under his pillow. This silly girl, does she think books like this can just be given away? Gently tracing the book's cover, Xu Ming shook his head. In his mind, he could already picture that little fool sneaking nervously into his room to leave the book under his pillow. After Qin Qingwan's departure, Xu Ming's remaining companions were Tianxin Goose and Su Pongda, one goose and one person. Or rather, just one person, because the goose was still sleeping. Even when they had seen Qin Qingwan off, the goose had barely managed to stay awake. Once that was done, it immediately went back to sleep. A month passed after Qin Qingwan's departure. Although the Zhixing Academy was closed, Su Pongda didn't stop pursuing his studies. Both the Su and Qin families had their own private schools. However, those private schools were little more than playgrounds for wealthy children. The environment wasn't conducive to learning, and the teachers were simply biding their time. Therefore, Wang Feng pulled some strings and arranged for Su Pongda and Xu Ming to attend a well-known private school in the capital called Qingshui Academy. Xu Ming did not refuse Madame Wang's kindness. Although he couldn't participate in the imperial examination, reading more books would still be beneficial. Besides, he might even gain insights into the Confucian cultivation methods and put his massive pool of Haoran Qi attribute points to use. Perhaps Su Pongda was worried that, with Qingwan gone, Xu Ming would be lonely. So, every day, Su Pongda brought snacks for Xu Ming. If not that, he would do his schoolwork while sitting in Xu Ming's courtyard. While Su Pongda read books, Xu Ming trained. Every day, Xu Ming would spend an hour studying Tianxian Heart Method, followed by 2 hours practicing Bingyang sword technique. The main issue with the Tianxian Heart Method was that Xu Ming could only study it for at most 1 hour before feeling dizzy. As for the Bingyang sword technique, if he practiced for more than 2 hours, Xu Ming would feel as though thousands of needles were piercing his body, forcing him to stop. The rest of the time, Xu Ming read books about this world. In addition to Confucian classics, he also explored books from other schools of thought, each providing different attribute points. For example, Ma's texts on mechanisms and craftsmanship granted mechanism talent attribute points. Agricultural books provided poison resistance points. The only thing Xu Ming found disappointing was that he hadn't yet found a book from Xiao Lu Bei, so he didn't know what attribute points it would provide. After reading, Xu Ming would continue exercising his body. The Xu residents had plenty of boxing manuals. After all, Wu Kingdom was built on martial strength. Books on martial arts could be found even in common households. However, Xu Ming had not formally stepped onto the martial path. The martial artist realm was divided into 10 levels. 3 body refining stages: mud/clay embryo stage, wooden fetus stage, mercury stage. 3 chi refining stages: heroic soul stage, dominant spirit stage, martial will/courage stage. 3 spirit refining stages: golden body stage, wandering stage, mountain summit stage. The 10th stage, the limit/beyond boundary stage, divided into 3 layers. The clay embryo stage was about shaping and strengthening the body, essentially tempering it. However, before the age of 8, the human body was too fragile. Practicing boxing before 8, due to insufficient blood and energy, could lead to an unstable foundation. Even worse, because the meridians of a young body were underdeveloped, it could fail to withstand martial energy, leading to the body exploding. Xu Ming didn't want to take that risk. Instead, he wanted to find books on cultivation and learn a few simple techniques. When Su Pongda heard about this, he immediately went to ask his mother for help. On the 3rd day, Su Pongda happily arrived at Xu Ming's courtyard carrying a pile of books. However, Xu Ming soon realized that all of these techniques required a minimum cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi cultivation, furnace ignition, realm. Even though Xu Ming couldn't cultivate them, reading still provided attribute points. For instance, for every 10th of a book Xu Ming read, like the one titled Fire Control Technique, he gained plus 0.5 fire affinity points. Since these simple techniques were beyond his reach, Xu Ming's only path to advancement was still the Bingyang sword technique. But something puzzled him. The Bingyang sword technique was undoubtedly of a very high grade. So why did it not require a specific cultivation level to practice? 6 months later, after a roaring sound coursed through Xu Ming's body, a warm current flowed within him once more. He had stepped into the second stage of Qi cultivation, mind clarity realm. 2 months after reaching the mind clarity realm, Xu Ming heard some news. Mr. Xiao, who had been advocating for reforms, had been impeached, but Emperor Wu had suppressed the opposition. Madame Qin mentioned that the court battles were incredibly intense. Xu Ming didn't pay much attention to it. Such matters felt far too distant from his life. Another 4 months passed, and Xu Ming's 7th birthday arrived. On that day, Wang Feng, Su Pongda, and Madame Qin came to Xiaochun courtyard to celebrate his birthday. But on that day, neither Su Xiwen nor Qin Qingwan sent him any birthday gifts. Xu Ming couldn't help but feel a little worried about not receiving birthday gifts from Qin Qingwan and Su Xiwen. However, it wasn't because he feared they had forgotten him, but rather he worried something might have happened to them. Fortunately, Madame Qin and Wang Feng assured him that Qin Qingwan was fine. She was simply in a critical period of her cultivation and could not have contact with the mortal world for the next 9 years. Su Xiwen was in a similar situation. After transforming her innate sword bone into her life-bound flying sword, she had to constantly temper it. Su Xiwen was now in a secret realm of the Wanjin sect. As for when she would emerge, it was uncertain. Wang Feng had heard that it would take at least 8 years. 9 years for one, 8 years for the other. Xu Ming figured that by the time they both came out, they would probably have forgotten him. After all, not many people remember events from 8 or 9 years ago, especially those from childhood. Still, as long as they were safe, that was enough. Taking a deep breath, Xu Ming continued practicing his sword techniques in the courtyard. No matter what, he couldn't let them widen the gap too much. Unknowingly, another year passed through the changing seasons. Xu Ming was now 8 years old. By this time, he could already lift the 1,000-pound stone lion at the Xu family's entrance. He had also reached the 3rd stage of Qi cultivation, furnace ignition stage. Eagerly, Xu Ming revisited those long-sealed spell manuals. These were the same books Madame Wang had given to Su Pongda to deliver over a year ago. You have learned fire control technique. You can now simply control ordinary flames. Fire affinity +10. You have learned cloud ladder. By stepping on your own feet fast enough, you can ascend to the sky. Agility +20. You have learned spirit-powered body. You can now use spiritual energy to strengthen yourself. Spirit control +10. You have learned. In just a month, Xu Ming had finished all the simple spell manuals Su Pongda had brought, mastering a total of 11 skills. Every time Xu Ming learned a new spell, he felt the ancient spirit root tree in his dantian grow a bit taller, its leaves becoming lusher. In addition, Xu Ming began visiting the Xu family's library to explore various boxing manuals. When it came to boxing techniques, quality mattered more than quantity. Xu Ming decided to carefully choose one technique and master it properly. When Wang Feng learned of Xu Ming's intention, she had Su Pongda bring him a boxing manual. Heaven-cleaving fist. Xu Ming looked at the worn boxing manual in his hands, stunned. What a domineering name. Uh-huh. Su Pongda nodded, scratching the back of his head. Mother said this boxing manual was practiced by my 3rd uncle. It's incomplete, but she said not to underestimate it. Even as a fragment, it's far superior to the manuals collected by the Xu and Qin families. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Xu Ming shook his head. Given what Pongda said, this was practically a Wang family heirloom. Su Pongda pushed the manual back toward him. It's fine, 5th brother. Mother said it's not that precious. Everyone in our Wang family practices it. She also said that boxing techniques depend more on the person using them. Even the best boxing technique can't beat someone who works harder. If you have questions, Mother said you can ask her anytime. Xu Ming smiled. Did Annie really say that? Pongda smiled awkwardly. Mother said that becoming a martial artist is exhausting and thankless. But if you insist on practicing, she's willing to grudgingly give you a few pointers. That bit of prideful reluctance, that's more like it. Understand. Please thank Annie for me. Xu Ming accepted the heaven-cleaving fist manual, quietly making a note to repay the favor. Over the next month, Xu Ming devoted most of his time to practicing heaven-cleaving fist. You practiced heaven-cleaving fist for 15 minutes, vitality plus 50, martial energy plus 50, full body strength plus 20. Every time he practiced for a quarter of an hour, a string of words would flash through Xu Ming's mind. The more he practiced the heaven-cleaving fist, the more he felt the surging blood and chi within him. There was a force rampaging. "Ha!" Xu Ming shouted, forcefully executing the final move of the heaven-cleaving fist. A gust of wind burst out from his punch. Not far away, a tree shivered as leaves fluttered to the ground. True chi flows through your entire body. You have entered the clay embryo realm. A prompt emerged in Xu Ming's mind. Closing his eyes, Xu Ming could clearly sense the fusion of spiritual energy and martial true chi within him. Does this mean I'm cultivating both body and magic? Xu Ming exhaled deeply. 3 months later, the Shui Academy term was ending, marking the beginning of the Tong examination, imperial scholar test. Shui Academy was set to be one of the examination venues. Su Pongda had been studying diligently for the past 2 years, and it turned out that the chubby boy had a natural talent for academics. A talented and hard-working student had naturally become the favorite of the private tutor at Shui Academy. In fact, since the Wu Kingdom had no age restrictions for the imperial examinations, the tutor at Shui Academy had high hopes for Su Pongda, encouraging him to take this year's Tong examination. In the tutor's view, although Su Pongda was only 10 years old, becoming a Xiao scholar was practically guaranteed. He even believed Su Pongda could aim for the top rank in the examination. Third brother, only 5 days left until the exam. Keep it up. Xu Ming patted Su Pongda, who was studying in the Xiaochen courtyard. Fifth brother clearly has greater talent than me. If you took the exam, the top spot would undoubtedly be yours, Su Pongda said regretfully, looking at his younger brother. If only you were born in the Qi Kingdom. At Shui Academy, Xu Ming was actually the brightest among the students, often praised by the teachers. But he was only a concubine-born son. Third brother, you shouldn't say such things, Xu Ming said with a smile. Besides, life isn't limited to the imperial examinations. If all goes well, I plan to attempt the martial examination in 2 years. Hearing this, Su Pongda felt even more despondent. Fifth brother could have been both a brilliant scholar and a skilled warrior, but because of ancestral laws, he could only tread the path of a martial artist. Fifth brother, don't worry. I will work hard and become a high-ranking official. Su Pongda clenched his fists earnestly. Xu Ming nodded. Even if you become a high-ranking official, don't forget your original purpose. Always put the people first and care for the world. Su Pongda's cheeks flushed, and he replied sheepishly, serving the people and caring for the world is our duty as scholars, but that's not my true purpose. What is your true purpose, then? Third brother, Xu Ming asked curiously. Before Su Pongda could answer, Xu Ming seemed to realize it on his own, laughing as he said, "Oh, right. Your true purpose is to be in theft as a marquis and appointed prime minister." Not just that, Su Pongda replied with a genuine grin. Then what else? Xu Ming was puzzled. Su Pongda's smile grew even purer. To become a high-ranking official, so that I can make you, fifth brother, an official too. 5 days later, Su Pongda was set to take the Tongshi exam. Although Wang Feng had dismissed it earlier with, "It's just a minor exam, nothing worth worrying about." On the actual day, she still accompanied Su Pongda to the examination hall. Instead of heading back, Wang Feng chose to wait for him at the tea stall in front of the Shui Academy, watching the entrance with unwavering patience. When the exam concluded and students began filing out, Wang Feng stood up immediately. Seeing Su Pongda's confident expression, she finally let out a breath of relief. However, her face remained cold. "Hurry up and get home for dinner. You're late." "Yes, mother," Su Pongda nodded, quickly following her. "Mother," he said, glancing up at her, "I think I did pretty well." "Oh, Wang Feng responded indifferently. Su Panda lowered his head, but not for long. A moment later, Wang Feng spoke again, her tone casual. How well? Do you think you can pass as a Shotsi? Su Panda's eyes lit up instantly. Don't worry, mother. Today's exam questions, I. On a quiet street in the capital city, a child spoke excitedly, while his mother listened calmly. A month later, the results of the Shura were announced. Su Panda achieved the top rank, securing the title of Shotsi at just 10 years old. The Su and Qin households were astonished. Everyone knew that the third young master, Su Panda, had been studying, but no one expected him to excel to such a degree, let alone claim the top spot. Was he a prodigy? Su Panda's success placed enormous pressure on the two concubines of the Su family. While their sons were gifted in cultivation, the fact that Su Panda, at just 10 years old, had become the Shura top scorer made him a rare genius. To make matters worse, the last person to achieve this feat in the capital had gone on to win all 3 prestigious imperial exams. If Su Panda were truly to become a Zhuangyan imperial top scholar, who could say whom the emperor would favor when granting the hereditary title of Duke Su? To celebrate, the Su and Qin households held grand banquets. Su Xiaopan's grandfather, Su Shuya, and his father, Su Zheng, were overjoyed. The family matriarch could not stop smiling, repeatedly exclaiming that Su Panda must be a reincarnation of the literary star. Yet, amidst the overwhelming praise, Su Xiaopang remained humble. He knew this achievement wasn't entirely his own, because fifth brother hadn't participated. During the banquet, the two concubines had expected Wang Feng to seize the moment to humiliate them for their previous actions. In fact, they were so apprehensive they nearly feigned illness to avoid attending. But to their surprise, Wang Feng said nothing during the feast. She sat quietly in her seat, responding to the guests' congratulations with nothing more than a faint smile. It was as though her son's success and the matter of the hereditary dukedom meant nothing to her. That composed aura of a proper first wife left the two concubines feeling even more defeated, more so than any scolding could have. 2 months later, Xu Ming noticed that the Tianxian goose had stopped moving altogether. Alarmed, he worried it might have died, but the goose's body was still warm, and its heart continued to beat steadily. Its feathers, however, had become fluffier and fluffier. A month after that, its plumage had expanded so much that it resembled a giant ball, making it impossible for Xu Ming to even see its long swan neck. Both Chen Suya and Xu Ming were concerned about the goose and debated whether to call a veterinarian. However, recalling the national preceptor's warning, "Do not interfere with her," they decided to leave it be. After all, the goose was still alive. Time flew by. Another 6 months passed. One morning, a resonant honk echoed, waking Xu Ming from his sleep. He stepped out of his room and was greeted by a courtyard littered with feathers. Amidst the snowy goose feathers scattered across the ground stood a swan of unmatched elegance. Its feathers, as white and flawless as blooming white lotuses, gleamed with a silky sheen. Its long neck was slender and graceful, its wings resembling delicate fans crafted from pure snow. This swan, however, was no ordinary creature. The Tianxian goose was nearly twice the size of a typical swan. Its eyes were lined with markings resembling feline eyeliner, as if delicately painted with rouge, giving it an almost charming, refined appearance. Staring at it for long enough, one might even find it rather graceful and attractive. Additionally, at the center of its forehead was a touch of vermilion, lending it a subtle, feminine allure. Compared to its previously vacant, dazed expression, the Tianxian goose now had eyes brimming with life and intelligence. "Honk, honk, honk! Kid, your big sister here is not the same as before." The Tianxian goose let out a series of honks upon seeing Xu Ming. "Honk, honk, honk! Come, spar with your big sister." "All right, let's spar. It's a good chance to test my progress," Xu Ming replied with a grin, relieved that this so-called dog goose hadn't slept itself into the afterlife. "Hung!" The goose cried out and charged at Xu Ming. With a flap of its wings, Two wind blades sliced through the air toward him. Xu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected this dog-goose to evolve to the point of using magic. Not daring to be careless, he gripped his peach blossom sword tightly and executed his Bing Yang sword technique, slashing through one wind blade with a swift stroke and shattering the other with a horizontal swing. Xu Ming leaped into the air, his peach blossom sword aiming directly for the goose's head. Was it his imagination, or did the goose flash him a ridiculous grin? Honk! The Tianqian goose spread its wings and honked loudly. The feathers scattered across the ground converged before it, forming a shield. When Xu Ming's sword struck the feather shield, the impact sent a jolt through his wrist, making his grip falter slightly. However, the sword energy radiating from Xu Ming's strike made the Tianqian goose's eyes narrow in caution. It quickly dodged to the side. Slash! The goose leaped away just in time. The feathers where it had stood were cleanly sliced through, leaving a noticeable crack in the ground. How did this kid get so strong? The Tianqian goose thought, startled. But before it could process further, Xu Ming had already lunged forward, aiming a punch at it. Honk! The goose responded by curling its right wing into a fist and clashing directly with Xu Ming's blow. 15 minutes later. Honk, honk, honk. Little guy, do you admit your big sister's strength now? The Tianqian goose let out a triumphant honk, pinning Xu Ming to the ground once again. You battled the Tianqian goose, awakened talent strength plus 30, spirit power plus 10, combat experience plus 10. While being pinned, a line of text flashed across Xu Ming's mind. You've awakened your talent? Xu Ming asked, tilting his head back from his position on the ground. Honk! No idea. The goose stood with its wings on its hips, lifting its long neck proudly. Honk honk! I just took a long nap and suddenly had a bunch of stuff in my head. When do you think you'll transform into a humanoid form? Xu Ming asked. Honk! No clue. The goose answered decisively. All right then. Xu Ming sighed, a bit disappointed. He had been curious about what the dog-goose humanoid form would look like. Would it really be an 8-pack abs warrior queen? Just as Xu Ming lay on the ground with the swan towering above him, a sudden flash of light lit up the sky. A ranking appeared, hovering in the air for all to see. Across the capital city, including Xu Ming and the Tianqian goose, people stopped what they were doing to look at the Qingyun ranking. Qin Xinguan, native of Wu Kingdom, direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tianqian sect, age 8, entered the 6th realm of Qi cultivation, observation C realm. Ranking on the Qingyun ranking, 9th. At Yunjian Peak of the Wanjian Myriad Sword sect, a young girl sat cross-legged atop a boulder. Before her floated a crystalline longsword, transparent and gleaming. The blade, 3 feet long, bore water-like engravings in a tassel pattern. Though simple in design, the sword emanated an extraordinary beauty in its simplicity. The girl's name was Su Xuanhua. The sword was called Qingming, clear as pristine water, refined like ancient inscriptions. Many within the Myriad Sword sect believe the name Qingming symbolized these qualities, perfectly aligning with the sword's aesthetic and essence. Yet in truth, the name Qingming had no such profound meaning. It merely stemmed from 2 names. Qingming's blade exuded a gentle white light, but the air within 20 meters of the sword was filled with sharp, piercing sword energy, completely contrary to the softness of its glow. Tiny crystalline snowflakes flaked off Qingming's blade bit by bit, sharpening its edge further, much like a cultivator purging impurities from their body during the body refinement stage. This process was the tempering of the sword. Every sword cultivator needed to temper their life-bound flying sword. For most, these swords were external items refined and fused with their spirit, with tempering focused on deepening the bond between the sword and its wielder. But for Su Xuanhua, a rare innate sword-bone cultivator whose sword was an extension of her very being, there was no need to enhance the connection. Her focus lay in tempering the sword itself, akin to sharpening a blade. Suddenly, the sword let out a resonant hum, scattering its sword energy in all directions. Su slowly opened her eyes. In the sky above, a blue leaderboard appeared, and with it, a line of text. Qin Xingwan, native of Wu Kingdom, direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect, 8 years old, has entered the 6th realm of Qi cultivation, see observation realm. Ranking on the Qingyun ranking, 9th. Su froze momentarily upon seeing the words on the leaderboard. Then a faint smile curved her lips. She had long anticipated that once Qin Xingwan embarked on the path of cultivation, she would be no less talented than herself. Xuan'o, you're losing focus. Just as she was feeling a flicker of happiness for her close friend, the voice of the myriad sword sect master resonated from the sky. Yes, master, Su responded, closing her eyes again and continuing to temper her life-bound sword. Until Xu Ming was fully tempered, she was forbidden from leaving the peak or having any contact with the outside world, lest external causes and effects dull her sword's edge. Master, she suddenly called out again, her eyes opening. The voice from the clouds sounded distant, yet seemed to be right beside her. I wish to ask Master a question, Su said, looking toward the sky. Speak, replied Jiang Liu, her voice calm and serene. Master, is it true that only those with innate spiritual veins can cultivate? Jiang Liu answered, Not so. Spiritual veins are merely pathways that draw the world's spiritual energy into the body. Those without spiritual veins lack the means to connect with heaven and earth, and thus cannot cultivate. But through the use of rare treasures, artificial spiritual veins can be created. However, the cost of establishing these veins is exorbitant, and they can never match the innate spiritual veins. Such cultivators find it extremely difficult to achieve greatness, and many cannot even step into the cave mansion realm. Su lowered her head, her eyes tinged with disappointment. Jiang Liu, noticing her disciple's demeanor, naturally understood what was on her mind. Back at Mingxin's Sword Peak, Jiang Liu had glimpsed all of Su inner illusions, learning about that young boy named Sum Ming. Even Xuanhua breaking through her bottleneck was all because of that boy. Xuanhua, even if you help him establish artificial spiritual veins, it's futile. He will never step into the cave mansion realm. His entire life, compared to yours, is but a fleeting spring and summer. You and he are destined to be as separate as immortals and mortals. To the west of the Tianxian sect stood 2 mountains, their peaks so close that they formed a narrow slit of sky between them. Beyond this thread of heaven was a sea of flowers, cradled between the mountains like a hidden paradise. Amid this sea of flowers stood an 8-year-old girl. In the span of 2 years, the roundness of her chin had begun to taper, hinting at the features of a young maiden. Her skin, even more snow-white and flawless than before, radiated a delicate, natural beauty that was impossible to fault. It was as if she possessed the most perfect skin under the heavens, untouched by any blemish. Compared to her childlike innocence at 6, the girl now carried an ethereal air, as though she belonged to a realm beyond the mortal world. Her peach blossom eyes seemed capable of stirring ripples across existence with a mere glance. Anyone who had seen her wouldn't doubt that this girl would someday ascend the list of beauties. They only wondered what rank she might achieve when she grew older, perhaps even unseating the woman who had held the top spot for 500 years. The girl crouched down carefully, watering the flowers in the patch before her. This flower bed had been her own project. When she first arrived, she had begged her master for seeds to plant. The flowers, of vibrant crimson, were called blood taurus. Every day, the girl would visit this patch after her cultivation, tending to the blood taurus and wondering when they might bloom. An entire year passed, and still the blood taurus did not bloom. Frowning, the girl had tearfully asked her master, "Did I plant them wrong? Why aren't they blooming?" Her master then revealed that blood taurus only bloomed once every 2 years. Hearing this, the girl stood frozen in place for a long time before breaking into sobs. 2 years for 1 bloom. 5 blooms will take 10 years. I've not even been alive for 10 years yet. The girl missed home, She missed her mother, her sister Xu, her brother Ming, and even the big white goose in his courtyard. But after coming to the sect and learning the truth about her unique constitution, the girl understood she could never return. If she went back, she would bring harm to her mother and brother Ming. Wiping away her tears, she continued caring for the flower bed. During her moments of rest, her favorite pastime was sitting quietly in front of the flower patch, lost in thought. Another year passed. One day, the blood Taurus finally bloomed. Overjoyed, the girl exclaimed, "Just 4 more times, and I can see Brother Ming again." "This is the first time in 2 years I've seen you smile so happily," a voice spoke. Wang Xian, her master, walked into the valley, stopping beside her. "Master!" Qin Xingwan ran over to him with a bright smile. "You seem to like blood Taurus a lot," Wang Xian remarked, watching his disciple with a warm smile. "Not really." Qin Xingwan shook her head. "But when the blood Taurus bloom 4 more times, I'll get to see Brother Ming again." Wang Xian chuckled lightly. 8 years from now, you'll no longer look like a child. Do you think he'll recognize you? What if he doesn't?" Qin Xingwan's peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent as she smiled. "As long as I recognize him, that's enough." The imperial capital of Wu, Listening Heaven Hall. Apart from the absence of the emperor, all officials were quietly standing in their designated positions. From time to time, they cast glances at the tall and upright man standing at the forefront. With his eyes closed and a ceremonial tablet in hand, the man stood motionless, resembling a pine tree rooted in the grand hall. This man was Shao Machi, a figure currently at the peak of his influence, admired by many, yet also feared and attacked by countless officials. "The emperor has arrived," the sharp voice of a eunuch announced, as the emperor of Wu, clad in his dragon robe, emerged. "Your subjects greet your majesty," the officials chorused, bowing respectfully. In Wu Kingdom, officials never knelt to the emperor, their gestures of respect limited to formal bows. "Rise, my beloved subjects," the emperor said, raising a hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. "Thank you, your majesty," the officials responded in unison, straightening their postures. "Do any of you have matters to report?" the emperor asked with a genial smile. Though outwardly approachable, no one in the court believed the emperor to be lenient. "Your majesty, I have a matter to report." Shao Machi stepped forward, his voice resounding throughout the hall. "Ah, Minister Shao," the emperor addressed him, his warm demeanor concealing an undertone of gravity. "Your majesty, this humble servant petitions for a reform of our taxation laws," Shao Machi declared without preamble, his words causing a visible stir among the officials. All eyes turned toward Shao Machi, then toward the prime minister, who stood at the forefront of the court. The emperor, too, glanced at the prime minister, his smiling visage turning stern in an instant. "Minister Shao, do you realize the significance of what you're proposing?" "I do," Shao Machi replied, drawing a deep breath. "Your majesty, the current 2-tax system was indeed effective in its early implementation, increasing fiscal revenues and, to some extent, alleviating the burden on the people. However, it has now devolved into a distorted mechanism. Greedy officials, beyond the fixed levies, fabricate additional taxes such as the framework tax and extraneous surcharges, extorting the populace and driving them to misery. Moreover, many officials, in pursuit of promotions and higher ranks, impose excessive levies beyond the regular taxes. The crushing weight of these arbitrary and exorbitant taxes has plunged the common people into despair. If we do not amend this system and allow it to continue unchecked, the consequences will be disastrous. Absurd. It is precisely because of the 2-tax system that our Wu Kingdom has achieved its current strength. How can it be as deplorable as the chief minister claims?" One official stood to object. Soon, another official stepped forward, echoing the sentiment. "The 2-tax system may have its flaws, but tell me, is there any taxation system that is flawless?" Under the 2-tax system, the Xiangdiao system and miscellaneous levies were abolished. Taxes are based on household income and land acreage, money for households, grain for land, calculated using land data from a century of reclamation. Commerce taxes are levied at 1/30th of income for itinerant merchants. Is this all suddenly useless? Your Majesty, the laws established by our ancestors must not be abolished. One official after another rose to refute Xiao Machi. Xiao Machi remained calm, as if he hadn't heard their objections, his composure as still as water. Silence, the emperor commanded, his voice stern. The officials immediately fell silent and lowered their heads. The emperor turned his gaze to Xiao Machi. Minister Xiao, you propose a reform. Do you have a plan for such a reform? Xiao Machi raised his head and replied, Your Majesty, I do have some preliminary ideas. First, I propose merging tax and labor levies into a single collection. Taxes on land, labor duties, and other miscellaneous levies in various prefectures should be unified into a single monetary payment, calculated based on land acreage. Second, I propose abolishing the labor levy system. Instead of conscripting labor, the government should hire workers for public duties. Farmers would only need to pay monetary taxes. Third, I suggest simplifying the categories of taxation. Convert previous collections, such as summer taxes, autumn levies, corvée duties, miscellaneous labor, and additional contributions, into a single consolidated monetary tax. The collection and transportation of taxes and labor duties should shift from the current practice of collection and delivery by the people to collection and delivery by the officials. The primary purpose of this reform is to simplify the tax system, streamline tax collection, and make it harder for local officials to engage in corruption, thereby increasing state revenues. Hearing Xiao Machi's proposal, many officials could no longer remain composed, their faces turning pale. This Xiao Machi, ever since his entry into the court 2 years ago, had never ceased stirring the waters. If it wasn't military reform, it was the proposal to curtail the power of regional warlords. Previously, Xiao Machi had even suggested that anyone, regardless of background, should be allowed to participate in the imperial examinations. Had he forgotten the palace coup from 150 years ago? Now, Xiao Machi was aiming to reform the tax system. It was clear to everyone that his actions directly infringed on their interests. Who among them did not own thousands, or even tens of thousands, of acres of land, overtly or covertly? If such a tax reform were implemented, how much tax would they have to pay? Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Machi finished speaking, a series of officials stood up to denounce him. But Xiao Machi was not without allies. The younger generation of officials, who had entered the bureaucracy more recently, immediately retorted in his defense. In an instant, the court devolved into chaos, with several officials on the verge of rolling up their sleeves and coming to blows. The military officials in court, however, found this spectacle highly amusing. Previously, they were the ones always clashing with the civil officials. Now, the civil officials were fighting among themselves. Ever since Xiao Machi joined the court, the military officials had been thoroughly entertained by the ongoing drama. Ever since Xiao Machi joined the court, the military officials had been thoroughly entertained by the ongoing drama. That being said, while they enjoyed the show, they couldn't help but admire Xiao Machi. This scholar from the White Deer Academy was truly a bold figure. Unlike those pedantic bookworms entrenched in court, he was refreshingly different. Though admittedly, he was a bit too young and lacked sufficient experience. As the argument grew increasingly heated, the emperor cast another glance at the prime minister, but the latter remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. That's enough. Stop arguing. The emperor finally intervened, waving his hand as though fatigued. Minister Xiao, what you've raised is a significant matter. I need time to consider it. For now, this issue is set aside. Draft a detailed proposal and submit it to me later. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Machi nodded in acknowledgement. Several officials looked visibly uncomfortable, silently lamenting to themselves. It was clear that the emperor had been aware of Xiao Machi's reform plans all along. He had merely allowed him to bring it up today to gauge their reactions. Is there any other matter to report? The emperor continued. The subsequent petitions were nothing out of the ordinary. However, the Minister of Rights stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Qi Kingdom's delegation is scheduled to arrive in Wu Kingdom next month. It is time to decide who will represent our nation in the reception." Indeed, the Emperor mused for a moment. "Let Minister Xiao handle this matter. Minister Xiao, select the personnel. The reception of the Qi Kingdom's delegation will be your responsibility." "Yes, Your Majesty," Xiao Machi replied, bowing his head. The officials hesitated, wanting to object, but found themselves unable to. After all, Xiao Machi was a scholar from the prestigious White Deer Academy. By comparison, they lacked the credentials to oppose him on this matter. Xiao Machi then spoke. "Your Majesty, I've heard that the Qi Kingdom's delegation will include 2 exceptionally talented children. For the sake of propriety, our Wu Kingdom should reciprocate in kind. I believe we should also bring 2 youths of comparable talent to the reception." "Oh," the Emperor's smile widened. "Do you already have candidates in mind, Minister Xiao?" Xiao Machi nodded. "As it happens, I do." By the lakeside in spring, there was a small courtyard. An elderly gentleman had rolled up his sleeves and was brewing tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the yard. Not far away, a small cat lay lazily atop the courtyard wall. It yawned, stretched, and then rested its head on its paws, drifting back to sleep. Before the old man sat a young man. Having finished his morning court session, he had already changed out of his official robes into casual attire. "What did those people in court have to say?" the old man asked. The young man smiled wryly. "What else could they say? They act as if it's costing them their lives." "And His Majesty?" The old man picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of tea. The young man quickly received it with both hands. "The matter of reform will be discussed later," Xiao Machi said slowly. The old man nodded. "That's only to be expected. After 250 years since its founding, Wu Kingdom's powerful families and officials are so deeply intertwined, it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. Your reform efforts." The old man raised his head, his sharp, hawk-like eyes seeming to pierce through to the young man's soul. "You're too hasty." Xiao Machi gently blew on the tea to cool it before taking a sip. "I have no choice but to be hasty," he said. Placing the teacup down, he looked directly into the old man's eyes. "Master Zhang, Wu Kingdom's position is dire. The Demon Kingdom, the Northern Barbarians, the Western Magic Sect, the Eastern Qi Kingdom, none of them are easy opponents. Wu Kingdom has been rotting from within for too long. To cure the illness, we must use strong medicine." The old man took a sip of tea. "But strong medicine may kill the patient." Xiao Machi lowered his head in silence. The old man sighed and shook his head. "What you're saying isn't the real reason. That old scholar from White Deer Academy, what exactly did he see?" Xiao Machi caressed the teacup in his hands without answering. The old man didn't press further and continued to pour tea at his own pace. "The great era is coming," Xiao Machi finally said after a long pause. The old man's hand, gripping the teapot, froze for a moment before nodding. "I see. The last great era was 10,000 years ago. The world descended into chaos, and countless lives were lost. Humanity fought back and drove the demon race to the southern realm, establishing dominance over these lands. 1,000 years of evolution followed, shaping the current order. But do you think the demons of the southern realm would simply accept their fate? They've never stopped dreaming of reclaiming their former glory, of making humans their slaves once again. Now, as the Great Era approaches, spiritual energy is growing denser, and geniuses will rise in droves. No one can remain untouched. No one can afford not to fight. And with Wu Kingdom bordering the myriad demon kingdoms of the southern realm, we will bear the brunt of the conflict. And that's not even considering the infighting among humans. Do you think the various human dynasties and cultivation sects will coexist peacefully? Each of them schemes and vies for power. For Wu Kingdom to survive, reform is imperative. The old man shook his head. But you're taking on too much. Wu Kingdom survival doesn't mean the court nobles won't survive. If you make it impossible for them to live comfortably, they won't let you live at all. Xiao Machi replied resolutely. I can only strive to give my all, even unto death. You, the old man sighed helplessly. Too hasty, too direct. Haste leads to error, and rigidity leads to ruin. Enough. The old man waved his hand. I still want to live a few more years. Don't drag this old man into state affairs. Xiao Machi remained silent and said no more. Confucian scholars cultivated righteous energy, and like ordinary cultivators, their path consisted of 15 realms divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. If a Confucian scholar chose not to enter the court, their lifespan would rival that of typical Qi cultivators, long and enduring. If a Confucian scholar enters the court, due to the influence of a nation's destiny, the flow of their life essence matches that of an ordinary person for every day they serve. For instance, if someone's lifespan is 100 years, then a scholar in the immortal realm serving in the court for 30 years would lose 30% of their life essence. For an ordinary person, 30 years is simply 30 years. But for an immortal realm scholar, whose lifespan might span 10,000 years, those 30 years are equivalent to 3,000. Lifespan is immensely precious to cultivators. Perhaps a mere 100 extra years could allow them to break through to the next realm, let alone 3,000 years. This is why many scholars prefer to avoid court politics, choosing instead to immerse themselves in scholarly pursuits. Yet, even so, many Confucian scholars still choose to step into the court, driven by a sense of duty. Most, however, limit their service to around 20 years before stepping away. But this old gentleman had served in the court for a full 50 years. Xiao Machi knew that if he said too much and drew the old gentleman too deeply into matters, it would affect his chances of enjoying his later years in peace. When is Qi Kingdom's delegation arriving? The old man asked. In a month, Xiao Machi replied. Specifically, in 32 days. And have you decided on your people for the occasion? The old man asked again. I have, Xiao Machi nodded. In fact, one of the reasons I came today is to borrow 2 people from you. Oh, the old man chuckled. What people do I have here for you to borrow? You do. Xiao Machi smiled as well. Now that the conversation had shifted away from court matters, the atmosphere became noticeably lighter. The old man thought for a moment. Those 2 youngsters? Yes, Xiao Machi confirmed. But one of them is an illegitimate son, the old man pointed out. This Wu kingdom is like a cage, Xiao Machi said. Something needs to shatter it. The old man closed his eyes, pondering deeply before shaking his head. This doesn't seem appropriate. Xiao Machi smiled faintly. Master Zhang, if everything were appropriate, the Wu kingdom wouldn't be in its current state. Qi Kingdom, Uni Marquis Manor. In a quiet study, a 9-year-old girl was engrossed in flipping through books of poetry. Her face was as fair as jade, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars, filled with curiosity and intelligence. Her jet-black hair was tied into 2 playful buns adorned with soft pink ribbons that swayed gently as she moved. Her attire was simple yet elegant. A light pink robe with intricately embroidered lotus flowers on the hem and a green sash tied around her waist, adding a touch of liveliness to her graceful demeanor. Her slender hands cradled the books carefully, as if afraid to tarnish the precious words within. Whenever she came across something particularly delightful, she would let out a soft, clear laugh, her voice crisp and melodious, like a mountain stream tinkling over stones. Sire, a soft voice called from nearby as a young woman, no older than her 20s, stepped into the room. Mother! Zhu Sisi hopped off her chair, her movements graceful and light, like a lotus flower dancing on water. The dignified and elegant woman knelt slightly to meet her daughter's gaze, smiling warmly. Sire, a month from now, how about going on a trip with Mother? After Su Xiaoping achieved the top rank in the provincial examination, Tongshi, the Su and Qin families had been immersed in joy and celebration. Yet, before they had even fully savored this delight, another piece of good news arrived. Su Xiaoping had been selected as one of Wu Kingdom's diplomatic envoys to receive the delegation from Qi Kingdom. The other chosen envoy was the 14-year-old son of the Minister of Rites, a prodigy who had passed the imperial examination Jiren, at the age of 13, making a name for himself in the capital at the time. The Qi Kingdom's delegation's visit to Wu Kingdom was a major event, and Su Xiaopong's selection as part of the reception team was a significant honor. This achievement would bring great benefits to his future career in the court. Most importantly, the finalized list of envoys would surely pass before the emperor's eyes, and the name Su Pongda would make its way into the imperial view. It was on this very day that Xiao Machi personally visited the Su residence. For the Su and Qin families, their feelings about this man, currently the most talked-about figure in court, were complicated. On the one hand, forming ties with Xiao Machi, a prominent figure close to the emperor, was undoubtedly beneficial. On the other hand, Xiao Machi had stirred up massive waves with his reform agenda, and the families feared being labeled as part of the reformist faction, thus incurring the ire of the conservatives. In truth, both the Su and Qin families were staunch conservatives and opposed Xiao Machi's reforms. Fortunately, Xiao Machi's visit was officially under the pretense of visiting Su Pongda, as Su Pongda was both the provincial examination's top scorer and a member of the diplomatic envoy. Xiao Machi coming to check on him and gather information was entirely reasonable. Nevertheless, the two families refrained from publicizing the visit, dared not host a banquet, and even preferred that others remain unaware of Xiao Machi's presence at the Su residence. They couldn't very well turn him away, so they simply let him visit, treating it as if they didn't see him. Even when Xiao Machi entered the rear courtyard of the Su residence, they paid him no mind. Xiao Machi was famously principled, and everyone trusted his character implicitly. The Su family adopted a hands-off attitude. If Xiao Machi claimed to be visiting Pongda, he could go wherever he liked within the residence, and they would pretend not to notice. However, Xiao Machi did not visit Lady Wang's courtyard, but instead made his way to Xiaoqin courtyard. May I trouble Miss Goose to inform him that Xiao Machi is here to visit? I have some business with young friend Xu Ming, Xiao Machi said, bowing respectfully at the tightly closed gates of Xiaoqin courtyard. By the gates, Tianxin Goose was in the middle of practicing deep squats. At the greeting, the goose honked twice. Honk, that rascal Xu Ming's here. Madam, Chen isn't. Just go in yourself. Then I shall intrude. Xiao Machi pushed the gate open and entered the courtyard. The first thing he saw was Xu Ming practicing martial arts in the yard. The movements were vaguely familiar to Xiao Machi. They seemed to be from the heaven-splitting fist technique used by the Wang family censor general. Xu Ming's mastery was remarkable. The courtyard was filled with the strong presence of martial energy, a hallmark of a true warrior. Judging by the aura Xu Ming exuded, Xiao Machi could sense that he was on the verge of breaking through to the wooden fetus realm in martial cultivation. Deeply engrossed in his practice, Xu Ming had not noticed anyone entering the courtyard. Only when he finished his routine, exhaled deeply, and withdrew his martial aura did the sound of applause ring out from the direction of the gate. Xu Ming turned, startled to see who it was. Mr. Xiao, it has been 2 years, young friend Xu, Xiao Machi said, bowing politely. Xu Ming quickly returned the gesture, bowing in response. Student greets Mr. Xiao. Please, sir, have a seat. I'll prepare tea for you. Xu Ming straightened up and moved to play host. Xiao Machi shook his head and got straight to the point. Young friend, there's no need for such formalities. I came today because there's something I'd like to discuss with you. With me? Xu Ming was puzzled. What could Mr. Xiao possibly have to discuss with someone like him? Yes, Xiao Machi confirmed, nodding as he stepped closer. Before long, the Qi Kingdom delegation will arrive in Wu Kingdom. Among their group are 2 prodigies, one of whom is born with an innate literary aura. If their delegation challenges our young scholars to a contest of wit and talent, I'm afraid Pongda and the others might lose badly. Your mentor at Qingshui Academy, Zhang Laoshi, said that if all the young scholars in the land were to take the same exam, you would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Therefore, I hope you can join Wu Kingdom's diplomatic team for this occasion. Xu Ming blinked. But sir, I'm a shuzi, illegitimate son. In Wu Kingdom, illegitimate children were rarely allowed to step into the limelight. That's true. Xiao Machi acknowledged with a small nod. And for that reason, I can only ask you to participate as a companion scholar, akin to a book boy. Should Pongda and the others face difficulty, I hope you can step in to assist. Are you practicing martial arts? Xu Ming? If you agree to help, I can provide you with a blood spirit fruit, which will aid your body refinement. Xu Ming fell silent. He knew about the blood spirit fruit. He had once consulted Lady Wang about body refinement for martial practitioners. When warriors reach the Mercury realm, they must undergo body refinement. Every top-tier martial sect has its own refinement methods, but one universal element is the use of the blood spirit fruit as the primary ingredient. The fruit wasn't entirely priceless, but was undoubtedly expensive. Even for the Xu family, obtaining one required significant resources. Even if they could acquire it, they would never give it to Xu Ming. Mr. Xiao, I am deeply honored by your trust. I shall give it a try, Xu Ming replied after a moment's thought. Thank you, Xiao Machi said, bowing deeply. Seeing Xiao Machi bow at a full 90 degrees, Xu Ming was startled and hurriedly returned the gesture with the same depth. Mr. Xiao, you're far too polite. Straightening up, Xiao Machi looked at Xu Ming with a gentle smile. In that case, I'll be counting on you. 5 days from now, you'll join Pongda to begin learning Wu Kingdom's protocols for hosting foreign guests at the Imperial Academy. I will come to pick you up then. Thank you for the trouble, sir, Xu Ming said with a nod, expressing no objections. Xiao Machi gave Xu Ming a long, searching look, but said nothing more. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned and left. Watching Xiao Machi's retreating figure, Xu Ming recalled the deep bow from earlier. For some reason, it felt as though Xiao Machi carried a hint of guilt toward him. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Xu Ming muttered, shaking his head. He turned back to resume his martial practice. In any case, he now had the main ingredient for his body refinement in the Mercury realm. As for the supplementary ingredients, while they weren't cheap, they were within reach. If necessary, he could borrow some funds from Lady Wang and repay her later. Leaving the Xu residence, Xiao Machi stood at the gates, gazing back towards Xiaoqun courtyard. He stared for a long moment before letting out a heavy sigh, shaking his head repeatedly. His eyes were filled with guilt and self-reproach. Xiao Machi, to drag a child into this game. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? A few days later, the official list of those responsible for receiving the Qi Kingdom delegation was finalized. Xu Ming's name was not on the list. However, Xu Pongda, along with the son of the Minister of Rites, was allowed to bring a study attendant each. Having someone familiar around would help ease any nerves. Xu Ming would accompany Xu Pongda as his attendant. As for who the attendants brought by Xu Pongda and the minister's son were, no one particularly cared. On the day the list was announced, Xu Pongda and Xu Ming headed together to the Hamlin Academy to learn etiquette. They would need to pass an assessment after their training, and only those deemed qualified could proceed. In Wu Kingdom, which prided itself on martial strength, etiquette tended to be simpler and less intricate. Thus, Xu Ming found the learning process rather easy and passed the academy's assessment with ease. During this period of studying etiquette, Xu Ming also gained something valuable, a noticeable refinement in his demeanor. Time passed quickly, and in just over 20 days, the Qi Kingdom delegation arrived at Wu Kingdom's capital. On the main street of the royal city, the residents of Wu Kingdom curiously gathered to catch a glimpse of this 1,000-year-old dynasty's delegation. Inside one of the carriages in the middle of the procession, a young girl quietly lifted a corner of the curtain. Her large, sparkling eyes blinked as she took in the sights of the foreign capital. For her, this was her first trip abroad. She observed that the attire of Wu Kingdom's people wasn't all that different from her own Qi Kingdom's. The only distinction seemed to be that the people of Wu Kingdom appeared taller, stronger, and most of the men carried blades at their waists. The young girl let the curtain fall back into place and turned to her mother. Mother, why do so many people in Wu Kingdom carry swords? Lady Zhu gently stroked her daughter's head. Because Wu Kingdom esteems martial prowess, and it's their ancestral tradition that every household's sons must learn martial arts. Oh, Zhu Cixi nodded earnestly. I see now. So, This is what the books meant by a fierce and robust people. Lady Zhu paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, you could understand it that way. Roughly half an hour later, the Qi Kingdom delegation gradually came to a stop. The welcoming delegation from Wu Kingdom was already waiting at Xifang Pavilion. As the name suggests, Xifang Pavilion was a venue built by Wu Kingdom to host guests from all corners of the world. Outside the pavilion, the Wu Kingdom's welcoming delegation was assembled in full. Xu Ming stood among them, observing the Qi Kingdom's procession. The Qi Kingdom's convoy was highly organized, with 10 carriages in total, each drawn by black Qilin beasts. These black Qilins were national treasures of Qi Kingdom, jet black in color and resembling true Qilins in appearance, though they couldn't compare in terms of combat prowess. However, they were capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day without fatigue and were known for their gentle temperament. Crack, crack, crack. Firecrackers exploded in front of Xifang Pavilion, and 2 rows of heavily armored soldiers, members of the infamous Blood Pagoda, pounded the ground rhythmically with their halberds. The sound was heavy and orderly, exuding a menacing aura. As the firecrackers faded, the Blood Pagoda ceased their pounding. Xiao Machi stepped forward and bowed courteously to the delegation. Honored guests, you have traveled far to be here. I, Machi, extend my apologies for any lack of hospitality. Members of the Qi Kingdom delegation began disembarking from their carriages one by one. Xu Ming's attention was immediately drawn to 2 young children in the group. These were likely the renowned prodigies of the Qi Kingdom. One of them, a boy about the same age as the Minister of Right Sun Zhou Lu, around 13 or 14, carried himself with a haughty demeanor. Despite his youth, he exuded an air of arrogance, as if declaring that everyone else is beneath me. The other was a young girl dressed in a pink Ruchuan traditional dress. Her bangs curled delicately over her forehead, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with curiosity. Her oval-shaped face was adorable, her nose dainty, and her lips the color of vermilion. A classic beauty with an intelligent, lively charm that was unmistakable even at a glance. At the head of the delegation, an elderly man stepped forward, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he returned Xiao Machi's bow. Lord Xiao, there's no need to apologize. With such a grand reception from your kingdom, we're the ones who feel overwhelmed by your generosity. Master Fong, please don't say that. Xiao Machi quickly stepped forward to help the elder to his feet. You are a scholar whose works are renowned across the world, a role model for all of us who study literature. No level of courtesy could ever be considered excessive. Haha, Lord Xiao, you flatter me. Fong Jingchun chuckled, clearly enjoying Xiao Machi's praise. Xiao Machi continued, we've prepared a humble meal to welcome you all and wash away the fatigue of your journey. I hope you won't find it too plain. Not at all. Not at all. Fong Jingchun replied with a smile. In fact, this old man is quite hungry. Please come inside, Xiao Machi said, stepping aside to lead the way. The lunch that followed was a simple affair. It consisted mainly of casual chatter among the adults and mutual exchanges of compliments. However, Xu Ming could distinctly sense something beneath the surface. Despite their polite demeanor, many among the Qi Kingdom delegation carried an air of arrogance and superiority. This reminded Xu Ming of something his mentor at the Hanlin Academy, when he was studying etiquettes, Teacher Xiao, had once said, "We see the northern wastelands as barbarians. The Qi Kingdom views us in much the same way." After lunch, the Qi Kingdom delegation retired to rest. Xu Ming, along with Su Pongda, returned home, as there was to be a banquet that evening. Once home, Su Pongda was visibly tense. It was highly likely that there would be a literary contest during the evening banquet, and he needed to prepare. However, much like a knowledge quiz, last-minute cramming was unlikely to yield any meaningful results. It was more of a psychological comfort than anything else. While much of the capital was abuzz with discussion about the Qi Kingdom delegation, in a secluded courtyard in the eastern part of the city, a man was lounging under the sun. At his feet lay 4 dogs. Each stood about 3 feet 7 inches tall and looked utterly lazy, their postures exuding an air of indifference. As the man dozed off, a woman dressed in a black robe strode into the courtyard without even bothering to knock. The man slowly opened his eyes and said, "In the Wu kingdom, trespassing is punishable by law." The black-robed woman rolled her eyes at him. "What? You going to report me to the authorities?" The man shook his head. "What do you think?" The woman replied impatiently. "Have you found the princess?" "No," the man answered bluntly. "Maybe she's not even in the city." "Oh, really?" The woman let out a cold laugh. "The prime minister says to stop looking for now. He'll send someone else to handle it." "So, can I go back now?" the man asked, a trace of delight in his voice. "Honestly, I can't stand human food. The seasoning is just too overwhelming. There's something else you need to do first. After that, you can leave." "And what's that?" "Kill someone." "Who? The Emperor of Wu?" "Forget it. I can't beat him," the man replied, shaking his head. "Not him," the woman said. "Xiao Machi, then?" "That's tricky, too. That scholar is in a good position, and his cultivation level isn't low. I need to plan carefully and lure him out of the capital first." "Not him either," the woman replied. "Then who?" the man asked. "A child. Fifth brother. It's time for us to leave." Fifth brother. In the evening, Su Pongda came to Xiaochun courtyard to fetch Xu Ming. "Coming," Xu Ming replied. After informing his mother, he stepped out of the courtyard. Outside the Su residence, a carriage had already been prepared to take them. Inside the carriage, Su Pongda sat with a copy of the Analects of Confucius in his hands, looking visibly tense. "Third brother, there's no need to be so nervous," Xu Ming said. "With so little time, there's not much you can read anyway." Su Pongda scratched his head. "You're not wrong, but I just feel that if I can read a little more, I might make up for the gap between us and them." Xu Ming shook his head. "Reading now will only throw you off balance. Trust yourself, third brother. Just do your best." "All right," Su Pongda nodded, always quick to heed Xu Ming's advice. But after a moment, Su Pongda glanced at Xu Ming and couldn't help but ask, "Fifth brother, what do you think someone born with a literary aura is like? Could they really be the reincarnation of a star of literature?" "Who knows?" Xu Ming replied with a shrug. He was also curious to see what this so-called innate literary aura would look like. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and under the guidance of attendants, Su Pongda and Xu Ming entered the Sifong Pavilion. The evening banquet was not a formal seated meal, but one where everyone sat on the floor with a small table placed in front of each guest. According to custom, the host had to arrive at the Sifong Pavilion first and then formally invite the guests to join them. When Xu Ming and Su Pongda arrived, the Wu delegation was already gathered. The attendants were sent to invite the Qi Kingdom delegation to join them. Within half an incense stick's time, the Qi delegation, already prepared, began to take their seats one by one. Dishes were brought out by maids and placed before each guest. As a study attendant, Xu Ming was not qualified to sit at the table. Instead, he sat at Su Pongda's side. Looking at the sumptuous spread before him, Su Pongda couldn't help but salivate. However, knowing that Xu Ming couldn't eat, Su Pongda felt it inappropriate to start eating either, so he refrained. During the banquet, the adults conversed about poetry, literary anecdotes, and praised one another's essays while eating. As the meal progressed, dancers took the stage to liven the atmosphere. The dancers were indeed mesmerizing. Xu Ming couldn't help but think they were far better than the online short videos of dance performances he had seen in his previous life. After the performance, the conversation turned to future collaborations between Wu and Qi kingdoms. They discussed sending Wu students to study in Qi, fostering exchange programs between academies, and other ideas for academic and cultural cooperation. When the conversation began to dry up, a scholar from Qi Kingdom suggested playing the flower linking game. The rules of the game were simple yet refined. A starting line of poetry would be selected, containing a specific word or phrase. Each participant, in turn, would recite a line of poetry containing that word or phrase. The line could be part of a longer poem or a standalone verse. The game continued until someone could no longer come up with a suitable line. The person unable to provide a response would lose and be penalized by drinking a cup of wine. Though it was a mere game, elegant and intellectual, everyone present represented their country's honor and naturally did not want to lose. As the game began, Xu Ming noticed that, aside from Xiao, the Wu scholars were quickly losing ground. One by one, they were forced to drink cup after cup of wine, their faces growing red, not just from the alcohol, but also from anger and embarrassment. The most infuriating moment came when a scholar from Qi Kingdom, upon his turn, remarked, "I seem to be a bit thirsty. I'll first drink a cup as self-punishment, before downing the wine in one go and then calmly reciting his line of poetry." His mockery left the Wu scholars utterly humiliated. But the scholars of Wu Kingdom couldn't afford to lose their temper. Showing anger would only worsen their humiliation. On the Qi delegation's side, the atmosphere was light-hearted and filled with laughter, while on Wu's side, everyone seemed on the verge of boiling over. Xu Ming felt as though he could hear an alarm blaring in his head. Warning! Warning! Seated at the head of the Qi delegation, the elderly Fang Jingchun sipped his wine with a calm demeanor. Yet, he felt something was amiss, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Glancing at Xiao beside him, Fang Jingchun found the latter meeting his gaze with a faint smile and a small nod, as if to reassure him. Fang Jingchun then looked over at the Wu scholars. Many of them, either consciously or subconsciously, were directing their attention toward a particular spot. In that direction sat a slightly chubby young man, Su Pongda, the top-ranked student in the most recent child scholars exam in the Wu capital. Beside him sat a book boy. But who would bother paying attention to a book boy? Meanwhile, in the Yangxin Palace, Grand Eunuch Wei hurriedly entered, kneeling beside Emperor Wu. Consort Hua, dressed in a sheer nightgown, was delicately brewing tea for the emperor. How was the banquet proceeding? Emperor Wu asked calmly. He had been awaiting updates ever since the evening banquet began. Your Majesty, the Qi delegation seems to be engaging with our representatives quite happily. However, Eunuch Wei hesitated, his expression troubled. Spare me the suspense, the emperor said, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. Your Majesty, this is a report from the Tingfeng Pavilion, Eunuch Wei replied, quickly presenting the document. The emperor unfolded the report and began reading. It detailed the events of the banquet thus far. The deeper he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. Noticing the shift in the emperor's mood, Consort Hua grew visibly anxious, afraid she might inadvertently become a target of his displeasure. When he finished reading, Emperor Wu let out a faint chuckle. Among the Qi delegation, aside from Fang Jingchun and those two prodigies, the rest are relatively obscure figures. None of the truly elite young scholars from Qi's literary circles have come. And yet, the young talents Xiao brought, each among the most renowned of Wu's rising generation, are being humiliated to the point of drinking themselves under the table. Wei Sun, you served under the late emperor and have been by my side for 10 years. What do you make of this? Grand Eunuch Wei, sweating profusely, carefully formulated his response. Your Majesty, something doesn't seem quite right. Even if Wu Kingdom's literary scene cannot match Qi's upper echelons, against this group, our scholars should not be faring so poorly. It's more than just not quite right, Emperor Wu said, rubbing his temples. What exactly is Xiao playing at behind my back? Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, the emperor's gaze sharpened. Wei Sun, at tonight's banquet, Su Pongda and the son of the Minister of Rites both brought book boys, didn't they? Yes, Your Majesty, Wei Sun replied, his eyes lighting up as he caught on to the emperor's implication. I will immediately verify whether Xu Ming was present at the banquet. Wei Sun scrambled out of the Yangxin Palace, practically tripping over himself in his haste. As the doors swung shut, Emperor Wu sat in silence for a long moment before finally letting out a low chuckle. Xiao you sly fox. At the banquet, the literary contest between both sides was already leaning towards one-sided dominance. However, seated at the head of the table, Xiao still appeared calm and composed. The old gentleman from Qi State, named Fong Jingchun, had the distinct feeling that he was being used. It seemed as though the other party had set up a trap, and he had unwittingly walked right into it. Yet what exactly this trap was, Fong Jingchun couldn't figure out, let alone discern its purpose. Matching verses using others' poetry will always lack originality and significance, Xiao said, just as the atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly lively. How about this instead? Today is an excellent occasion. Why don't we create some poems of our own? If we produce a masterpiece worthy of being passed down through the ages, tonight's banquet will truly become a cherished story. But I do have one requirement. As he spoke, Xiao clapped his hands. A few maids stepped forward, placing wooden plaques, brushes, and ink in front of each person. My requirement, Xiao continued with a smile, is that the poem must include the name of someone from the opposing side. He gestured to the wooden plaques. Please write your own names on these plaques, so that everyone may compose accordingly. Interesting, Fong Jingchun said with a chuckle, stroking his beard. If that's the case, I'll go first. Fong Jingchun took the lead and wrote his name on the wooden plaque. Although he still didn't understand Xiao intentions, he couldn't imagine that any real harm could come to them. Qi State and Wu State didn't exactly have a close relationship, but for now they were allies. Under such circumstances, it was Wu State that would be most worried about their safety, and it was Wu State that would want to ensure their protection the most. He was determined to see what kind of trick Xiao could possibly play. Seeing Fong Jingchun take the lead, the others naturally had no objections and followed suit, writing down their names. To create poetry using the names of others. This rule was in fact very clever. By doing this, even if one side crafted something remarkable, since it featured the opponent's name, it would also, in a way, help elevate the opponent's reputation, a mutually beneficial outcome. Thus, regardless of who performed better, there would be no awkwardness or risk of someone becoming too humiliated by an obvious disparity. Though it was just a small rule, many people had already begun to look at this scholar named Xiao with newfound respect. A small detail revealed his brilliance. Xiao, a product of the prestigious White Deer Academy, was truly exceptional. It was worth remembering that the emperor himself had once tried to invite Xiao to Qi State. On the other side of the banquet, Su Xiaoping quietly wrote his name down, his hands still trembling. During the earlier poetry relay, Su Xiaoping had stumbled several times due to nerves, often failing to recall a line of poetry. Each time, it was Xu Ming who discreetly whispered reminders to him. Otherwise, Xiaoping would have been forced to drink on several occasions. In truth, it was no small feat for Xu Ming either. The poetry in this world was unfamiliar to him, and the verses he remembered from the blue planet couldn't be used in this setting. So, Xu Ming had to search his mind for verses he had learned over the past few years in the academy. Fortunately, over these years, Xu Ming had read extensively to improve various skills and attributes. Once everyone had finished writing their names, they placed the wooden plaques upright in front of them. Who would like to begin? Xiao swept his gaze across the room. When I studied at the White Deer Academy, I was fortunate enough to receive 3 of my teacher's calligraphy paintings. If you don't mind, I would like to offer them as rewards. Hearing Xiao words, the already enthusiastic crowd became even more eager. Everyone knew who Xiao teacher was during his time at the White Deer Academy. That master's calligraphy and paintings were famous across the world and priceless. For other cultivators, such works were little more than collectibles. However, for scholars, the calligraphy and paintings of that master provided significant support in their studies, making them invaluable treasures for cultivation. In that case, I will humbly make the first attempt, though it may be unworthy, said a Qi envoy named Wang Huan, standing up and bowing respectfully to Xiao. Please, Xiao gestured politely. Wang Huan stood, glanced at the names on the wooden plaques in front of the Wu delegation, and selected one. After a brief pause, he recited his poem. Past years' stories drift with the wind. New lotuses at Southport bloom in sunlight. Frost paints the forest, red leaves fall. Moonlight on clear streams brings white dew tonight. Where do wild geese above the clouds return? Autumn's beauty at the horizon fills my sight. A song of joy, who shares my drunken tune? Endless longing carved into poems I write. Excellent. As Wang Huan finished, a wave of applause erupted across the banquet. Many from the Wu delegation turned to look at a man named Chun Nanshuang, who smiled helplessly, stood up, and bowed toward Wang Huan. Your talent is admirable, Brother Wang. I am in awe. You flatter me, Wang Huan replied humbly. Nanshuang, since Brother Wang has written a poem for you, shouldn't you return the favor? Xiao Machi said with a playful smile. Chun Nanshuang closed his eyes for a moment in contemplation. After gathering his thoughts, he slowly began. The Wang family's grace flows from heaven's hand. Songs and laughter fill the joyful halls. Mountains and rivers stretch, woven grand. Sun and moon shine bright across the vast sky's walls. Jade trees and crystal towers, immortal land. Golden goblets of fine wine, the heart enthralls. Life's pleasures come, rejoice while you can. Do not waste such moments when beauty calls. Wonderful! As Chun Nanshuang's words fell, cheers resounded from the Wu delegation. Seated at the head, Fang Jingshun nodded in approval, already developing a measure of appreciation for the young man named Chun Nanshuang. However, while Chun Nanshuang was clearly talented, Wang Huan's poem had the upper hand. The first poem focused more on emotional expression and imagery, evoking a deep and tranquil atmosphere. In contrast, the second poem emphasized a clear theme and lively emotions, creating a grand and celebratory tone. That said, the difficulty differed as well. Chun Nanshuang was certainly a more challenging name to work into a poem compared to Wang Huan. Even so, the first poem excelled in structure, word choice, and phrasing. In particular, Wang Huan's closing couplet, a song of joy, who shares my drunken tune? Endless longing carved into poems I write, beautifully combined music and poetic sentiment. Who could join him in drunken joy? His unending longing could only be expressed through verse. Thank you, Brother Chun, for your poem, Wang Huan said with a bow. Following this poetic exchange, the atmosphere between Qi and Wu improved noticeably, though it was clear that the Wu side still felt a little unsettled. After all, anyone could see that the Wu delegation had lost this round. As the two sat down, conversation and laughter resumed, and several more people stood up to compose poems. However, the Wu delegation continued to fall slightly short each time. Strange, very strange, Fang Jingchun thought. While the atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly harmonious, Fang Jingchun felt a growing unease. The Wu literary scene might not be exceptional, but it was still one of the top 10 human dynasties. Moreover, several scholars from Wu had already made names for themselves in Qi. How could it be possible that not a single one could outperform someone from Qi State? You adults are certainly enjoying yourselves with poetry, Xiao Machi said with a smile. But aren't there a few younger participants here as well? What's the matter? Are you going to let them sit there eating all evening? Fang Jingchun understood Xiao Machi's intent and chuckled. It just so happened that he shared the same idea. Since he brought it up, Machi, then Zhonghe, why don't you give it a try? The bar isn't high. Just don't let others mock us. The young man, exuding an aura of arrogance and disdain for all others, someone who seemed to shout, I alone am worthy. Everyone else is trash, stood up and said, then allow me, Zhonghe, to humbly present my work. Zhonghe glanced toward the son of the Minister of Rites and smirked slightly, the kind of smirk that immediately reminded Xu Ming of the phrase crooked mouth dragon king. Zhonghe stepped out of his seat, hands clasped behind his back, pacing through the center of the banquet hall as if every candlelight in the room was focused solely on him. Then he began his recitation. Through seas I wander, my spirit soars. With streams and mountains, I roam far and wide. Beneath the moon, clear breezes caress my face. Among the blossoms, fine wine delights my pride. Clouds curl around distant green peaks. Mist lingers where the rivers stretch and glide. Years may pass, but my heart holds no regret. For only poetry can fill the world, far and wide. As Zhong, he concluded his poem, Everyone paused to savor its meaning. Whether from Qi or Wu, the gathered crowd shared a look of admiration, their eyes saying the same thing. This young man will undoubtedly leave his mark on the literary world. Fang Jingchun, stroking his beard with satisfaction, felt deeply pleased. This visit to Wu was not simply a diplomatic mission. He had another goal: to take these young scholars and officials on a journey to read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. More importantly, he sought to build their reputations in other kingdoms. That reputation, of course, had to be earned through their own talents. Today, Zhonghe had not disappointed him. "Zhou Lu," Xiao Machi said with a smile, "since he has composed a poem for you, it's only fitting that you respond in kind." Zhou Lu stood, bowed formally with flawless etiquette, and said, "Indeed, I should." He glanced at Zhonghe's name on the wooden plaque at the empty table, thought for a moment, and began his response. The temple bell echoes by ancient walls. The river flows, reflecting azure skies. Green trees shade the winding path. Crimson blooms adorn the mountain rise. Winds are light, clouds drift with ease. The stars gleam bright in a moonlit night skies. In this tranquil place, I'd seek retreat. Why wonder when I might return, or why? As Zhou Lu finished, the crowd regarded him with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Applause broke out first from the Wu delegation, followed quickly by others. While Zhou Lu's poem fell slightly short of Zhonghe's in terms of depth and imagery, it was nonetheless an impressive effort. Zhou Lu was one of the leading figures among Wu's younger generation, the youngest Jiren, provincial scholar. And Zhonghe? Wasn't he also a leading figure in Qi? Judging from this exchange, the literary talent of the two nations' rising stars wasn't as far apart as it initially seemed. Could it be that Wu has produced another Xiao Machi-like figure? "Pangda," Xiao Machi suddenly called, his voice gentle. Su Panda quickly stood, bowing respectfully. "Sir," as the on-show top scholar of Wu's capital examinations, "would you compose a poem for Miss Cece?" Xiao Machi said with a smile. At Xiao Machi's words, the entire hall turned to look at Su Panda, their gazes filled with concern. Writing a poem for Zhu Cece wasn't the issue. The problem lay in Zhu Cece herself, a natural literary prodigy whose talent might very well surpass even Zhonghe's. If Zhu Cece were to respond with her own poem, a comparison would be inevitable. Su Panda's effort, no matter how good, would risk becoming like a firefly's faint glow in the face of the blazing sun. Once the event was recounted later, people would remember Zhu Cece's brilliance, while Su Panda would simply become a background figure, a fleeting mention at best. Su Panda's face betrayed his unease. It wasn't that he feared being overshadowed or relegated to a mere prop. The truth was, he simply couldn't write anything. For Su Panda, poetry had always been his weakest point. What he excelled at was pianwen, parallel prose, but how could he write a prose piece using her name? Moreover, such a work couldn't possibly be finished in a short time. Seeing Su Panda's obvious struggle, the crowd grew uncomfortable on his behalf. Xu Ming, sitting to the side, sighed in exasperation. "Why did you stand up so quickly the moment Mr. Xiao called your name? How am I supposed to whisper hints to you now?" "Sir," Su Panda began awkwardly. At this moment, the scholar named Chun Nanshuang stood up. "Previously, I visited Master Zhang from Qingshui Academy as a guest. He spoke highly of two promising young friends from the Su family, one being young Pangda here, renowned for his talent in pianwen, and the other exceptionally skilled in poetry. I wonder if we might invite this second young friend to join us." "Oh," Fang Jingchun was taken aback. "It's rare for Zhang Lu, that old rascal, to praise anyone. Xiao Machi, why didn't you invite this young talent to the banquet?" Xiao Machi offered a respectful bow and replied, "Sir Fang, due to certain circumstances, he is unable to attend." "What circumstances? What is his status?" Fang Jingchun asked, puzzled. Xiao Machi's face showed a hint of reluctance as he answered. "He is the son of the Su family's fifth concubine." As soon as Xiao Machi finished speaking, the entire hall fell into silence. the son of the fifth concubine, a shuzi. In Qi, a concubine's son might not match a legitimate heir status, but still enjoyed considerable recognition and even had certain inheritance rights. However, the situation was vastly different in Wu. Here, the status of concubines' children was extremely low, often relegated to the shadows. No matter, Fang Jingchun said, shaking his head dismissively. According to your country's rules, the Sifang Pavilion is considered guest land, and thus we follow the customs of the guest nation. Xiao Machi, summon the young man here. It won't violate Wu's traditions, and truth be told, I am quite intrigued. If not, this curiosity of mine will leave me restless. Fang Jingchun wasn't overwhelmingly curious about a mere concubine's son. However, since Xiao Machi had brought him up, he had to see him. Otherwise, word might spread that at the banquet between the two nations, Qi did not secure a full victory because the child praised even by Master Zhang did not appear. If that happened, the entire event would inadvertently elevate the young boy's reputation, turning Qi into little more than a backdrop for his fame. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Fang Jingchuan's expression froze, his mind racing as if he had pieced something together. Could it be? Surely not. This child. Since Master Fang has said as much, it would be impolite of me to refuse, Xiao Machi said with a faint smile. Just as Fang Jingchun felt he might have unraveled the underlying scheme, Xiao Machi turned toward Su Pengda's direction with a calm, yet meaningful gaze. Young friend Xu Ming, Xiao Machi said gently, please rise. 3 days before the banquet, a group of young scholars sat in the courtyard. Seated before them was Xiao Machi, the current leader of the reformist faction and the minister most favored by Emperor Wu. Do any of you have further questions about what I just said? Xiao Machi smiled warmly at the young officials who were all members of the court. If there are no questions, I hope everyone can cooperate. The young scholars exchanged looks, glancing at one another. They were the officials responsible for receiving the Qi delegation in 3 days' time. Chen Nanchuang stood up and bowed to Xiao Machi. Sir, is this truly necessary? Xiao Machi smiled faintly. In my view, it is necessary. The hierarchy within Wu has already solidified. Everyone's interests are interwoven, yours within mine, and mine within yours. To break this balance, we must identify a breaking point. Any breaking point will do. We must show the court that the world today is not as they perceive it. Rules are meant to be broken. At the banquet, there may be games such as exchanging verses, completing couplets, or composing poetry. I want all of you to lose to the Qi delegation. In the end, I will create an opportunity for him, a chance to shine during the banquet, where he will directly face Qi's famed natural literary prodigy. But Zhou Lu stood up. Sir, are you truly so confident in Xu Ming? Admittedly, Xu Ming's ode to the goose was remarkable, and even Master Zhang praised him highly. But, sir, Xu Ming will be facing the natural literary prodigy of Qi. Another scholar rose to speak. Yes, Sir Xiao. For Xu Ming to succeed, his poem cannot merely be good. At the very least, it must stir a resonance with the literary way, even if only faintly. Zhou Lu and the others voiced their deepest concern. All the young officials lowered their heads, their hearts heavy with worry. They did not mind deliberately losing to the Qi envoys during the banquet, nor did they mind helping to pave the way for a young child to rise, even at the cost of their own reputations. If it meant a better, stronger Wu, they were prepared to sacrifice anything, even their lives. What did mere reputation matter? But they were afraid. Afraid that Xu Ming could not bear this weight. Afraid that the Wu kingdom would be humiliated and all their efforts would be for nothing. Some even entertained the fleeting idea of writing an excellent poem themselves and having Xu Ming recite it. But as soon as the thought arose, they pushed it aside. Such cheating was impossible. The literary way's resonance could not be faked. Only the author could inspire it. Furthermore, if such a deceit were discovered by the old, conservative officials, not only would they be disgraced, but they would drag an innocent child into endless trouble. I cannot guarantee it. As everyone sank into contemplation, Xiao Machi finally spoke. This is a gamble. I am gambling on Xu Ming's potential to astonish everyone. I am gambling on my own judgment, and on the judgment of Master Zhang. If we lose, we will merely be mocked for a time. But if we win, Xiao Machi did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood his meaning. If they won, if Xu Ming truly lived up to the expectations of Xiao Machi and Master Zhang, if he composed a truly brilliant poem, even if he could not surpass Qi's natural prodigy, but merely inspired the literary way's resonance, then this event would set the tone of public discourse. And this very public discourse would become a sharp thorn in the side of the reformist faction. If even a son of a concubine could achieve such heights, how many other talented sons of concubines were being overlooked in Wu? How many merchant sons were barred from taking the imperial examination? Were there no geniuses among them? If someone as talented as Xu Ming could not participate in the imperial examination, what right did others have to take part? The examination system must change. And if the examination system changes, then the so-called ancestral rules will no longer be unshakable iron laws. Only then could the defenses of those stubborn conservatives be torn apart, bit by bit. If we fail, I expect we'll all face the emperor's questioning, a scholar said with a calm smile, having already accepted the proposal. Let's just hope Xu Ming doesn't lose too terribly to that natural literary prodigy and that Master Zhang's judgment hasn't been too misguided. Another scholar added with a wry grin. Who says Xu Ming will definitely lose? What if he wins? Chen Nanshuang dared to voice an improbable dream. Haha, if Xu Ming wins, I'll give him my pair of jade lions, the vice minister of rights declared. If Xu Ming wins, I'll forfeit my treasured vermilion sparrow inkstone. I'll bet my snowmelt brush. One by one, the scholars began placing wagers. Though they mostly hoped Xu Ming could produce a decent poem, enough to earn recognition from the literary way, they couldn't help but wonder, what if? What if Xu Ming truly won? Xu Ming, please rise. Xiao Machi smiled and extended a hand towards Xu Ming. Everyone turned their gaze to Xu Ming. Sir, Xu Ming stood up, surprised. He had assumed he was there merely to play a supporting role. Unexpectedly, Xiao Machi had thrust him directly into the spotlight. You composed the poem Ode to the Goose at the age of 6, and for the past 2 years, Master Fong has spoken of you with great praise. Xu Ming, could you compose a poem for Miss Zhu? At the mention of someone writing her a poem, Zhu Cixi lifted her delicate head. Her pretty apricot-shaped eyes blinked curiously at Xu Ming, her large, watery eyes brimming with expectation. I shall do my humble best. With Xiao Machi's invitation so direct, Xu Ming knew he could not refuse. On the Wu side, all the scholars' hearts tightened in anticipation. On the Qi side, curiosity bloomed. Who was this child prodigy who had earned such high praise from Master Zhang? After all, Master Zhang's reputation was well known even in Qi. Still, no matter what, they believed that this boy, Xu Ming, could never surpass Cixi, or even Zhong He, for that matter. Everyone else has been composing 7-character lines. I'm not skilled in that style. Miss Zhu, may I write Ci instead? Xu Ming asked, looking into Zhu Cixi's bright eyes. Zhu Cixi nodded obediently. Thank you. Xu Ming smiled slightly, walked over to where Zhu Cixi was seated, picked up the name plaque placed before her, and lifted his gaze to meet the little girl's eyes, as if deep in thought. The room fell silent, every breath held as they awaited the child's words. Having endured all the sorrows of parting, I never thought, upon returning, the fallen flowers would lie as they do. Under the blossoms, we gaze without a word. Spring fades beyond the green window, and dusk descends upon the heavens. Xu Ming recited the first stanza, each word echoing clearly across the banquet hall. Several people sat up straight. From just the first stanza, the poem was already exquisite. If the second stanza maintained the same quality, let me recount my longing beneath the lamplight, a strand of new joy, entangled with 1,000 threads of old sorrow. The second stanza unfolded gracefully, Xu Ming's words resonating powerfully throughout the hall. Xu Ming continued to recite, and Fong Jingchun, seated at the head of the table, was already in a daze. A sudden and powerful feeling surged within him. Could it be that we are about to witness a timeless masterpiece? Impossible. The boy is only 8. The most fleeting thing in this mortal world is youth leaving the mirror, flowers parting from the trees. As the final line was spoken, Fang Jingchuan's heart gave a heavy thud, and that intense premonition he felt had come true. The minds of everyone present went blank, their ears echoing with the verses of this stunning CI. Having endured all the sorrows of parting, I never thought, upon returning, the fallen flowers would lie as they do. Under the blossoms, we gaze without a word. Spring fades beyond the green window, and dusk descends upon the heavens. Let me recount my longing beneath the lamplight, a strand of new joy, entangled with 1,000 threads of old sorrow. The most fleeting thing in this mortal world is youth leaving the mirror, flowers parting from the trees. The most fleeting thing in this mortal world is youth leaving the mirror, flowers parting from the trees. One of the scholars whispered the line to himself, but then, as if jolted awake, he suddenly lifted his head. The banquet hall's doors burst open as gusts of literary wind swept into the room, causing the scholars' azure robes to billow and rustle. The wind of the literary way. Fang Jingchun sat up straight once again, his expression solemn. The literary wind enveloped Xu Ming. Xu Ming felt a refreshing clarity in his entire being, as though he had been washed clean. His body lifted weightlessly on a breeze, soaring thousands of miles with blissful freedom. Your composition, Dai Lianhua, having endured all the sorrows of parting, has stirred the fortunes of the literary way. How ran Qi plus 1,000, charisma plus 50, attraction to the opposite sex plus 10. Looking at the sudden appearance of these attributes in his mind, Xu Ming was bewildered. He could understand the how, ran, qi, and charisma. But attraction to the opposite sex? What in the world was that supposed to mean? The lingering impact of the poem wasn't yet over. Xu Ming felt the ancient spiritual root within his dantian grow by 2 centimeters, its leaves turning even greener. A breeze swirled around the root, gently brushing its leaves, as though nurturing it endlessly. A quarter of an hour later, the literary wind in the hall finally subsided. Xu Ming let out a long, slow exhale. The most fleeting thing in this mortal world is youth leaving the mirror, flowers parting from the trees. In front of Xu Ming, the 9-year-old girl Xu Cece smiled sweetly. Thank you. That is the most beautiful poem I have ever heard. As long as Miss Xu likes it, Xu Ming replied, bowing with the poise of a little adult. Xu Cece tapped her chin with her finger, deep in adorable thought. Finally, she shook her head. But I can't come up with a poem as good to return to you. Can I owe you one for now and give it to you later? Of course, Xu Ming smiled, feeling that this little girl's innocent demeanor exuded a graceful charm. Her gentleness carried a lively beauty that was quite different from the coquettish Xinguan or the proud Xuanhua at such a young age. To Xu Cece, owing a poem was merely a promise to be fulfilled, but in the eyes of everyone else, this was an admission of defeat. Qi's natural literary prodigy had been bested by the son of a concubine from Wu. This poem would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Tonight, everyone present had become mere backdrops for this young boy's brilliance. In the second half of the banquet, no one dared to compose another poem. After hearing the most fleeting thing in this mortal world is youth leaving the mirror, flowers parting from the trees, no one had the courage to embarrass themselves further. Throughout the remainder of the evening, all eyes were drawn again and again to Xu Ming, seated calmly beside Su Pongda. His posture remained straight, his expression composed, exuding a scholarly grace as warm and refined as jade. Is this truly just an 8-year-old child? Qi's scholars had been utterly overshadowed, while Wu's scholars drank heartily in celebration. By the end of the banquet, nearly everyone left drunk, except for Xu Ming and the other children. Shall we take a walk? As Xiao Machi was about to bid farewell to Fang Jingchun spoke up. Xiao Machi paused for a moment, then nodded gracefully. All right, 1,000 miles, the wind's so free, Fong Jingchun chanted. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, enveloping Xiao Machi and carrying him away from the courtyard. The moonlight was like water, shimmering softly. The two of them strolled quietly along the shores of Shuiwell Lake in the capital of Wu. Neither Xiao Machi nor Fong Jingchun spoke, simply walking in silence along the lake. How did you dare? After a long while, Fong Jingchun, with his hands behind his back, turned to glance at Xiao Machi. Xiao Machi smiled faintly and shook his head. Machi does not understand what you mean, Sir Fong. Stroking his beard, Fong Jingchun smiled. You let the scholars of your Wu kingdom lose to ours in the flower game, then lose again in composing poetry, all of it paving the way for young friend Xu Ming. Indeed, that old man Zhang has sharp eyes. But how could you be so sure that he would produce such an excellent poem tonight? Xiao Machi continued to smile and shook his head. Xu Ming's performance actually exceeded my expectations. Fong Jingchun paused and then burst into laughter. Ha ha, indeed. Xu Ming didn't even need to write such a great poem. He only needed not to lose too miserably. Yet, unexpectedly, not only did he avoid disgrace, but the young man created a verse for the ages. The most fleeting thing in this mortal world is youth leaving the mirror, flowers parting from the trees. What a marvelous line. Xiao Machi remained silent. I hear you're enacting reforms? Fong Jingchun asked, turning towards Xiao Machi. Xiao Machi nodded slightly. Fong Jingchun's brow furrowed slightly. After tonight, Xu Ming's reputation will spread across Wu Kingdom, and that poem will echo throughout the land. You could use this to make a statement, to strike at those entrenched conservatives in the court, to find a breakthrough for your reforms. But Xiao Machi, have you considered that this child, barely 8 years old, will be thrust into the eye of the storm because of you? I am aware, Xiao Machi replied, his tone steady. Fong Jingchun fixed his gaze on Xiao Machi. To involve a child in this game, how can you bear it? Do you not understand why the status of illegitimate children is so low in your Wu Kingdom? Do you truly not know what happened 150 years ago? Xiao Machi did not avert his gaze. I will ensure Xu Ming's safety. And if all goes as planned, when he grows up, he will become the leader of Wu Kingdom's literary world. Fong Jingchun shook his head. Machi, you are too impatient. Xiao Machi sighed helplessly. I only regret that I cannot move faster. Fong Jingchun sighed as well. You? Xiao Machi stopped in his tracks, turned to face Fong Jingchun, and bowed deeply. Sir Fong, forgive my boldness, but I have a favor to ask of you. At last night's banquet, during the flower game between the envoys of the two kingdoms, not a single envoy from our Wu Kingdom won. Throughout the feast, the people of Qi were immensely pleased, while our Wu envoys sat in silence, their faces darkened with shame. Seeing the situation take a dire turn, Mr. Xiao proposed composing poems using the names of those present as inspiration. But who could have known? In poetry and prose, not one of our Wu Kingdom scholars could best the Qi Kingdom. At that moment, the son of the fifth madam of the Su household, Xu Ming, stepped forward. Having endured the bitterness of partings across the world, returning now to see the fallen flowers scattered thus. Beneath the blooms, we gaze in speechless sorrow, while the spring outside the green window fades with the sky. I'll tell my longing under the lamp at night, a new joy, yet tangled with old grievances, endless as threads. The most fleeting thing in this world, beauty fading from the mirror like blossoms from the trees. The poem concluded, and Xu Ming's words resonated deeply, stirring the very essence of literature itself. The literary aura billowed through the hall, playfully flickering the candle flames, so effortless, so free. Qi Kingdom's gifted scholar, Zhu Cixi, could only bow in concession. The sons of Wu Kingdom let out a collective breath of pride, raised their cups, and drank deeply, all becoming thoroughly intoxicated. Bravo! That felt so satisfying. What a relief! What a magnificent poem! I heard this poem was inspired by Xu Ming's two childhood companions. One, Su Shuna, who went to Wanjian sect, and the other, Qin Qinwan, who went to Tianxian sect. It was written out of longing, and it just so happened to use Xu Cici's name. Surely, it must have been written for Qin Qinwan. Word has it they entered school together, inseparable as childhood friends. Regardless of who it was written for, this poem is truly extraordinary. As the storyteller's voice fell, the tea house erupted with applause, and discussions about the poem broke out among the guests. "What a pity he is a son of a concubine," a guest said suddenly, his tone filled with regret. His voice was not loud, but many heard it. Quite a few people showed expressions of disappointment and sorrow. "So what if he is a son of a concubine?" A burly man slammed his hand on the table. 150 years ago, in our Wu kingdom, where was it written that sons of concubines couldn't take the imperial examinations or enter the court as officials? "Brother, mind your words," another quickly cautioned. "How can I mind my words now?" Another man stood up, his face flushed with indignation. "In Qi kingdom, everyone can take the imperial exams, yet here in Wu, we still restricted by birth? How can we ever surpass Qi this way? If even someone as talented as Xu Ming cannot take the exams, then who can?" "Exactly," another person rose to his feet. "When the founding emperor established the nation, did he not decree that no one would be punished for speaking their mind? Is it the late emperor's rule to bar the sons of concubines or common folk from the exams? If the authorities arrest me for saying this, would they not dishonor our ancestors' principles? The most fleeting thing in this world, beauty fading from the mirror like blossoms from the trees." At Prince Tung's manor, a young woman in the bloom of youth held the latest weekly gazette in her hands, reading the poem over and over. The more she read, the more she adored it. It was hard to believe that such lines were written by an 8-year-old child. Xu Cici, Xu Ming, who was the true literary prodigy here. The woman had also heard that, while the poem was composed using Xu Cici's name, it was actually inspired by Xu Ming's longing for his childhood companion who had gone to Tianxian sect. For a child so young to possess such mature sentiments and such a romantic spirit, I really wish to meet him. "Chuyer," she called softly, setting the weekly gazette down. "Your Highness." A maidservant, Chuyer, entered the room. "Send a visiting card to the Su household for me. Say I would like to meet young Master Xu Ming." Hearing that her mistress planned to leave the house, Chuyer looked at her in astonishment, but quickly recovered and nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." In the imperial study, the Emperor of Wu carefully read through the detailed reports sent by Tingfeng Pavilion regarding the events of last night's banquet. Every poem and verse composed was recorded meticulously, and when he reached the final poem, he couldn't help but lose himself in thought. This was truly composed by an 8-year-old child. The emperor raised his head, and Eunuch Wei smiled and nodded. "Your Majesty, during last night's banquet, the literary resonance stirred for a full 2 half an hour." The emperor fell silent. The literary resonance does not lie. If the poem had been composed by someone else and simply passed off as Xu Ming's, the literary fortune would not have responded at all. This Xiao Machi. The emperor set down the confidential report and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He actually bet right this time, acting purely on his instincts. He's left me with a complete mess to clean up. The emperor could already envision the chaos that would unfold in the court. His head had already been aching enough before this. Now, he almost didn't want to attend court at all. Wei Sun simply stood there, his expression carrying a sycophantic smile. Although the emperor seemed visibly irritated, Wei Sun knew well enough that, in reality, the emperor was quite pleased. The emperor had always been a supporter of reform, having quietly and overtly aided Xiao Machi on many occasions. Now that there was finally a breakthrough, no one could be happier than the emperor himself. "Wei Sun, Xu Ming has restored honor to our Wu kingdom with a poem for the ages. What do you think should be done?" the emperor asked. Wei Sun, well aware of the emperor's intent, immediately replied, "Your Majesty, he deserves a grand reward." A smile tugged at the emperor's lips, He had been waiting for someone to say that. Summon the officials. Draft an imperial decree. Having endured the bitterness of partings across the world, returning now to see the fallen flowers scattered thus. Beneath the blooms, we gaze in speechless sorrow, while the spring outside the green window fades with the sky. In a valley filled with seas of flowers, an 8-year-old girl sat on a chair by a blood Taurus flower bed. She swung her small feet back and forth as she recited the poem that had traveled all the way from her hometown. I'll tell my longing under the lamp at night. A new joy, yet tangled with old grievances, endless as threads. The most fleeting thing in this world. Beauty fading from the mirror like blossoms from the trees. As she recited, her peach blossom-like eyes lit up with a sweet smile, as though she had tasted the sweetest candy in the world, one that melted right into her heart. However, as she continued smiling, her delicate brows began to knit slightly, and her small mouth pouted. This poem clearly speaks of longing, but why does it have another girl's name in it? Qin muttered unhappily to herself, reaching out her little hand to tap lightly on the paper where the poem was written. Ming.I've, could it be that you don't like Qin anymore? No, that's impossible. Ming.I've promised he would always like Qin. I really wish I could grow up faster. Flowers, hurry up and bloom. Puffing her cheeks in frustration, Qin clasped her hands between her knees, staring blankly at the flower bed before her. For once, the little girl felt a rare melancholy. Within a courtyard at the Sifong Pavilion in Wudu, Xu Cixi sat upright on a chair, her small figure maintaining perfect posture. Her delicate, fair hands gripped a writing brush as she carefully wrote line after line of graceful characters on the white paper before her. The little girl was only 9 years old, yet her calligraphy already hinted at the refinement of a master. After finishing the poem, Xu Cixi carefully held the rice paper with both hands, lifting it toward the warm sunlight. She gazed at the elegant characters she had transcribed, words that had been composed for her, at least in name, by the boy called Xu Ming. Over the past few days, Xu Cixi had heard rumors that Xu Ming's poem hadn't been written solely for her. It was said that he had an old childhood friend at the Tianxian sect. But Xu Cixi didn't mind. She didn't care whether or not the poem had her name in it. She didn't care whether or not the poem was meant for that girl at the Tianxian sect. Xu Cixi simply loved the poem. That was enough for her. You've written this poem dozens of times over the past 2 days. Do you like it that much? Just as Xu Cixi held the paper up to the sunlight, a voice called from outside the door. Mother. Xu Cixi set down the paper, jumped off the chair, and walked toward her mother. Folded her hands politely in front of her, she bowed slightly in greeting. It's been so long since I've seen you so captivated by a poem. Madame Xu gently stroked her daughter's head. Because it's written so beautifully, Xu Cixi replied with a soft smile. This poem is simply lovely. The most fleeting thing in this world, beauty fading from the mirror, like blossoms from the trees. Madame Xu recited the final line and nodded in agreement. It is indeed very beautiful. To think that someone in Wu Kingdom could possess such poetic talent. Madame Xu sighed with a hint of admiration. What a pity he is merely a shuzi, child of a concubine. Mother, what's wrong with being a shuzi? Xu Cixi asked curiously. These past few days, I've heard so many people lamenting the fact that Xu Ming is a shuzi. What's the difference between a shuzi and a legitimate heir? You silly girl. Madame Xu sat on a chair and pulled Xu Cixi into her lap, holding her gently. In our Qi kingdom, there's indeed little difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. But that's not the case in Wu Kingdom. Why is Wu Kingdom different? Xu Cixi pressed on. Madame Xu patiently began to explain. This difference stems from an event that happened in Wu Kingdom 150 years ago. She continued slowly, recounting the story. Back then, in the era of Shenwu Emperor, there was little distinction between legitimate heirs and shuzi. Shenwu Emperor had 5 sons, 1 born of his empress and the other 4 born of his consorts. The emperor's 5 sons were all extraordinarily talented, capable of excelling in court affairs or guarding the borders on the battlefield. For an ordinary family, having 5 such children would be a blessing from heaven. But for the royal family, having 5 equally capable sons could be a curse. As the sons grew older, they began to compete against one another, both openly and in secret. The imperial court splintered into 5 factions, and the ministers of the time became more focused on taking sides than on governing the kingdom. Shenwu Emperor himself grew deeply conflicted, unable to decide which son should be named crown prince. If it had only been a struggle for the throne, the situation might still have been manageable. But before Shenwu Emperor passed away, he chose his 5th son, a Shuzi, to succeed him. What happened next remains unclear. But before the imperial edict could be publicly announced, the eldest son lured his 4 brothers into the palace and had them all executed. To eliminate any lingering threats, the eldest prince ordered the complete purging of his brothers' households. However, it is said that a loyal old servant from the 5th prince's estate managed to escape, carrying with him the youngest imperial grandson. After that, when Emperor Mingwu ascended the throne, he issued a decree that not only restricted the offspring of merchants and artisans, Sanjiaozhong, but also greatly diminished the status of Shuzi, children of concubines, rendering them little better than servants. Emperor Mingwu ordered that this law remain unalterable for all generations. Perhaps Emperor Mingwu feared that the descendants of the escaped imperial grandson might one day return to challenge the throne, so he sought to eliminate the threat from a legal standpoint once and for all. Now, 150 years later, the laws established by Emperor Mingwu have become ironclad. Moreover, the disgraceful act of fratricide by Emperor Mingwu remains an unspoken stain on history. Anyone daring to alter this law would effectively dredge up the past, reopening wounds better left untouched. And beyond that, if the distinction between Shuzi and legitimate heirs were erased, what would happen if the descendants of that imperial grandson suddenly reappeared? Xu Cixi thought for a moment before looking up at her mother with a frown. But mother, that was 150 years ago. Father said that in court, everything depends on connections and power. Even if the imperial grandson's descendant reappeared, what would it matter? No one would take him seriously. He wouldn't have any power or influence, and no one would believe he's truly a royal descendant. Silly child. Madame Xu flicked her daughter's smooth forehead with a finger. In the capital, there is a Shenlong token. Only those of true royal blood can activate it, and that alone is proof enough of their lineage. Besides, even if the claim were false, so what? Why would anyone need to believe it? If there's a powerful force working behind the scenes, even a lie can become the truth. After all, the Shenlong token isn't something you can just summon any time to verify someone's bloodline. I don't understand. Xu Cixi shook her head in confusion. Madame Xu smiled faintly and sighed. You don't need to understand. The imperial court is full of filth. Then, mother, can I go find Xu Ming and play with him? Xu Cixi asked eagerly, her bright eyes full of expectation. That should be fine, I suppose. Madame Xu thought about it for a moment. However, I can't interact with him directly. Otherwise, it might look like our Qi kingdom is trying to poach talent from the Wu kingdom. But you, on the other hand, can go find him. You're both children. No one will think much of it. In fact, it might even become a charming tale. A charming tale? Xu Cixi tilted her head in confusion. Madame Xu playfully tapped her daughter's nose. Nothing. Just your mother rambling. Go ahead now. Take Xiao Yi with you for protection, and head straight to the Su family's residence. But mother, isn't it unseemly for a young girl to seek out a boy to play with? Xu Cixi asked with some concern. Do you like him? Madame Xu teased with a smile. Yes, I do. Xu Cixi answered without hesitation. I mean the kind of liking where you want to marry him and spend your life with him, Madame Xu clarified. Xu Cixi thought carefully for a moment before shaking her head. I don't think it's that kind of liking. Well, there you go. You're still young. There's no need to worry about things like propriety yet. Then, mother, I'm going now. With her mother's permission, Xu Cixi gleefully jumped down from her mother's lap and ran toward the courtyard exit. Xiao Yi, we're heading out, her cheerful voice echoed softly in the courtyard. Not long after, a little girl in a flowing Ruchuan dress happily stepped over the threshold, accompanied by Xiao Yi, and began heading toward the Su family's residence. Meanwhile, outside the Sifong pavilion, at a small tea stall, a middle-aged man holding the leashes of 3 dogs let out a long sigh. Not even sparing such young kids. The Prime Minister really isn't a human being. Wait, we aren't human beings to begin with. You have entered the Qi refining realm. You have entered the Mercury realm. In Xiaochun courtyard, feeling the changes within his body, Xu Ming let out a long breath. After both the martial artist's true Qi and spiritual power coursed through his entire body, Xu Ming opened his eyes and clenched his fists slightly. Ever since he returned from the banquet, Xu Ming had felt a strong urge to break through his current realm. Thus, he continued to practice the heaven-cleaving fist and Bingyang sword technique in the courtyard. And today, he broke through both realms simultaneously. Xu Ming wasn't entirely sure about his current combat strength. Judging by the standards of Qi refining practitioners, the fact that he hadn't even entered the Qingyun ranking suggested that he was still not particularly strong. Xu Ming took off his clothes and applied the 100-flower ointment sent over by the Su family's matriarch, then washed himself clean with well water. The name 100-flower ointment might sound effeminate, but in truth, it was highly beneficial for body tempering at lower martial artist realms. Before entering the 4th martial artist realm, Xu Ming would have to undergo a body tempering process, so he had to prepare well. The fact that the Su family's matriarch gifted him something as suitable as 100-flower ointment suggested that she had likely consulted Wang Feng for advice on what to send. Apart from that, Xiaochun courtyard also contained some spiritual stones, silks, and other rewards granted by the martial emperor. Initially, many officials who attended the banquet had come to present gifts to Xu Ming, but all of them were politely declined by Chen Suya. Now, Xu Ming had become a sensation in Wudu. Even though he was a concubine's son, no servant in the Su family dared to look down on him. On the contrary, their gazes carried a hint of admiration. Xu Ming had already made a name for himself across the capital. Meanwhile, on the imperial court in the capital, the reformist faction, using Xu Ming as an example, leveraged the will of the common people to request reforms to the imperial examination system. They demanded that all citizens of Wu Kingdom, regardless of birth, noble or common, should be allowed to participate. They also called for restoring the status of concubine sons to what it had been 150 years ago, granting them partial inheritance rights. Now, the entire capital knew that political storms were brewing in the court, and with the reformist faction holding the upper hand, it seemed highly likely that the imperial examination system would indeed be amended. But revising the imperial examination system was merely the beginning. A greater storm loomed on the horizon. When a wolf tears through the scales of pangolin, it won't stop at just one piece of meat. Reflecting on the events of the imperial court and recalling how the scholars of Wu Kingdom had been suppressed at the banquet, Xu Ming began to see the bigger picture. He had likely been drawn into a scheme. As for hating Xiao Machi, it hadn't come to that point yet. It was just that scholars' hearts were truly dark. He needed to be more vigilant in the future, especially those scholars who dedicated themselves wholly to a particular belief. Such individuals were the most terrifying. Come, let's have a fight. The first thing Xu Ming did after his breakthrough was spar with the courtyard's dog goose. The Tianxin goose Xiaobai was very obliging, letting out a loud honk before charging straight at Xu Ming. A quarter of an hour later, after Xu Ming and the Tianxin goose clashed, a punch against a wing, they once again distanced themselves, ending in a draw. The Tianxin goose panted heavily. It was baffled. How could this kid improve so quickly? It hasn't even been that long, yet I can't seem to deal with him anymore. Xu Ming was equally puzzled. Even though both his martial artist and Qi cultivation realms had improved, Xu Ming still couldn't defeat that dog goose. Just as the Tianxin goose was about to charge forward again to assert its dominance as the big sister of the courtyard, it suddenly sensed Chen Suya's presence approaching. Instantly, it tucked its wings, let out a soft whoosh, and dashed back into its nest. Xu Ming turned toward the courtyard gate and saw his mother walking in with a smile on her face. Beside her was a little girl who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. "Mother, Miss Xu," Xu Ming greeted as he stepped forward. "Forgive me for visiting so abruptly," Xu Cixi said with a slight bow, her manners impeccable. Chen Suya smiled warmly and said, "Ming'er, Cixi came here specifically to play with you. Do you have time to accompany her today?" Hearing his mother's words, Xu Ming looked at Xu Cixi. The little girl blinked her eyes expectantly. "Of course," Xu Ming nodded. "I'll leave little Cixi in your care, then," Chen Suya said, ruffling her son's hair. "A lady from an Ning family invited me over, so I must go attend to it. Don't worry, mother. I'll take good care of Cixi," Xu Ming answered earnestly. Noticing his mother's somewhat tired expression, Xu Ming couldn't help but feel guilty. His mother preferred a quiet life, but ever since he rose to fame, many visitors had come to pay respects or invite her to various tea gatherings with noble ladies. Unable to refuse such invitations, his mother had been quite busy lately. Once Chen Suya left, only Xu Cixi, Xu Ming, and Xu Cixi's maid remained in the courtyard. "How about I show Miss Cixi around the Su estate?" Xu Ming suggested. "Every noble family's residence is more or less the same. How about we go explore Wudu instead?" Xu Cixi shook her head with a smile, adding, "Also, I'll call you Xu Ming and you call me Cixi. There's no need to add, miss. What do you think?" Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. All right, there was something about this little girl. While she carried the innocence of her age, she also exuded a maturity beyond her years. She felt somewhat familiar, though not overly so. Perhaps it was because Xu Cixi had read too many books and, being a natural literary prodigy, had awakened to wisdom earlier than others. Xu Ming led Xu Cixi out of the Su estate and began wandering around Wudu under the protection of Xu Cixi's maid. Though Xu Ming often trained in his courtyard, as someone born and raised in Wudu, he was still perfectly capable of playing the role of a small tour guide. This is the largest bookshop in Wudu. It houses books from all the schools of thought, as well as some basic techniques and martial arts manuals. This tavern is called Drunken Immortal Tavern. The wine brewed here is said to be unparalleled, and the dishes are exceptional, though the prices are quite impressive as well. This place is... I know, Xu Cixi interrupted excitedly, raising her hand. This is 100 Flowers Pavilion, the largest brothel in Wudu. Xu Ming's brow twitched slightly. I was going to say that the shop next to 100 Flowers Pavilion is called Agarwood Pavilion. They sell excellent rouge and cosmetics. Xu Cixi. The two of them strolled through the bustling streets. Before long, a middle-aged man leading 3 dogs approached from the other direction, walking towards Xu Ming and Xu Cixi. Xu Ming and the others paid little attention to the man. However, just as he brushed past them, the corners of the man's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Miss!" Suddenly the maid, Xiao Yi, tensed up and lunged toward Xu Cixi in alarm. Sensing danger through her spiritual instincts, the maid Xiao Yi immediately grabbed her young mistress's wrist, then reached for Xu Ming, shielding both children behind her. In the next moment, the bustling pedestrians on the street began to vanish one after another. The lively chatter of the crowd and the vendors' calls from the shops along the street all fell silent. The entire street became deserted. The only ones left were the middle-aged man and the 3 dogs he was leading. Xu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He knew they had been trapped within a barrier. "Who is this? What do they want? Who are you?" Xiao Yi demanded, her hands producing 2 sharp daggers. "Just a dog," the middle-aged man smiled faintly. He raised his hand and slammed it downward. A massive, pitch-black dog paw materialized out of nowhere and descended upon the trio. The immense pressure immobilized all 3 of them, as if they could do nothing but wait for death. But at that moment, a furious roar erupted above the imperial capital, and a golden dragon, the embodiment of the fortune and might of the nation, let out a thunderous bellow. Golden Dragon Qi surged up from the ground, forming a protective dome that enclosed Xu Ming, Xu Cixi, and Xiao Yi at its center. The shadow of the black dog paw touched the Dragon Qi barrier and instantly disintegrated into black smoke. In the Imperial Library, where Emperor Wu was reviewing memorials, he suddenly looked up. As expected, killing someone right under Emperor Wu's nose is truly no easy feat, the middle-aged man murmured. He then raised his hand and clawed at the sky. Ripples spread through the clouds, layer after layer. In the span of 2 breaths, dark clouds gathered above the imperial city. From the blackened sky, a colossal black dog's head emerged, lunging straight toward the golden dragon soaring over the imperial palace. The swirling black clouds didn't stop. They continued to converge, eventually coalescing into a massive manifestation of the dog-handling man himself. The towering figure smiled faintly as it gazed down upon Wudu. In the imperial palace, Emperor Wu had already stepped out of the imperial library, hands clasped behind his back. Black gusts of wind whipped at his imperial robes as he stared coldly at the manifestation forming from the clouds. Throughout Wudu, all the civil and military officials raised their heads. "Greetings to Emperor Wu," the man declared with a bow, his voice booming. "I am Dead Dog of the Southern Realms Wanxiang, Myriad Phenomena, Demon Kingdom." Emperor Wu's golden eyes flared, and golden dragon qi radiated across the entire capital. In the span of a breath, Emperor Wu saw everything that had transpired on Xuanwu Street in the eastern city. Retracting his gaze, Emperor Wu spoke slowly, his voice like rolling thunder, resounding across Wudu. "The Demon Kingdom of the Southern Realm truly believes Wu Kingdom has no one left to challenge them. To dare attempt murder in my capital. Such audacity. Well, I didn't really want to either," Dead Dog sighed, looking somewhat helpless. "But rest assured, Your Majesty, I'll finish this quickly. Then go ahead and try." Emperor Wu stepped forward. From beneath his feet, golden dragon qi spread outward in rippling waves. Roar! High above the imperial palace, the golden dragon of mountains and rivers let out a furious bellow and pounced on Dead Dog's manifestation, tearing it apart with ruthless force. Roar! The golden dragon then turned its gaze toward the empty space in front of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and dove straight down. On Xuanwu Street, the citizens had no idea what was happening. All they saw was the massive golden dragon charging toward them. The people quickly fled from the street. It wasn't because they feared the golden dragon might harm them. After all, the dragon Qi would never injure the citizens of Wu Kingdom. Instead, they knew that a cultivator was causing trouble in the city, and they needed to get as far away as possible to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Inside the barrier, Dead Dog let out a heavy sigh. "I knew it wouldn't be easy to kill someone in Wudu. What should I do now?" Though he complained incessantly, his hands didn't stop. Dead Dog began to chant an incantation, and black flames ignited across his body. The dark flames surged skyward, forming a pillar of light. Above the imperial palace, Dead Dog's colossal manifestation reappeared. Black flames gathered in the colossal hands of the heavenly law manifestation, forming a massive fiery blade. With a single swing, the blade slashed toward the golden dragon's head. The dragon raised its head and unleashed a torrent of golden dragon breath that collided with the edge of the blade. At the same time, 10 of Wu Kingdom's elite forces, including the Minister of Rights Xiong Wentian, Grand Secretariat Xiao Machi, Great Pillar of the Nation Mo Peinan, and 2 imperial consecrators, rushed toward Xuanwu Street. It's over. I'm really going to end up a Dead Dog this time," Dead Dog muttered nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. When he turned his head, Xiaoyu was already closing in with twin daggers aimed at his head. Dead Dog took a step back, the daggers narrowly missing his throat. But Xiaoyu didn't stop. She pressed forward, her strikes relentless. She knew this man couldn't afford to split his attention while dealing with the Qi Luck Dragon of the Wu Kingdom. I know you're in a hurry, but so am I," Dead Dog muttered as he dodged Xiaoye's attacks, unable to retaliate. He had to finish his mission quickly. He couldn't hold out for much longer. "Don't just stand there. I've been feeding you for a year. It's time to work." Dead Dog called out to 3 large dogs nearby and tossed 3 pills into their mouths. Woof! In Xu Ming's line of sight, The three seemingly harmless dogs began to swell rapidly, their muscles bulging, fangs protruding, and saliva dripping uncontrollably. Did he feed them steroids or something? How'd they turn into muscle dogs all of a sudden? Xu Ming muttered in disbelief. Sensing danger, Xiaoyi abandoned her attempt to assassinate Dead Dog and turned to protect the young mistress. If she could just buy enough time, the barrier would soon be broken. However, two of the muscle dogs intercepted her, leaving her unable to break free. The third muscle dog charged towards Xu Ming and Zhu Cixi. Miss! Xiaoye's face turned pale, her body frozen in despair. In her mind, she could already see her young mistress being torn to shreds. Just as Xiaoyi was consumed by despair, the young boy standing beside the mistress stepped forward and took up a fighting stance. Vigorous martial chi enveloped the boy's fists, and the sheer intensity of his blood energy sent a chill down Xiaoye's spine. Boom! The boy threw a punch, landing squarely on the muscle dog's head. The dog was sent flying a meter away. Shaking its head in fury, the muscle dog lunged at Xu Ming again, its original target forgotten. Xu Ming quickly formed a hand seal, launching 3 fireballs at the muscle dog's eyes. Taking advantage of its momentary blindness, he stepped forward with explosive speed, his movements resembling a cannonball, and delivered a punch to the dog's abdomen. The muscle dog spat out saliva from the force of the blow. Without hesitation, Xu Ming leaped onto the muscle dog's back, raining punches down on its head. His eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed his full ferocity in this life-and-death struggle. The muscle dog tried to rise, but Xu Ming grabbed its ear and slammed its head into the ground with such force that the street's stone pavement cracked, leaving a small crater. Standing nearby, Zhu Cixi stared blankly at the scene before her. Compared to the muscle dog, the once gentle and poetic boy who had written her verses now resembled a fledgling beast, wild and terrifying. Once, twice, thrice, Xu Ming grabbed the dog's head and slammed it into the ground repeatedly. Beneath the dog's head, a small crater had already formed, with shards of stone flying in all directions. Xiaoyi and the man who called himself Dead Dog stared blankly at the boy. Dead Dog couldn't believe it. The boy, who looked like he couldn't even hurt a chicken, had suddenly become the biggest variable in his plan. Boom! Xu Ming clasped both hands together like a hammer and brought them down heavily on the muscle dog's head one final time. The dog lay motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. You have slain a dog with nascent intelligence, enhanced by the frenzy pill. Blood chi +5, vitality +5, combat experience +5, and gain skill. Blood chi frenzy beginner. Blood chi frenzy. Beginner, activate your blood chi for 10 seconds. Afterward, you will enter a weakened state. Killing beasts enhanced by the frenzy pill or those with berserk abilities will upgrade blood chi frenzy. Go! While Xu Ming was momentarily dazed by the text appearing in his mind, Dead Dog commanded the remaining muscle dog to attack. The dog charged at Zhu Cixi. At this moment, the group's positions formed a triangle. The middle-aged man stood not far from Xiaoyi, who was locked in battle with one muscle dog. Xu Ming, still catching his breath, was near the dog he had just defeated, and Zhu Cixi stood frozen in another direction. Although Xu Ming's earlier display had deeply shocked Dead Dog, he noticed the boy panting heavily and realized he was unlikely to defend Zhu Cixi. But no one expected what happened next. The muscle dog, mid-leap, its jaws about to clamp down on Zhu Cixi's neck, was intercepted before it could reach her. Xu Ming had already dashed in front of her. Blood chi frenzy. Under the effects of blood chi frenzy, Xu Ming felt his blood boiling. All pain and exhaustion vanished. His eyes turned blood red as he became a 10-second real man, exuding a raw and wild energy. It was as though he had opened the dead gate of the 8 inner gates. Heaven Opening Fist. First form, drumbeat. T/N. I think I should use Heaven Opening Fist instead of cleaving or splitting. The Heaven Opening Fist consisted of 5 forms, each requiring a martial artist to meet different cultivation and comprehension thresholds. But Xu Ming had long since mastered the first form. Dead Dog watched in horror as a crimson blur tackled his muscled dog to the ground. What followed was a barrage of relentless punches, each one accompanied by the sound of a drumbeat and the sickening crunch of the dog's skull. Xu Ming's fist split open, his blood mingling with the splattered remains of the muscle dog's head. It was impossible to distinguish human blood from dog blood anymore. Despite his shock, Xiao Yi recognized this as their best opportunity. Stepping forward, her butterfly shadows technique manifested as she slashed relentlessly at the muscle dog in front of her, focusing entirely on taking it down. With Xu Ming's final punch and Xiao Ye's last slash, the remaining two muscle dogs collapsed lifelessly. You have slain a dog with nascent intelligence, enhanced by the frenzy pill. Blood chi +5, vitality +5, combat experience +5. Blood chi frenzy, beginner, experience, plus 0.5%. As the last line of text disappeared from his mind, the time limit for blood chi frenzy expired. Xu Ming's body went limp, collapsing onto the lifeless muscle dog beneath him. Ugh, why is my luck always this awful? Dead Dog muttered weakly. The three dogs he had raised were dead, and the golden chi luck dragon outside the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Several Wu Kingdom cultivators had already arrived. The middle-aged man knew his plans were doomed and had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he really would end up a dead dog. Stomping his foot, Dead Dog leaped into the air just as the barrier shattered, flying swiftly toward the outskirts of the Wu capital. A colossal heavenly law manifestation of black clouds shielded his retreat. Since you've come all this way, why not stay a little longer for some tea? Leaving in such a hurry would make Wu Kingdom seem ungracious. Xiao Machi's calm, yet commanding voice echoed. Mr. Xiao, you're too kind, but let's save it for another day. Without even turning his head, Dead Dog bolted toward the horizon with all his might. Amid the autumn rain, the river's sky clears. One wash sweeps away the season's sorrow. A poetic verse rolled off Xiao Machi's tongue. High above the sky, a rift appeared. A curtain of water descended, forming an impenetrable barrier in Dead Dog's path. Aru, Dead Dog, still frantically flying, howled as his body shifted into its true form. His entire body turned jet black, covered in red molten patterns resembling flowing magma. It radiated a terrifying heat, and his tail split into 100 fiery branches. In the southern wilderness live the Fire-Averse tribe, a people dwelling near the Black Kunlun. They feed on fiery beasts and even flames themselves. Such beasts are called disaster hounds. The disaster hound opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames, punching a hole through the watery curtain. Before the barrier could reform, the beast charged through. Do you really think you can come and go as you please in my wudu? General M.O., Wu Kingdom's great pillar, arrived just in time, his fist surging with power like a mountain as he struck. Other arriving cultivators of Wu Kingdom, each a formidable fighter, also launched their attacks. Dead Dog did his best to evade, and when he couldn't, he enveloped himself in flames to withstand the blows. But after several strikes, blood spilled from his mouth. If you don't help me, I'm really going to die. Dead Dog yelled desperately toward a distant part of the sky. Pathetic, a woman's voice echoed from the heavens, cold and disdainful. A one-legged fiery bird soared into view, flames trailing behind it like a rainstorm of fire. Emperor Wu frowned, raising his hand. The golden chi luck dragon coiled above the city rooftops, devouring the fiery rain as it fell. You might as well be a dead dog. Wasting a void-breaking pearl like that. Just wait until the Prime Minister punishes you, the fiery bird snapped, its tone laced with irritation. The bird swooped down, clutching Dead Dog in its talons before spitting out a blue pearl. The pearl shattered, tearing open the void. Without hesitation, the bird and the dog escaped into the rift. The void entrance quickly closed behind them. Above Wudu, the black clouds dissipated, leaving the sky as calm as if nothing had happened. The Wanxiang Demon Kingdom. Emperor Wu growled, his fists clenched tightly, his expression thunderous. Wei Sun, draft an edict. Tell that bastardly Nan to give me an explanation. Wei Sun dropped to his knees, bowing deeply, his head knocking against the floor. Yes, your majesty. Far away, above a desolate mountain range, a rift tore open. A bird and a dog tumbled out, rolling down to the mountaintop. You damn dead dog! You useless dead dog! The fiery bird, seething with anger, hopped up and stomped on Dead Dog's head. Then it jumped off, only to leap back and stomp again, repeating the process over a dozen times. Dead Dog could only curl up, covering his head with his paws, looking pitiful and aggrieved. You wasted a void-breaking pearl, and you didn't even kill the target. How are you going to explain this? The fiery bird, still perched on Dead Dog's head, refused to relent, pecking furiously at his back. Stop yelling, stop yelling. I know you're angry, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, Dead Dog pleaded, his tone filled with grievance. It's not like I came back empty-handed. Oh, what did you gain then? The fiery bird's temper flared again. Dead Dog grinned slyly. I found someone even more deserving of death than the heavenly born. The people quickly fled from a street. It wasn't because they feared the golden dragon might harm them. After all, the dragon Shi would never injure the citizens of Wu Kingdom. Instead, they knew that a cultivator was causing trouble in the city, and they needed to get as far away as possible to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Inside the barrier, Dead Dog let out a heavy sigh. I knew it wouldn't be easy to kill someone in Wudu. What should I do now? Though he complained incessantly, his hands didn't stop. Dead Dog began to chant an incantation, and black flames ignited across his body. The dark flames surged skyward, forming a pillar of light. Above the imperial palace, Dead Dog's colossal manifestation reappeared. Black flames gathered in the colossal hands of the heavenly law manifestation, forming a massive fiery blade. With a single swing, the blade slashed toward the golden dragon's head. The dragon raised its head and unleashed a torrent of golden dragon breath that collided with the edge of the blade. At the same time, 10 of Wu Kingdom's elite forces, including the Minister of Rights Xiong Wentian, Grand Secretariat Xiao Machi, Great Pillar of the Nation Mo Peinan, and 2 imperial consecrators, rushed toward Xuanwu Street. It's over, it's over. I'm really going to end up a Dead Dog this time, Dead Dog muttered nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. When he turned his head, Xiaoyu was already closing in with twin daggers aimed at his head. Dead Dog took a step back, the daggers narrowly missing his throat. But Xiaoyu didn't stop. She pressed forward, her strikes relentless. She knew this man couldn't afford to split his attention while dealing with the Qi Luck Dragon of the Wu Kingdom. Ah, I know you're in a hurry, but so am I, Dead Dog muttered as he dodged Xiaoye's attacks, unable to retaliate. He had to finish his mission quickly. He couldn't hold out for much longer. Don't just stand there. I've been feeding you for a year. It's time to work. Dead Dog called out to 3 large dogs nearby and tossed 3 pills into their mouths. Woof! In Xu Ming's line of sight, the 3 seemingly harmless dogs began to swell rapidly, their muscles bulging, fangs protruding, and saliva dripping uncontrollably. Did he feed them steroids or something? How'd they turn into muscle dogs, all of a sudden? Xu Ming muttered in disbelief. Sensing danger, Xiao Yi abandoned her attempt to assassinate Dead Dog and turned to protect the young mistress. If she could just buy enough time, the barrier would soon be broken. However, 2 of the muscle dogs intercepted her, leaving her unable to break free. The 3rd muscle dog charged towards Xu Ming and Zhu Cixi. Miss! Xiao Ye's face turned pale, her body frozen in despair. In her mind, she could already see her young mistress being torn to shreds. Just as Xiao Yi was consumed by despair, the young boy standing beside the mistress stepped forward and took up a fighting stance. Vigorous martial qi enveloped the boy's fists, and the sheer intensity of his blood energy sent a chill down Xiao Ye's spine. Boom! The boy threw a punch, landing squarely on the muscle dog's head. The dog was sent flying a meter away. Shaking its head in fury, the muscle dog lunged at Xu Ming again, its original target forgotten. Xu Ming quickly formed a hand seal, launching 3 fireballs at the muscle dog's eyes. Taking advantage of its momentary blindness, he stepped forward with explosive speed, his movements resembling a cannonball, and delivered a punch to the dog's abdomen. The muscled dog spat out saliva from the force of the blow. Without hesitation, Xu Ming leaped onto the muscled dog's back, raining punches down on its head. His eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed his full ferocity in this life-and-death struggle. The muscled dog tried to rise, but Xu Ming grabbed its ear and slammed its head into the ground with such force that the street's stone pavement cracked, leaving a small crater. Standing nearby, Xu Cixi stared blankly at the scene before her. Compared to the muscled dog, the once gentle and poetic boy who had written her verses now resembled a fledgling beast, wild and terrifying. Once, twice, thrice, Xu Ming grabbed the dog's head and slammed it into the ground repeatedly. Beneath the dog's head, a small crater had already formed, with shards of stone flying in all directions. Xiao Yi and the man who called himself Dead Dog stared blankly at the boy. Dead Dog couldn't believe it. The boy, who looked like he couldn't even hurt a chicken, had suddenly become the biggest variable in his plan. Boom! Xu Ming clasped both hands together like a hammer and brought them down heavily on the muscle dog's head one final time. The dog lay motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. You have slain a dog with nascent intelligence, enhanced by the frenzy pill. Blood chi +5, vitality +5, combat experience +5, and gain skill. Blood chi frenzy beginner. Blood chi frenzy. Beginner, activate your blood chi for 10 seconds. Afterward, you will enter a weakened state. Killing beasts enhanced by the frenzy pill or those with berserk abilities will upgrade blood chi frenzy. Go! While Xu Ming was momentarily dazed by the text appearing in his mind, Dead Dog commanded the remaining muscle dog to attack. The dog charged at Xu Cixi. At this moment, the group's positions formed a triangle. The middle-aged man stood not far from Xiao Yi, who was locked in battle with one muscle dog. Xu Ming, still catching his breath, was near the dog he had just defeated, and Xu Cixi stood frozen in another direction. Although Xu Ming's earlier display had deeply shocked Dead Dog, he noticed the boy panting heavily and realized he was unlikely to defend Xu Cixi. But no one expected what happened next. The muscled dog, mid-leap, its jaws about to clamp down on Xu Cixi's neck, was intercepted before it could reach her. Xu Ming had already dashed in front of her. Blood chi frenzy. Under the effects of blood chi frenzy, Xu Ming felt his blood boiling. All pain and exhaustion vanished. His eyes turned blood red as he became a 10-second real man, exuding a raw and wild energy. It was as though he had opened the dead gate of the 8 inner gates. Heaven Opening Fist. First form, drumbeat. T/N. I think I should use Heaven Opening Fist instead of cleaving or splitting. The Heaven Opening Fist consisted of 5 forms, each requiring a martial artist to meet different cultivation and comprehension thresholds. But Xu Ming had long since mastered the first form. Dead Dog watched in horror as a crimson blur tackled his muscled dog to the ground. What followed was a barrage of relentless punches, each one accompanied by the sound of a drumbeat and the sickening crunch of the dog's skull. Xu Ming's fist split open, his blood mingling with the splattered remains of the muscled dog's head. It was impossible to distinguish human blood from dog blood anymore. Despite his shock, Xiao Yi recognized this as their best opportunity. Stepping forward, her butterfly shadows technique manifested as she slashed relentlessly at the muscled dog in front of her, focusing entirely on taking it down. With Xu Ming's final punch and Xiao Ye's last slash, the remaining 2 muscle dogs collapsed lifelessly. You have slain a dog with nascent intelligence, enhanced by the frenzy pill. Blood chi +5, vitality +5, combat experience +5. Xu Ming's performance in saving her mistress yesterday went far beyond what a mere Mercury Realm practitioner could achieve. If not for his human form, Xiao Yi might have suspected that Xu Ming was a juvenile version of one of the ancient 10 great beasts. Since Xu Ming still required rest to recover from his exhaustion, the physician eventually ushered everyone out. Only Chun Suya, Xu Ming's mother, remained to care for him. Feeling truly tired, Xu Ming quickly fell asleep. That blood-chi frenzy certainly came with heavy side effects. Meanwhile, at the Sifong Pavilion, Madame Xu and Xu Cixi had returned. In her quarters, Madame Xu was busy writing a letter to inform her husband of the previous day's events. Xiao Yi stood before her, clearly distracted. Xiao Yi, what's the matter? You seem lost in thought. I've already told you. What happened yesterday isn't your fault, Madame Xu reassured her maid. Madam, this servant has something to report, Xiao Yi replied, bowing. Madame Xu looked up from her writing. What is it? Xiao Yi carefully chose her words. Yesterday, when the officials from the Wu Kingdom questioned me about what happened, I deliberately understated the strength of the three dogs, saying only that Xu Ming managed to kill 2 of them in close combat. But, Madam, Xu Ming's true power far surpasses that of an ordinary Mercury Realm practitioner. This servant even saw him use the fireball technique. His cultivation must be at least at the Clarity Realm. Madame Xu furrowed her brows slightly. What are you trying to say? Bowing deeply, Xiao Yi continued. Xu Ming is both a literary and martial prodigy, mastering physical and spiritual cultivation alike. His potential is boundless. The Qi Kingdom must secure him. In a small courtyard of the Sifong, 4 directions, pavilion, a little girl in a pink ruchuan, with a pink butterfly ribbon adorning her hair, sat on a smooth stone. She propped her hands beneath her, blinking as she gazed at the small pond in front of her. Yet, her eyes didn't seem to be focused on the koi fish swimming within. The little girl, Xu Cixi, currently had a dilemma. Xu Ming had saved her life, but how should she repay him? She had already asked her mother and elder Fong, although they both assured her that the kingdom of Qi would naturally repay this favor. Xu Cixi still felt this was her personal matter. He had saved her life, and so it was her responsibility to repay him. It had nothing to do with others. Xu Cixi had pored over all the books and classics she had read. In the end, she discovered that for such matters, the only true solution was to offer herself in marriage. I'm 9 years old now, and Xu Ming is 8, she murmured, seriously counting on her slender fingers. According to Qi's laws, I need to wait 5 more years before I can get married. After marrying, I'll give Xu Ming children, then stay at home to care for the family. How many children does Xu Ming want? I want 2. But what if Xu Ming wants more? Then I'll have to eat a little more. Mother said girls should eat well to grow bigger hips, so they can bear children more easily. But Xu Ming is from the kingdom of Wu, and I'm from the kingdom of Qi. What should we do about that? Well, as the saying goes, marry a rooster, follow the rooster. Marry a dog, follow the dog. I guess I'll just have to move to the kingdom of Wu. But it'll be inconvenient to visit father and mother later. Speaking of which, what if father and mother don't agree to me offering myself in marriage? Would I have to elope with Xu Ming? As her thoughts wandered, Xu Cixi had already imagined the scene of eloping and living in seclusion with Xu Ming. Cixi, just as Xu Cixi was picturing her life hiding away in the mountains with Xu Ming, a voice called out behind her. Xu Cixi stood up from the stone, turned around, and hopped down. With a graceful and proper demeanor, she curtsied. Grandpa Fong, what are you doing, Cixi? Elder Fong walked over and gently patted the little girl's head. Nothing, nothing. I was just thinking about some things. Xu Cixi looked up under Elder Fong's aged hand. Hearing her words, Fong Jingchun paused for a moment. He thought she was still dwelling on the assassination attempt and comforted her, saying, It's all right. It's all right. Something like that won't happen again. Indeed, it had been his negligence last time. After all, they were in the capital of the kingdom of Wu, under the emperor's protection. Normally, with the blessings of dragon fate, nothing untoward would happen here. Who could have expected the audacity of the Wanxiang demon kingdom? They acted as if they had gone mad. Did they not fear retaliation from the kingdoms of Qi and Wu joining forces? If something had really happened to Cixi, Qi would undoubtedly stop at nothing to exact revenge, and Wu would surely send troops in response. What on earth was the Wanxiang demon kingdom planning? Fong Jingchun couldn't shake the feeling that the assassination wasn't as simple as it appeared. By the way, Cixi, prepare yourself. We'll be leaving the kingdom of Wu the day after tomorrow, Fang Jingshun said, pulling his thoughts back and speaking to the little girl before him. Huh, the day after tomorrow? That's so soon. Zhu Sisi was taken aback. It's not too soon. Fang Jingshun shook his head. Our mission to the kingdom of Wu was never meant to last long. After what happened to you, we suspect they may have other plans in motion. It's best to leave a little early. Oh, Zhu Sisi lowered her head slightly. Grandpa Fang, can I visit Xu Ming? There's something I want to tell him. Fang Jingshun considered this for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll accompany you. Okay. Zhu Sisi nodded, her little heart weighed down by a little burden. When Fang Jingshun brought Zhu Sisi to the Su residence, the matriarch herself came out to greet them. After Fang Jingshun explained their visit, the matriarch of the Su household couldn't stop smiling. She quickly instructed a maid to take Zhu Sisi to Wang Feng's courtyard to find Xu Ming. In the Mercury stage of body forging, this is a martial artist's first major breakthrough in tempering their body. It's crucial because it lays the foundation for all the cultivation stages that follow. Though the materials for body forging are important, they're not excessively complicated. Some noble families use dragon blood for body forging, while others use blood spirit fruits. While they believe dragon blood to be superior, the difference is negligible. After all, the malleability of the Mercury stage is limited. However, every body forging stage beyond the Mercury becomes significantly more critical. I've collected the necessary materials. When you feel ready to break through, come to me and I'll prepare the medicinal bath for you. The people quickly fled from the street. It wasn't because they feared the golden dragon might harm them. After all, the dragon Shi would never injure the citizens of Wu Kingdom. Instead, they knew that a cultivator was causing trouble in the city, and they needed to get as far away as possible to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Inside the barrier, Dead Dog let out a heavy sigh. I knew it wouldn't be easy to kill someone in Wudu. What should I do now? Though he complained incessantly, his hands didn't stop. Dead Dog began to chant an incantation, and black flames ignited across his body. The dark flames surged skyward, forming a pillar of light. Above the imperial palace, Dead Dog's colossal manifestation reappeared. Black flames gathered in the colossal hands of the heavenly law manifestation, forming a massive fiery blade. With a single swing, the blade slashed toward the golden dragon's head. The dragon raised its head and unleashed a torrent of golden dragon breath that collided with the edge of the blade. At the same time, 10 of Wu Kingdom's elite forces, including the Minister of Rights Xiong Wentian, Grand Secretariat Xiao Machi, Great Pillar of the Nation Mo Peinan, and 2 imperial consecrators, rushed toward Xuanwu Street. It's over. I'm really going to end up a Dead Dog this time. Dead Dog muttered nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. When he turned his head, Xiaoyu was already closing in with twin daggers aimed at his head. Dead Dog took a step back, the daggers narrowly missing his throat. But Xiaoyu didn't stop. She pressed forward, her strikes relentless. She knew this man couldn't afford to split his attention while dealing with the Qi Luck Dragon of the Wu Kingdom. I know you're in a hurry, but so am I, Dead Dog muttered as he dodged Xiaoye's attacks, unable to retaliate. He had to finish his mission quickly. He couldn't hold out for much longer. Don't just stand there. I've been feeding you for a year. It's time to work. Dead Dog called out to 3 large dogs nearby and tossed 3 pills into their mouths. Woof! In Xu Ming's line of sight, the 3 seemingly harmless dogs began to swell rapidly, their muscles bulging, fangs protruding, and saliva dripping uncontrollably. Did he feed them steroids or something? How'd they turn into muscle dogs all of a sudden? Xu Ming muttered in disbelief. Sensing danger, Xiao Yi abandoned her attempt to assassinate Dead Dog and turned to protect the young mistress. If she could just buy enough time, the barrier would soon be broken. However, 2 of the muscle dogs intercepted her, leaving her unable to break free. The 3rd muscle dog charged towards Xu Ming and Zhu Sisi. Miss! Xiao Ye's face turned pale, her body frozen in despair. In her mind, she could already see her young mistress being torn to shreds. Just as Xiao Yi was consumed by despair, the young boy standing beside the mistress stepped forward and took up a fighting stance. Vigorous martial chi enveloped the boy's fists, and the sheer intensity of his blood energy sent a chill down Xiao Ye's spine. Boom! The boy threw a punch, landing squarely on the muscle dog's head. The dog was sent flying a meter away. Shaking its head in fury, the muscle dog lunged at Xu Ming again, its original target forgotten. Xu Ming quickly formed a hand seal, launching 3 fireballs at the muscle dog's eyes. Taking advantage of its momentary blindness, he stepped forward with explosive speed, his movements resembling a cannonball, and delivered a punch to the dog's abdomen. The muscle dog spat out saliva from the force of the blow. Without hesitation, Xu Ming leaped onto the muscle dog's back, raining punches down on its head. His eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed his full ferocity in this life-and-death struggle. The muscle dog tried to rise, but Xu Ming grabbed its ear and slammed its head into the ground with such force that the street's stone pavement cracked, leaving a small crater. Standing nearby, Xu Cixi stared blankly at the scene before her. Compared to the muscle dog, the once gentle and poetic boy who had written her verses now resembled a fledgling beast, wild and terrifying. Once, twice, thrice, Xu Ming grabbed the dog's head and slammed it into the ground repeatedly. Beneath the dog's head, a small crater had already formed, with shards of stone flying in all directions. Xiao Yi and the man who called himself Dead Dog stared blankly at the boy. Dead Dog couldn't believe it. The boy, who looked like he couldn't even hurt a chicken, had suddenly become the biggest variable in his plan. Boom! Xu Ming clasped both hands together like a hammer and brought them down heavily on the muscle dog's head one final time. The dog lay motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. You have slain a dog with nascent intelligence, enhanced by the frenzy pill. Blood chi +5, vitality +5, combat experience +5, and gain skill. Blood chi frenzy beginner. Blood chi frenzy. Beginner, activate your blood chi for 10 seconds. Afterward, you will enter a weakened state. Killing beasts enhanced by the frenzy pill or those with berserk abilities will upgrade blood chi frenzy. Go! While Xu Ming was momentarily dazed by the text appearing in his mind, Dead Dog commanded the remaining muscle dog to attack. The dog charged at Xu Cixi. At this moment, the group's positions formed a triangle. The middle-aged man stood not far from Xiao Yi, who was locked in battle with one muscle dog. Xu Ming, still catching his breath, was near the dog he had just defeated, and Xu Cixi stood frozen in another direction. Although Xu Ming's earlier display had deeply shocked Dead Dog, he noticed the boy panting heavily and realized he was unlikely to defend Xu Cixi. But no one expected what happened next. The muscle dog, mid-leap, its jaws about to clamp down on Xu Cixi's neck, was intercepted before it could reach her. Xu Ming had already dashed in front of her. Blood chi frenzy. Under the effects of blood chi frenzy, Xu Ming felt his blood boiling. All pain and exhaustion vanished. His eyes turned blood red as he became a 10-second real man, exuding a raw and wild energy. It was as though he had opened the dead gate of the 8 inner gates. Heaven Opening Fist. First form, drumbeat. T/N. I think I should use Heaven Opening Fist instead of cleaving or splitting. The Heaven Opening Fist consisted of 5 forms, each requiring a martial artist to meet different cultivation and comprehension thresholds. But Xu Ming had long since mastered the first form. Dead Dog watched in horror as a crimson blur tackled his muscled dog to the ground. What followed was a barrage of relentless punches, each one accompanied by the sound of a drumbeat and the sickening crunch of the dog's skull. Xu Ming's fist split open, his blood mingling with the splattered remains of the muscle dog's head. It was impossible to distinguish human blood from dog blood anymore. Despite his shock, Xiao Yi recognized this as their best opportunity. Stepping forward, her butterfly shadows technique manifested as she slashed relentlessly at the muscle dog in front of her, focusing entirely on taking it down. With Xu Ming's final punch and Xiao Ye's last slash, the remaining 2 muscle dogs collapsed lifelessly. You have slain a dog with nascent intelligence, enhanced by the frenzy pill. Blood chi +5, vitality +5, Combat experience +5. Don't worry, Xu Ming. I've already thought it through. When we get married, I'll be a good wife. I'm thinking of having 2 kids, but if you want more, that's fine too. I'll work hard. I can also move to Wu Kingdom to live with you. If my parents disagree with us being together, we'll elope. In the coming years, I'll save up some silver to prepare for our future runaway expenses. Xu Ming was speechless. So, you've already planned everything out? Cece, sorry, but actually, Xu Ming tried to organize his thoughts. Actually, I already like someone else. The small hand Cece had placed on her lap clenched slightly. Her rosy lips pressed together as she asked softly, "Is it that girl named Qingwan?" Yeah, it is," Xu Ming stammered, unsure how she knew about Qingwan, but deciding to use her as an excuse. "That's fine. It's normal for men to have 3 or 4 wives," Cece said with a shake of her head. "As the first wife, I won't oppose you marrying other girls. I'll even get along well with Qingwan, so you won't have to worry." Damn it, Xu Ming cursed internally. What kind of god-tier little girl is this? Is this still not okay? Cece looked at Xu Ming's silence, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. Shimmering droplets began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Don't cry, don't cry." Xu Ming panicked. He'd always been terrible at handling crying girls. Fine, I'll agree, okay? Really? Cece wiped away her tears and sniffled. Really? Xu Ming nodded. Anyway, it's just a child's game. She'll forget about it in a few years. Didn't I also promise to marry the older sister next door when I was a kid in my last life? But I have a condition, Xu Ming added. You can't tell anyone else about this, or it'll make things difficult if we really have to elope later. Cece nodded earnestly. And also, if you stop liking me in the future, our agreement won't count anymore. You won't have to marry me. I won't change my mind. All right then. Xu Ming smiled. That's settled. Then, Xu Ming, let's write a marriage contract, Cece suggested eagerly. Okay. Xu Ming brought Cece into his room. Sitting at his desk, Cece seriously wrote out what looked like a child's version of a marriage contract. One for each of us. You have to keep it safe, okay? After blowing it dry, Cece carefully handed one copy of the contract to Xu Ming. When we grow up, you have to come and marry me. All right. Xu Ming put the completely informal and meaningless marriage contract away with a smile. When you grow up, I'll come marry you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.